What's good? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Yeah, let's talk this boxing this morning. It's not going to be fun. I didn't want to do this show. Just let you know ahead of time. I am here out of duty to the supporters. I do not want to give my opinion, man. This is a day where I do not want to give my opinion because I'm going to sound like the biggest hater on the planet. Asante L, what's good, bro? Don Falon in the building. What's going on, man? Yeah, that's great. He said Spence doesn't fight Bud. Hopefully, I'll get to see the Staniosis fight at AT&T. Yeah, I'll take whatever it is, man. Honestly, man, they just need to fight, bro. I did a video about Errol Spence yesterday, man, when he said on Twitter, bro. Dog, that is that dude right there, dog. Something's wrong with that dude. Something is wrong with him, man. That man chooses violence. that man, Errol Spence chooses violence, man. I love that attitude. Man, that dude chooses violence, man. Double zeros, what's going on, man? Fedora and Ocampo, come on, man. Come on. I got Fedora over Ocampo, but I don't know, man. Ocampo's a good dude, man. I think he's a decent fighter. I haven't seen him fight in a long time. He got that ass knocked out by Arrow, but we'll see. Jay Milt's in the building. What's going on, man? How you feeling, man? Happy Saturday. Suave House Boxing in the building. What's going on? Lopro Next Earth, man. Dude, Ring Magazine does a bunch of people dirty, man. What's new? What's new, bro? Nah, dog. They didn't tell that dude to send it back, dog. He said they could have it, man. Man, come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. That's all I can say, man. Come on, man. Come on. Let's come on, man. What's going on, Blunts? Big Blunts and boxing. What's going on, brother? Rodzilla in the building. What's going on, man? Brandon Satama, what's going on, bro? Marquis, what's happening? Big Block in the building. I'm gonna get in trouble today, man. Free Smoke, what's going on? Will Johnson in the building. What's going on, man? Tapping in from work. That's what's up. Patrick Bell, what's going on? Said, good morning, Fanon in the chat. Please hit that like button as you come in. Yes, sir. Alex Martinez, Alexis Robinson. Thank you, brother. You the man. Thank you very much. I appreciate I appreciate the live, man. Boston in the building. Boston's in the building. What's going on? Pablo Sled, what's happening? Imagine the WBC champion not being in the top 10. He's not. Ray Vargas is not in the top 10 pound for pound on anybody's list. I can name multiple WBC champions that are not in the pound for pound list, man. But look, man, here's the thing. All right, God dog. See, my youngest in the Navy love Nevin. They were more hard. Look, man, here's the thing, man. Look, man. When he said he was going to drop that belt, I applauded him. When he said you can keep that belt, I said I'm not going to walk in the ring with that belt. I'm not going to write all of that. I was 100% with him, man. I was 100% with him. Okay, great job right there, bro. Fanon, am I wrong or did the WBC do Lord Haney way dirtier than the ring? First of all, dude, Ring Magazine is a fucking magazine. It's a magazine. It's a magazine. Mike All said, when are you going to get to the headline? Look, dude, when are you going to get out my chat, bro? When am I going to get to the headline? When I feel like it, dude. Shut up. Okay? How about you shut up and let people come into the chat, dummy? How about you let me run this, okay? If you don't mind. All right? I'm waiting for people to get into the chat, if you don't mind. So that I don't have to go back and say the same thing again. Okay? Excuse me. Did I sneeze? Excuse me. So let's stop, okay? Is there a sanctioned fee for the fake ring belt? Not that I know of, bro. Does dropping the ring belt, magazine belt, still make him undisputed? Yes, it does. The ring magazine belt means nothing. First of all, it means nothing. I'm telling you, it means nothing. Ring magazine means nothing. 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 Let me repeat this 100 times. Just multiply these. It means nothing. Nothing. It gets you nothing. It means nothing. It is nothing. It means nothing at all. Period. And the only thing worth less than that is being in a pound for pound list, which means nothing. Absolutely, positively nothing. The magazine is an excellent magazine. It is. They have very, very good writers. They have, if you still read stories, if you still read articles, they have very good writers. They have very good illustrators. They say they're a top-notch magazine. They're a top-notch boxing magazine. Their pound for pound means nothing. Their ESPN's pound for pound means nothing. So I'm not going to get upset about nothing. Okay? First and foremost, okay? As far as the favoritism or the lack of recognition of American fighters, absolutely positively, bro. Ring Magazine's credibility continues to grow. Eventually, they will never become they will never become a legitimate belt. Never. Never, ever, ever. Their credibility is not even half of what it used to be. Let me repeat. When was the last time you read Ring Magazine? Do any of you subscribe to Ring Magazine? No. It's a magazine. I'm saying it because it's a magazine. It's a magazine. I don't want to call people names. It's a magazine. It is a magazine. What part of it is a magazine do you not get? It is a magazine. It is a magazine. I mean, I don't know. I feel like grabbing everybody in boxing by the back of the neck, slapping them, and saying it is a magazine. What part of it being a magazine do you not get? It's a magazine. How much credit do you give the source? It's an opinion. That's all it is. It's a magazine. How many ways can I say it's a magazine? Look, how can Ring Magazine be considered a good magazine when it's owned by a promoter? Everything they print is suspect. It's a good magazine because they write well. It's a good magazine. You get to hear their opinion. That's it. I didn't say that it's not the Bible of boxing. It's not the lineal title. It's none of that. That's what they keep saying, no. But that's what magazines are supposed to do, right? So I got you, fair enough, right? It's a magazine. That's what it is, bro. It's a magazine. I don't know how to keep saying that, man. It's a magazine. It's a magazine. Yeah, I'm a fanboy. I got you, bro. You're out of here, homie. Sola. See you later, bro. I don't even know who you talking to, dog. You can get that. You can leave, man. You're not gonna put me on swivel today. All right, because I have something unpleasant to say at the same time. All right. Look, man, drop the belt, bro. Drop the belt and walk away. Exactly. So is Mad Magazine. Exactly. It's a good magazine. I don't take that shit seriously. I do not take it seriously. I said it's good. It is good. Ring Magazine's good. Man, their artwork on the cover of that magazine, dude, seriously, I would have a wallpaper of that shit. They know what Ring Magazine needs to put out. Dougie Fisher, listen up, brother. You need to put out wallpaper, okay? You need to get wallpaper. Sell reels of wallpaper with nothing but boxers on them. Man, you kidding me? I would buy that wallpaper. I'd have Ring Magazine pictures all over every article, man. I'd put them pictures up. Their pictures are lovely. Lovely. Okay? Lovely. That's all that matters, dude, bro. That's all that matters. Give me the Ring Magazine covers. And I love Ring Magazine covers. Nothing better, no better magazine cover, no better boxing artwork than there is on Ring Magazine's cover. If anything, put me on the cover of Ring. It's like the Wheaties box. Dog, Wheaties box, that's the shit. Athlete makes the Wheaties box. That used to be everything, man. You know, because you made the Wheaties box. You're in every grocery store. Make the cover of Ring Magazine, man. That shit is dope. I would love to be on the cover of Ring Magazine, dog. I feel like once you make the ring cover of Ring Magazine, you get that picture, bro. It's like you made it. That's what I give Ring Magazine, the cover of Ring Magazine. What they think about pound for pound to me is absolutely irrelevant. And how do they have Loma on the pound for pound list? Because that's their opinion. That's their opinion. They believe Lomachenko is one of the best fighters pound for pound. That's why they have him on the list. Now, what do they typically do? Look at the people that choose it. Dougie Fisher is always like, I mean, they're trying, I don't know what they're trying to do, but they never, ever give real respect to American fighters. And as long as I've been watching them, long as I've been paying attention to them, they're always looking for some foreign fighter to big up. Yeah. But see, here's the thing, man. And this is my only thing. Look, man, drop it. If you're going to drop the belt and leave it alone. Hey, look, man, keep your belt. I don't want your belt. Threatening them and saying, if you basically telling them, if you don't put me on the pound for pound list, I'm not going to wear your belt into the ring. They say, give me the belt back. T. Wells said, miss my super chat, OG. My bad, bro. Let me roll back. T. Wells said, it's a magazine, dummies. We need, it's a magazine, dummies. We need that shirt. Yes, sir, man. It's a magazine, dummy. That's all it is. It's a magazine. Stop overcrediting that shit. What's wrong with that super chat, bro? It's a way for people that don't have belts to claim they're champions. They cling to that ring belt when they don't have another one. Or when they say, oh, we want to be the ring champion. As some way to get a magazine to say you're something that reality does not, that there is no way in reality that you can be. Like, take, for example, much love in that super chat to keeping up with BT. Good morning. Hey, good morning, brother. He said, good morning, OG. Thank you, bro. Good morning to you, brother. And I got your super chat, bro. Look, Marlon, can you be on the cover without being on the list? Absolutely. They can put anybody on their cover, man. You know what I mean? Hey, man. They can be on the list because they put them on the list. They put them on the list because they're big name fighters. And Canelo's going to be on that list till he dies because they're going to put golden boy fighters and top ranked fighters on the list over other people. At the same time, I will tell you that I was really surprised that they put Jermell Charlo on that list. I was like, I mean, that's what I saw. I was like, Jermell Charlo's on that list. I was like, yeah, okay, that's what's up, bro. So they put Rigo on the list right before he fought Loma. Exactly. They put Rigondeaux on their pound for pound list so that Lomachenko could beat him and say he beat another top pound for pound list. It's a marketing thing. That's all it is, man. It's all that is. Yes, it's owned by Golden Boy. Yeah, it's owned by Golden Boy. That's all it is, man. It's all it is. And but as far as like if I want to get upset with somebody and make a big whoop-de-doo about it, I would say, look, man, how do you formulate that? How do you come up with your list? What do you think is important in your list? What's going on, Larry Green? How you feeling, man? Orenthal Smith, what's going on, man? Look, there's too many lists. There's too much crying in boxing, man. Like, seriously. Like, I don't even, like, Jermell earned it. Do you know what Jermell had to do a lot to get on that list? Gervonta Davis is not on that. Gervonta Davis is not on that list. Jermall Charlo's not on that list. There's a lot of people that are not on that list, man. A lot of people are not on that list. Only thing I'm saying is, man, give them their belt back. Give them their belt back, bro. Don't make a situation where they can where those dudes can be right. Undisputed don't mean shit, dude. Undisputed does not make you the pound for pound best. It doesn't. Because pound for pound is regardless of the weight class. So what you've done in your weight class, as far as like, they got to take into consideration the competition that you fought, right? Isn't that what people say? Look at the competition that you fought, right? If that's what your criteria is, your resume and the competition that you fought, then, dude, it just depends. When you look at Undisputed, it depends on who you beat for Undisputed, right? I think the WBC disrespected Haney more than the ring. I mean, yeah. Look, man. Jesus, man. Look, man. I like I said, we're gonna have a panel today. Man, dude, suck a dick, bro. Fuck you. See you later, bro. I'm not even in the mood for you, dude. I don't know who you are. Go away, bro. You hating on Ring Magazine. If I say first of all, dummy, I ain't even disagreeing with now that you blocked. I didn't disrespect Ring Magazine at all. I'm telling you a fact. It's a magazine. It's a magazine. That's not hating on them. It's literally telling you the truth. It's a magazine. They are trying to say that they are the Bible of the boxing. Bible of boxing. Guess what? That is a copyrighted phrase, dummy. That is a copyrighted phrase. They are a magazine. They are not a sanctioning body. They do not rank fighters legitimately. They do not do any of that. They're a magazine. Any type of credibility that they have that you give them, that's your fault. That's your fault. Okay? Hey, no, but see, here's the thing, Jay Mills, man, I'm trying to tell you, bro. Look, man, watch this. Jay Mills said Blue Love Fanon beating that fight out. Spence beating the fight out of people. Oh my God, man. Love what he said, bro. I hate, man. Look, man, dude, look, let me tell you something, man. You're gonna have to shush up, bro. I'm gonna shush all dudes talking about what I hate. You shut up for 5 minutes. Now shush about what I hate. I do not hate. Oh, I'm sorry, you missed the super chat, brother. I missed it behind. Hey, Joseph Campbell, can you explain how Tank and Jerron are on your list? Thank you. Again? You want me to do that again? Again? I just explained that for you yesterday, Joseph Campbell. By the way, I like the name, bro. Read all your books, Joseph Campbell. I read all your books. Excellent breakdown of symbology, the symbology of Star Wars. Okay, I read all your books. I don't have a pound for pound list, bro. People ask me all the time to give me a pound for pound list, and I make it up every time. Okay, I don't have a list. If you ask me who I think, and you put it in a super chat, I'll name who I think are the 10 best fighters in boxing. I do not have a detailed analysis of every fighter pound for pound because I think the whole conversation is stupid. So on the real, there you go. However, if you like to ask me why I think they're more of a complete fighter, that's because, once again, if you look at all of the 4 scoring criteria of boxing, clean and effective punching, effective aggression, defense, and ring generalship, they have A's across the board in every single solitary one of those categories. There you go. Gervonta Davis, A+ defense, A+ defense, A+ ring generalship, A+ of clean effective punching, and A+ ring generalship. Same thing goes for Jaron Ennis. Where other fighters in smaller weight classes, I do not believe have that. Okay, like for example, but Lomachenko, I will tell you, gets A's in almost all those categories too. In defense, excellent ring generalship, excellent clean effective of punching, excellent effective aggression. All of those things he has. Okay. Teofimo Lopez, a little lacking in the defense, in my opinion. Ryan Garcia, lacking in the defense, in my opinion. Devin Haney, lacking in effective aggression. And I can go through pretty much a bunch of boxers. Heavyweight division, for example. Heavyweight division. I can look, and a whole bunch of those guys are really missing defense. Right? So that's why I think that they're very, very balanced fighters. And I have them as 10 of both of them as 2 of the best fighters in boxing. Jaron Ennis, I think, has the potential to be legendary based off his talent. Because on top of those 4 scoring criteria, also his talent. I think Jaron Ennis has the ability to be legendary. Not just normal, not just good, not just Hall of Fame. I think that he has the ability to be legendary if he can maximize his talent and his skill, and the heart, the determination, the dedication, and all that stuff pans out. That's why I say Jaron Ennis. But somebody pointed out David Benavidez, and I may be just as quick to be like, "Oh, I forgot about David Benavidez." Well, who am I supposed to take out? Which is why I'm telling you the whole thing is silly. Because at the end of the day, there's only really supposed to be one guy, not 10. Right? 10 is a arbitrary number. Oh, let's give the top 10. Well, why not do the top 12? Why not the top 50? How about you just lay out pound for pound the top 100? If you can give me the top 10, you should be able to give me a top 20, right? You should be able to give me a top 100, right? Pound for pound, right? No. It was originally just supposed to be one person. Who is the pound for pound king? Who is the best fighter when it comes to all of that? And if you find the best guy, then who's pound for pound for me? It's Terrence Crawford. The number one, the pound for pound best fighter, which is most well-rounded guy outside of heavyweight, for me right now is Terrence Bud Crawford. Defense, ring generalship, clean and effective punching, and effective aggression, all of them are stuck on 10. And he's proven it over and over and over again. That's the concept of it is only supposed to be one guy. It's not supposed to be 10. That's a list that these guys give so that they can market you. And everybody knows it that is involved with it. But at the end of the day, who cares? And they're going to keep, and you know why more than likely they have Lomachenko up there? Because how else are they going to sell a ticket? He needs that list to sell a ticket. Gervonta Davis don't complain about top 10 pound for pound because he doesn't need it to sell tickets. Like, whatever, man. Okay, great. You don't have my list. Now, put my shit on that billboard. Okay? Give me my billboard. And my man, Simply Trucking LLC, Walter said, "You want your belt back? Give me the money that I paid for it." That's what I would say. Look, man, here's the problem, bro. Devin said he would give it back. That's what, dog, I'm telling you. Devin said he would give it back. He said, "Look, you can have your belt." And then they say, "Okay, give it back." I mean, seriously, I was like, what? Like, When he said you can have my, matter of fact, let me get to the tweet, exact tweet. Because I don't want to misquote this, okay? I don't want to misquote this. Hold on. Tweets. Where is it? The youngest undisputed champion in the 4-belt era, not on the pound for pound list, is crazy, especially when guys who don't hold the Ring Magazine belt currently made the list. Okay, won't trick me out my top spot. Where is this, man? Where is it? Oh, here you go. Look, man. The Ring Magazine could keep their belt. You won't see me with it or before or after this fight. You can keep your belt. So they said, okay, send it back to us. If you tell somebody to keep the belt, oh, you can keep the belt. Okay, send it to us. You're the one that said they could keep the belt. Send that shit back to them. That simple. Please send it back. Send it back. Immediately send it back. That's what you should do. Send it back. Shit, I will applaud. Send it back. Send that shit back. It's not for the, if Dougie Fisher then comes back and says, okay, no, I got the super chat. If Dougie Fisher then comes back and says, hey, send it back. You can't complain that he said send it back when you said he could keep it. Right? If you're not going to wear it, you don't want the belt, and you say I can keep it, I say send it back. They say, all right, it's on the way. You can't then turn around and say, see, they want the belt back. They never wanted me to have it. Bro, if they didn't want you to have it, they wouldn't have put it up. They didn't want you to have it. They didn't have to give it to you. They didn't. They didn't have to put that shit up. They could have been like, nah, Gervonta Davis is the number 2 rated guy in Ring Magazine. He could have been like Gervonta's number 2 and said, nah, Ring Magazine's not on the line for that. But once you say you can have your belt back, bro, give them their belt back and then stand on your square. And I will applaud you for it. I applaud them for giving that belt back. Get that shit back. No joke. What's going on, bro? Get that shit back, bro. Yeah, Mikey Garcia is retired. Shoney D in the building. What's going on, Shoney D? He said, Errol's an animal out there changing folks with these beatings. Good morning. Yes, sir, bro. Hey, man, no joke, man. Cass jumped all over me because I made that video yesterday. Dude, that dude's a savage, bro. I love that dog. No joke, bro. Errol's defense is not what? Let me go. I'm going to move back down to the end of this, bro, because I'm not going to stick on this topic all day. He said, anyway, he's right, though. If they wanted him to have it, they would have marketed him as the top. No, they would not have. They would not have. Dog, Ring Magazine. First of all, being a lineal. First of all, what they talk about with their power with their list is who the lineal champion is. That's the crock with that. With that Ring Magazine belt, because they're trying to say you're the lineal champion. They're not saying you're the pound for pound best by putting you in that list, bro. What they're saying is that you're the lineal champion, which is a lie, a flat out lie. You're not the lineal champion just because you have the Ring Magazine, and Devin Haney just proved it, and Tyson Fury just proved it. Tyson Fury dropped his Ring Magazine belt, dropped it. So how can he be is he still the lineal champion now that he's not the ring champion and Alexander Usyk is the ring champion? Right? So that Ring Magazine being the lineal champion, because that's what they say they're doing, it's BS. Give them their belt back so they cannot claim that they have a tie to the lineal champion. Shit. I'll pay for the postage. I'll pay for the postage. Screw Dougie Fisher paying for the postage. Doug, what's your number? I'll send you the money for the poster. I'll send you the money for it. Send it back. That shit ruins their lineage. Dude, when he said he was giving that belt back, the whole time I'm sitting there thinking is send it back. Send it back. Send it back. Okay? Send that shit. Because as soon as you send that back, they can no longer say that the lineal title is attached to that belt. Send it back. You screw over the entire lineal thing. Hey, Alonzo, I didn't even hear your point, brother. So you talking to somebody else. I didn't even read your comment. So I didn't trust me. I don't know what you're talking about. Give it back. Don't say, oh, if you wouldn't have given it to me, oh, I told you, oh, I earned it. You come get it. No. Now you sound like a spoiled brat. Give it back. Give it back. Now you jump off your square and say, okay, nah, come and get it. Because that's the last thing he said. Nah, come get it. No, dude, dog, don't just be stubborn about it. Send them their belt back, bro. Alonzo, watch this, bro. Shut up. I'm not interested in, bro. Okay. I do not remember reading your comment, brother. So I'm not talking to you. I've read 15 different comments, man. Thank you very much, bro. Stop for a minute. Fanon, any idea how long mugs take to arrive? Ordered last Saturday. Big ups on the chat. I think they take about a week to get there. I think you should be expecting it. Them. You know, I think you should get it pretty soon. It usually takes about a week. Anyway, Fanon, remember him saying he will drop the franchise, but now he's proud to have it. Devin and Bill they didn't. They're not the franchise champ, JD. They're not the franchise champion. Are they? Are they the champion? Are they the franchise champion? If you're telling me he took the franchise championship? I didn't hear that he took it. Did they say that they're proud to have the franchise championship for the WBC? I didn't hear that. You gotta let me know that, bro. I hope he did, but I don't think that they did. Allison Anderson, hey Fanon, these idiots that rank these fighters should be fired. This hurts boxing. Let the true boxing fellows rank the boxers. Bottom line. No, the franchise definitely does exist, bro. It does exist. They have not gotten rid of the franchise, bro. Anyway. No, they've not got rid of it. Anyway, Loma rounded up those belts, undisputed aside. Haney needs to accomplish outside of 135 to make. I mean, dude, look, man. The whole thing is stupid. The whole thing is stupid. Let me tell you something. He can win championships. He could be undisputed at 135. He could be undisputed at 140. I'm gonna tell you. He's still not going to make that list if Bob Arum and if the major promoters are not trying to sell him. He still won't make that list because they are using that list to sell fighters that nobody cares about. They are using that list to sell fighters that nobody cares about. Let me say it, he didn't say that he's proud of it, but he has it. Does he really have the franchise championship, man? Does he really have the franchise championship? Please tell me if he has the franchise championship or not. He cannot have that belt, bro. Okay, he cannot have that belt. I do not believe. Oh, no worries, Lonzo Turner. Yeah, I don't believe he's the franchise champion, bro. Yeah, get the likes up, man. Stop freeloading to get them likes up, man. Yeah. I do not believe. Hey, no worries, Lonzo Turner. Oh, yeah. I'm kind of ready, man. Honestly, man, boxing's a little bit on my nerves, man. DH. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Right about now, boxing's a little bit on my nerves, man. Little bit on my nerves. But I'm gonna watch the Jared Anderson fight for sure. He said he doesn't know the process and how to apply for it. That's not true. Well, he doesn't know. You call Mauricio Suleiman and you say, hey, I want the franchise belt. What's complicated about that? I know how to do that. You say, hey, Mauricio, I want the franchise championship. I see the franchise champ. I want the franchise championship, bro. Jay Miller said, Coffee kicking in. I see. Yeah, I mean, Coffee's been kicked in since like 5:30 this morning, bro. Yeah. I mean, nah, but I'm a little irritated about it, bro. Who you got in the Pedraza? King Larry? Who do I hit like? Who do I like in the Pedraza? Comey Pedraza. Pedraza, no doubt. No Pedraza. Somebody said, do I do links? Yeah, absolutely. I'll do links in a little bit, man. I'll do links in a little bit. I think links are kind of dangerous today, though, just to tell you the truth. I'm trying to be positive. It's kind of hard for me to be positive today. I feel your brother, Fanon. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing my Toledo native get the knockout 419. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. Jared Anderson's a real good fighter, man. So I'm looking forward to get him out there. They said Jared Anderson is going to pick up his competition next year, bro. Once again, yeah, I don't. It is what it is, man. I think the WBC has money bias. That's what I think, and a Mexican bias for sure. But they're Mexican organizations, so it's a Mexican organization, so it is what it is, man. I'm kind of in the I'm just kind of in the mindset, man, of like, look, figure out a way to get people to buy your fights. That's where I am. Find out a way to get people to buy your fights. Because at the end of the day, dude, that's really what counts. Because, dude, Gervonta Davis, in my opinion, is on that list. Should be on a list. Jermell Charlo is undisputed, is not on the ESPN list. Shakur Stevenson is on. Anyway, yeah, let's move on from that, bro. Haney doesn't have a franchise belt. I think George still holding at it. No, it's gone, bro. Hey, missing 300 likes. Yeah, man, we only got 100 likes in the building. I can understand why. It's Saturday morning, man. We up groggy talking boxing. Nah, we got 300. We got 200. We missing 200 likes, man. Something like that, bro. But look, QC gonna pull up. QC gonna pull up to the panel. Hey, man, it's all good, man. As a matter of fact, man, I'm gonna start doing them now, bro. One at a time, though, bro. One at a time, man. Until for a little while, man. We got 400 people in the building. I'm gonna put a link in the chat. If you want to holler, I'll holler. Sugar Ray Leonard said, pound for pound is based on your level of competition you fight, not your skill set. That's Sugar Ray Leonard's opinion. That is Sugar Ray Leonard. That is Sugar Ray Leonard's opinion. Thank you for your opinion, Sugar Ray Leonard. If you're talking about the level of competition that you fight, then almost nobody should be on there. That's what he sees. That's what he thinks is important. That's what he thinks is important. So more than likely, a lot of people that are on that list wouldn't be on that list. Canelo Alvarez's level of competition sucks. In my opinion, his level of competition sucks over the last several years. In my opinion, not a high level of competition at all. Usyk is a heavyweight, so he can whatever. Usyk is a heavyweight. He's not even supposed to be on there. That's why they never called Ali pound for pound. You ever heard anybody ever say in the time Ali was fighting or after that Ali was pound for pound? Never. Nobody ever put Joe Louis up there as pound for pound. Rocky Marciano, none of them. None of them were ever listed as pound for pound. It's the guys that are middleweights, welterweights, lightweights. That designation is for those guys. because they are very balanced by the very nature of where they are. You're not supposed to be there. You're not supposed to have a heavyweight in there anyway. It's for marketing. That's why they put it in there. It's for marketing. And that's what people are mad about. You're not marketing me as one of the best in the world. You're not marketing me as one of the best in the world. That's what happens. Because Ring Magazine, now, why I said Ring Magazines, it means nothing. I do not underestimate the fact that it is definitely something that generates a lot of conversation in the boxing world. So it is an effective marketing tool. ESPN's Pound for Pound is a marketing tool. And if they do not want to include you in their marketing tool, so be it. Because they're not going to. The PBC is not going to include you in their marketing tool because they are marketing their fighters. So if you do not have a close relationship with Ring Magazine, you're not getting in. And I bet you they would say that if they would say that if they were being honest. That's what it is. It's a marketing tool. What up, Fanon? Could Bud Crawford beat Sweet Pea? I have no idea. Today I want to be very, very stern in the world of reality. So we don't have to run around and complain about shit that is not real. Okay? It's not real. That list is not real. The fact that Devin Haney is the undisputed champion is real. That is very, very true. It is categorically true. And it is something that is more significant than being on Ring Magazine's list. And Ring Magazine's list is not worth any type of hissy fit about it. So what? They're not going to market you. No joke. They're not a magazine that is designed that markets towards black people. I bet most black people do not buy Ring Magazine, don't like Ring Magazine, and got a whole lot of issues with Ring Magazine. And they don't care because they're not trying to sell anything to you. If they were trying to sell something to you, they would most definitely be marketing fighters to you. What they are trying to market fighters to is their fan base of older men that are older, I suspect, white men who are actually buying and paying the subscription for their magazine, depending on what their metrics are. You know what I mean? So that's what is going to happen. Now, if you want to change their idea, buy their magazine. Buy their magazine and start writing letters to the editor. If you want to change how Ring Magazine, dude, that link is, what do you mean the link is old? That link is not old, bro. That link is literally what it is. It's not an old link. Unless maybe it's not. Is that link old? See, tell me if that link is old. Like I said, I'm irritated, a little irritated today. So understand that. I don't know if that last link looked like that one. I don't even know why I'm bothering wasting my time. There's the link right there. JD said, Fanon. Hey, Mike Kirk. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me read JD, then I'll go to Mike Kirkland. JD, the head of the upcoming Soccer World Cup in Qatar, say all the tickets of Mexican games are almost sold out already. Makes sense why boxing wants to maintain that fan base. They buy tickets. Yeah, look, I can tell you that for sure. Absolutely, bro. No doubt about it. They buy tickets. Mexicans in Texas buy tickets. I went to the Ray Vargas Mayorga Magsayo fight. They buy tickets. Hey, 1 second. Hey, show me your face, Notorious, because you have Jeff can't. Show me your face, bro. Notorious. It's not on screen, but you're gonna have to show me your face before I do it, because you're not about to jump up here and call me out my name without me knowing what you look like. You got to use your camera for a second, partner. My bad. Mike Kirkland said, man, much love in that super chat, bro. Thank you for that support. He said, Stevenson and Boots are my top 10 fighters, in my opinion. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's your top 10. Yeah, so just keep pumping them up. Make videos about them. support videos about your favorite fighters, run their numbers up. You know what I mean? Otherwise, if you want to have something to say to Ring Magazine, you're going to have to buy the magazine. Just no joke. It's like you're going to have to buy the magazine in order to change their mind about anything. You're not showing your face. Okay, watch this. I'm going to throw this dude out in a second, probably. Yes, sir?
Yo, why you got Jerron in your pound for pound list?
Man, fuck, dude, bye.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Shut up. See you, dude. Anyway, like I said, clowns all the time. Anyway, not to be racial, but imagine a white fighter with the popularity of Tank not being on the pound for pound list. Yeah, when that shit happens, let me know. When they get one that popular, let me know. I don't think you're going to see one that popular for a while. Like I thought, man, just go away, bro. I'm surprised you even let him on. I mean, I should kick him out. I mean, whatever it is, bro. That was that same guy. Where's your link? And he comes up with Notorious. Like, that's what I thought. $2 super chat. King with the $2 super chats for like 10 days in a row. See you later, bro. Anyway, I don't even know why to upload a picture. Yeah, whatever, man. It is what it is, bro. All right. Anyway, there's a link for anybody that really wants to talk. There's a link, bro. What's this and this? Oh, camera don't work. Yeah, right, King. Your camera don't work. Amazing. Anyway, King, he's been doing that shit all week, bro. That's the same dude that keeps moving the conversation, asking a bunch of silly questions. It's been him all week, man. Or at least the last couple days, man. Hey, anyway, money on my mind. But there's a link, man. Anybody want to talk? There's a link right there, brother. Money on my mind says Spence would be just mentioning the names of people that he would kill. That boy Jared is not to be messed with. He would kill Spence in the ring. Nah, hey man, please, man. That's one of the great man. Please make these fights, bro. Please get the fights, man. Yeah, popularity does get you on that list, man. Absolutely, popularity will get you on them lists. And the guys that they want to stay popular, bro. You know what I'm saying? Man, look. It's Dougie Fisher and those guys. What do you expect? It's like it's like this moron RuPaul having a pound for pound list. Who do you think is going to be on it? Fahim said, Fanan, why are you so irritated, may I ask? Okay. I'm irritated because I really do not want to sound like a Devin Haney hater today. I really want to support him in his argument that he has with Ring Magazine. I really do. Because I was just about to make a video because I was so happy that Devin Haney said you can keep your belt. Ring Magazine can keep their belt. You won't see me with it. You won't see me with it before or after the fight. And he has a handshake stuff right there, right? So I was very happy. But then the conversation turned. Then the guy says, send it back to me, champ. And then he turns around and says something to the effect of, see, you're asking me for it back. You never wanted me to have it in the first place. Problem number one. You just said they could have it back. You just said they could have it back. So they say, give it back to me. And then you say, see, you never wanted me to have it. See, you never wanted me to have it. I knew it. And then Dougie Fisher, who I never agree with ever, and do not want to agree with ever. I'll be very, very honest. Okay? I don't see eye to eye with that dude on damn near anything. Damn near anything. He knows what he's talking about with boxing, without a doubt. He does. He knows his boxing. Respect his understanding, respect his work ethic, respect the dude. And then he says, in not a very, very clear way, like he could have wrote that a lot more directly than he did. He says, you said, give me the belt back. I'm saying, okay, send it back. I'll pay the postage. And then he says, nah, come get it. So I'm frustrated. So I'm very frustrated. Because I was like, dude, you had him. You had him. You had him. Send the belt back. Stand on your square, send the belt back. If you don't send the belt back, you sound like you're just talking shit and you don't want the belt. And all you're doing is really trying to bully him into doing what you want by saying, nah, 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 take your belt back, but you don't really mean it. So I'm sitting here like with a lot of people, dude, I'm telling you that I like, man. Like I'm telling you, these people that I like, I affirmatively like, support Devin Haney. And you guys think that I don't want to support Devin Haney. I do want to support Devin Haney. I do. But that sounds incredibly entitled. It sounds incredibly spoiled. When you tell me, just give them the belt back. And then what you said to begin with was right. If you're like, look, I need to be on this list because I'm a ring champion. I believe that I deserve to be on a pound for pound list for Ring Magazine. If that's your stance, then boom, give it away. Don't take the belt. Throw the belt away. Now, I would say that doesn't, Ring Magazine's pound for pound list has nothing to do with their pound for pound list has nothing to do with their belts. Nothing. Because pound for pound is a hypothetical conversation. Their belts are hypothetical as hell too, but at least it's based on actual fights in an actual weight class. So for me, it's like they're two different issues. You can be the Ring Magazine champion and not be on their pound for pound list. You could have a whack ass division that sucks. Like you can be in a division that sucks and you fight nobody in your division and you get all the belts, but you are the champion in that division because you beat a bunch of dudes that suck. That's not unheard of. It's not unheard of, right? But when you say that you're going to drop it, drop it. You know what I mean? That's when you told me, like when you were like, he took the franchise belt. First of all, I would have never said turn down that franchise belt. Why? That's cutting off your nose to spite your face. Dude, okay, this guy's a franchise champion. Now I got the belt, but because of all that duck talk, you can't take the franchise belt. You can't immediately go up and fight. You can't immediately go fight for the WBC belt in 140 because you cut your nose off to spite your face. Right? Similarly, the whole conversation about when Lomachenko got the fight with Kambosos and Devin came out and said, look, we'll take the same contract that you have if you fight me. And I was like, hold on, man. First of all, you got to say, I'll give you a better deal. Right? But then when Lomachenko doesn't take the fight with Kambosos, he turns around. Then people turn around and complain about the contract he took, even though he was the one that said he would take it without anybody telling him he had to take it. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't want to be seriously, to the bottom of my heart, bro, I do not want to be in a position to defend Ring Magazine at all. See what I'm saying? No, you don't what? No, I don't want to. I don't want to. You think listen to y'all talk every day don't get on my nerves? Gets on my nerves, bro. If Errol Spence Jr. was out, if Errol Spence Jr. was doing the same thing, I would say the same thing about Errol Spence Jr. If Deontay Wilder was doing the same thing, I would say the same thing about Deontay Wilder. I absolutely, positively would. And I wouldn't want to. My son acts like a fool sometimes. Do you think I want to agree with somebody about my son? If somebody would say, if a coach, and no joke, if a coach said to me, it's like, look, your son's just not working very hard. He's just kind of going through the motions. And I have to say to his coach, right? Yeah, you're right. No, like, and I've had those conversations with him. Like a coach, it wasn't related to him working hard. It was something else. But it's the coach is like, look, da 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 da. And I was like, look, man, you can stop right now because I'm not telling you how to do your job. I just want to understand what's going on. I want to understand what's going on. I'm not telling you what to do with your job. Your decisions are your decisions. Your job is your job. I just want to understand from your point of view what's going on with my son so that when I talk to him, I know what you're thinking. I am not trying to be, you think I like to have my son be criticized? No, I don't. However, if you're going to actually solve problems in the world, if you say that there's a problem and you really want to solve the problem, then you have to understand what the problem actually is. Okay? Ring Magazine, no doubt about it. ESPN Magazine, no doubt about it. They do not properly represent black fighters when they talk about their value in the sport of boxing. That is true. Without a doubt. Without a doubt, that is true. They have been doing it for a long time. They did it with Andre Ward. They did it with Floyd Mayweather Jr. Floyd Mayweather Jr. had clearly proven that he was the best fighter in the world. Clearly proven it. And they did not have him as the number one guy when everybody and their mama knows that Andre Ward at the time was the number one guy, that he had beaten Sergey Kovalev. He was an undefeated fighter. He was an Olympic gold medalist. Nobody in boxing was better than that dude, and they did not give. Oh, okay, thank Lokes, man, because, yeah. They did not do that for him. It was very, very cut and dry, very obvious. It was very, very cut and dry, very obvious about Floyd Mayweather Jr. It's happened consistently. Winky Wright. I mean, I could go on and on with the fighters that did not get their credit from those people. Before there was the internet, Dougie Fisher was on a mat, was ahead of Max Boxing, and they had those boxing forums. I'm trying to tell you, bro, I have never heard more racist stuff spewed against black people than the active fans of Dougie Fisher and Steve Kim. They had blatant racists as their number one fans. Biggest supporter, largest number of supporters will call you the N-word for supporting Floyd in a second. And Dougie Fisher was right in there answering questions for him. I know full well what Dougie Fisher is. I know full well what Steve Kim is. I understand full well what they are. They are full of shit on an entirely different level. That is their profession. And they are going to sell to those people. Listen to Mike Montero, who has the Ring Magazine, who is the Ring Magazine guy on YouTube, and go back and listen to many of the things that he has said about black people. That dude, in my opinion, is a stone cold racist. And Dougie Fisher puts him up on Ring Magazine's page. I know what they are. Drop the belt. Don't ask them for their approval. Drop the freaking belt. Every time you say, I want, a black fighter says, I want the ring belt, I look at them like, drop the damn belt. Don't say, I'm going to keep it unless you do what I want you to do. Drop the damn belt. When he dropped the belt, I was like, yes. But then he refused to give it back. And Dougie Fisher knew he wasn't going to take it back. Knew it. That's why I said, yeah, champ. He spit in his face. He said, yeah, champ. Send it back to me, champ. That's what he said. Send it back to me, champ. Send it back. Send it back. In the mail. Here you go. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. Send it back. Because you're 100% right about Ring Magazine. 100% right. I get real irritated when I hear cats talk about, well, I'm going to be the ring champion. Yeah, you want to be the ring champion? For what? For what? For what? So what? Listen to how they behave, bro. And I'm telling you, they don't get to talk like they used to talk. Just so you know. They do not get to talk like they used to talk. Mike Montero cannot talk like he used to talk. Those chat rooms, they don't have those chat rooms ain't worth anything anymore. Those chat rooms aren't worth anything anymore. No, it's not just Ring. Obviously, it's not just Ring, but it is Ring. It is Ring. You got the guy that owns it calling Al Heyman the N-word. Right? Oscar De La Hoya owns it. Oscar De La Hoya was suing Al Heyman for violations of the Sherman Act, suing him for the Sherman Act and the Ali Act, claiming he's trying to monopolize the sham promoters, that he's a con man using sham promoters, and violating the antitrust laws. And it said, how are we going to get rid of this NIGGER? How are we going to get rid of this NIGGER? Come on, man. Send the belt back. The Ring Magazine was created at a time where black fighters had to give up all of their purses. No, excuse me. Of 10% of their purse for the rest of their life, even to get a shot against the guy. And you think that's something you should keep? It's something you should keep celebrating? So nah, man, you can't tell me, God, no, give it back. When you said I was going to give it back, give it back. Give it back. When Tyson Fury gave them that belt, I was happy. Because I was like, guess what? That means there's no more lineal. Did he say that verbatim? That's crazy. Let me tell you who say what verbatim. This is what he said. Devin said the Ring Magazine could keep their belt. Can keep their belt. Can. Ring Magazine could keep their belt. You won't see me with it or before after the fight. Then he said, then email it back to us, champ. You think he was in a good mood when he said that? Send it back to us, champ. Like I said, send it back to us. You talking all that, send it back. We'll have another champ in a heartbeat. No worries. Send it back. Nah. I knew you never want. No, see, you want it back because you never wanted me to have it. No, dude, you said you give it back to me, so give it back to me. Come get it. Yeah. And you know what Dougie Fisher's thinking? Yeah, that's what I thought, boy. That's what I thought, boy. Give it back. Soon as you say it, give it back. That's the answer to why I'm irritated. Give it back. Not, oh, they're doing me wrong because they won't put us on their lists. No, screw their entire list. I don't want to be on it. Screw their list. I don't want to be on it. If you don't treat me fairly, I don't want to be on it. Keep your list. Keep your list. Keep your belt. Thank you very much. But you can't do it because you need them. Right? If you need them, and they know, like Gervonta, dude, you don't hear Gervonta saying nothing about it, brother. Hey, said, made it, brother. Hope all is well in the chat. at the barbershop today. Don't know if I'll make it, but box on. Thank you, brother. No worries, man. Much love in that super chat, brother. Thank you so much, bro. So anyway, yeah, that's why I'm irritated about it, man. I was like, I listened to the whole thing, bro. And I was like, man, throw that belt back. Get Devin, get that belt back to him. Just give him the belt. Throw the belt right back to him. Right? But then you know what it is after that, though. You know what it is after that. They'll blackball you. They'll blackball you. John Boy, Jeff Cam, Mike Kirk, Angie Wise, Double Zero, he who greets, Debbie Book, Terry Schmoot, E Money, ATX Real, Starborn, God be with you all. Yes, sir. Lone Star Steph. Much love in that super chat, bro. Email it back, dude. Keep your belt and just tell them to take it off. You don't have to send a belt, but sending the belt back, he said, and guess what they said? They said, I'll pay the postage. I'll pay the postage. I'll pay the postage. Man, look, dude, keep your belt, bro. Or you just don't say anything and you keep it pushing, one or the other, and let them put wherever they want to put it, bro. Whatever. Here's the belt. Ha, whatever. And keep it pushing. Stone Star said, Timmy Stout, and Fahim as well. Much love in that super chat, bro. Thank you so much, man. King Larry 5 said, Fanon, the most funny racist things I've ever heard was African Americans have no buoyancy. That's why you can't swing. Tank's boxing ability plus the star power makes him pound for pound. Much love in that super chat, bro. Yeah, so that's what I'm irritated about, bro. Like, man, get him dudes them belt. Give him the belt bag. Don't threaten it. Give him it back. I like that he threatened it, but give him the belt back. Now you got to follow through. You know what I'm saying? Now you got to follow through. Send him the belt back. Don't have an argument back and forth and all that. Not send that back. Send it back. You already burnt. It's already burnt. The bridge is burnt. Stand on your square. Send that belt back. And say, hey, man, you got it. Did you get it yet? He said, yep, we got it, champ. Thanks, Dougie. See you later, man. And then keep it pushing. Lonzo Turner said PBC should have pound for pound. Much love in that super chat. Yeah, Showtime probably should. Nah, Showtime should. Steven Espinoza should. Steven Espinoza should put out videos from Showtime on their YouTube page with their top 5 pound for pound fighters and put a bunch and do what they think. And absolutely, Showtime has the ability, and Steven Espinoza has the ability to put a pound for pound list out that works. Yeah, so they should do it. But the whole thing's a con job, bro. George Woods, much love in that super chat, bro. He said, Fanon and chat room, have a great weekend and be safe. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. Thank you for that yellow, brother. Thank you for that support, bro. Seriously, man. Thank you. See, now I put these links in this chat because I was telling y'all that y'all can get some smoke. But I'm not about to take any time with any type of, I mean, you know, there's an IQ minimum in it. There's an IQ minimum of it. Hey, Simeon A said exactly, Fanon, he shouldn't keep that belt after that public display. No, because dude, seriously, I'm going to tell you how they thinking. I'm going to tell you what they doing. They're going to be laughing at you. You let Dougie Fisher punk you. You got punked by Dougie Fisher, bro. How you get punked by Dougie Fisher? Send it back, champ. I dare you. That's what he should have said. That if he was send it back, champ. You don't want our belt, send it back. We'll give it to somebody else. Just look just like you. Send it back. We're Ring Magazine, man. You need us. We don't need you. Send it back, champ. We not the WBC. We ain't gonna cry about it. Send it back. We ain't gonna give you no 16 days, none of that. Give it back. Or shut up and stay where you are. We not putting you on no pound for pound list, partner. That's what they're saying. So send it back. If you don't send it back, There you go. And no, that's why I don't want to have to say that. Now, am I hating? Maybe I'm hating. You know, now I got to listen. Now I got to listen to the Devin Haneyettes talk about how I'm hating, right? How I'm hating. If Errol Spence Jr. said, first of all, Errol already told him, I don't care. I don't care what you want. I don't care. Can somebody give somebody my spot on this pound for pound list? That's what I like that Errol did. And y'all talk about like why you like Errol so much. Bro, first of all, let me be really clear. I don't think Errol likes me that much. Just being dead truthful with you. I don't think he likes me that much. Sure, he knows who I am. Doesn't like everything I got to say. No doubt about it. Right? But I like that dude because he'll say something and he says it and he means it. He says it and he does it. You don't hear him say one thing and then later down the road, you hear him say something else. Right? He says it and then, okay, you can ride with it. And Deontay Wilder, he says it and he rides through with it. It doesn't alter. He says it and it stays there. Doesn't alter. So you can rely on what he's doing. Much as I like Terrence Crawford, bro, he switches up sometimes. You know what I mean? They never offered the franchise belt to Terrence. They never offered it to him. Hold on, let me back up a little bit. Subjugated Truth said, good morning, Fanon. Back from the dead. This heat has been killing me. Hey, thank you, Subjugated Truth. Much love in that super chat, brother. Thank you for that support, bro. Mike Kirkland in the building said, for Lone Star Step, hope you have a good Saturday. Thank you, yes, sir. Thank you, brother. Bob Lowe Sled, the problem is Devin is capping so he can get his way, and they called his bluff. He got to stand on something. Look, dude, he's not bluffing if he sends it back. He's not bluffing if he sends it back. When he said, come get it, dog, that right there, when he said, see, you never wanted me to have it. Dude, you're arguing with grown men, bro. You're arguing with, dude, I don't like Dougie Fisher, but he ain't stupid at all. I don't like Dougie Fisher. I don't like his boxing. Let me say that because I don't know Dougie Fisher. I don't like his angle on boxing. I don't. But that's just boxing. It's just like I don't agree with somebody's football opinion. I don't agree with their, you know what I'm saying? It's not like he's out there doing something, hurting people in any real way that makes me feel bad, like makes me really dislike him. I just don't like his boxing. Don't. I have a suspicion I don't like his politics, but whatever. Steve ain't no Steve Kim. Steve Kim is on another level. Like, you just go somewhere with Steve Kim. But Dougie Fisher is not stupid. Okay? He's not stupid. He's highly intelligent, in fact. And I don't run around saying that about a lot of people. Dougie Fisher is a highly intelligent human being. He knew what he was doing when he said, send it back, champ. Send it back, champ. He's calling your bluff. And not only that, he knows you're bluffing. You're sitting there with a pair of twos. You're sitting there with a pair of twos. He know you got a pair of twos. What you going all in for, bro? Oh, you going to go all in? I call. Because you only got $5. You going all in with $5 on a pair of twos? No worries. I'm going all in with you. No, bro. You don't do that, man. Don't. Unless you dead serious. Take it. I'm out. And then he looks stupid. Then he looks bad because he had 2 losses in a row. He had Tyson Fury drop his belt, and he has Devin Haney drop his belt. God dog it, man, I was loving it. I was so happy because I was like, yeah. Now, when you call the next person lineal, because, dude, trust me, Dougie Fisher listens to me. Dougie Fisher knows what I say. Dougie Fisher listens to me on a regular basis. Of all the people in boxing that I know that people suspect listen to, no, I know he listens to me. And I'll tell you flat out, you ain't got no lineal title, Dougie. You ain't got no lineal title over there. As soon as Tyson Fury dropped it, and you named Usyk the Ring Magazine champion, no lineal. Because that dude is not really retired, and you know it. He's going to come back in 2 weeks, and when he comes back in 2 weeks and he fights, if he fights anybody other than Usyk, how did Usyk become the lineal champion all of a damn sudden? When he didn't win it in the ring, and the guy that you just said was lineal did not retire and did not lose. Nobody thought he was going to retire either. And guess what? If you say it's because he retired, then I'm going to go back and remind you that he retired before. So he lost his lineal before when he retired. But you said he didn't lose his lineal when he retired before. Because he didn't mean it when he said it. Right? So stop conflating the lineal championship with the Ring Magazine belt. They are two different things. And that is media manipulation proven by the fact that the undisputed champion, Devin Haney at lightweight, is not your ring champion. So how can anybody other than him be lineal? Right? But yet, he's still the champion, but he's not the ring champion. So if yours is the lineal, then he just dropped lineal because he dropped ring. You see that? That screws Dougie. Screws him. Screws Dan Raphael. Screws these guys that keep using that as a way to say who the real champion is and is not, and trying to convince these fighters that what they really need is the ring belt, when the ring and the people that have been in there have been, in my opinion, incredibly racially biased for years. Drop the belt. Drop the belt. And I've been saying it for a minute. Drop the belt. Don't let Dougie sucker you. Because Dougie suckered you into trying to keep the belt. But you know why? Because Dougie's a grown-ass man that knows what he's doing, is very calculated in what he's doing. And Devin is a young man that was reactionary, shooting from the hip, mad that he's not on a list that doesn't even mean anything of any real consequence. You've got the undisputed title. You're going to beat George Kambosos. If you fight Vasily Lomachenko and you beat Vasily Lomachenko, then you are definitely going to be on that list. For sure. High on that list. And that's all he needs to do. 1-2. 1-2, and he's done. Strategically, I didn't like it. After he said he'd come get it. Like, what is it he going? What do you think Dougie's going to fight you for it or something? It's just, that's what irritated me. That's just irritating me about it, because he's 100% right as far as giving that belt back. You know what I mean? Anyway. Pablo said, I'll see you in a second, E-Money Bags. Salute for now. Facts is facts. 100% agreed. Yes, sir. Much love in that super chat, bro. Thank you so much, bro. They wrote a whole article putting Devin in his place and telling him to bring the belt back. Seems Bill really don't have no game and how to deal with these people. He only slick with other black people. They wrote an article? They wrote an article putting Devin in his place and telling him to bring the belt back? Dog, that was shooting from the hip, bro. He shouldn't have shot from the hip like that, bro. Or he should have. Screw him. I love it. Go to battle with him. What's going on, E-Money Bags? That's funny. I can't see E-Money Bags on the screen. E-Money Bags walked off on me. What's going on, E-Money Bags?
How you doing, fam?
I'm good, man. Just, had a little too much coffee talking about this stuff, man. What's good, brother?
Ain't nothing, man. Hey, it just seemed like Devin overshooting the shot as usual.
Explain what you mean, bro.
Like, what I mean by that is it seemed like Dev and his camp. I give him this. It's a good and a bad thing. Like, they always seem to have an agenda. But it seems like this time they was dealing with somebody that was willing to call his bluff, and now it just makes him look weak, because it was looking like he was going to bat for what everybody finally wanted somebody to go to bat against Ring Magazine because they've been doing this for years. And then once they called him out on it, he took matter of fact, he took 4 steps back. Like somebody in his camp, like his dad or somebody, have been like, "Yo, once they said that, yeah, send that shit back." You know what I'm saying? Like it made him look bad. Like he should have just kept his mouth shut if he wasn't willing to go that far with it. Like don't pretend because some people know they don't need you. You want the validation from them. You know what I'm saying? You want the validation, or you want to be talking about it. And I get it that these fighters want that validation because it's a list that they see, even though the list isn't important if you don't got the number 1 spot. But here nor there. But once you went that far with it by calling them out how you did, because I was happy when he first did it, but then when he didn't give the belt back, or he was acting like when he publicly showed he wasn't going to give the belt back, he played himself.
Let's give that shit. Let's give it back. Real quick, I say, Fanon, you missed my super chat comment, OG. Bomb Squad. Hey, I missed it, man. I don't see it. I'm sorry. I'll go back and get it, man. Thank you for that support. You skipping blue, Fanon? Yeah, the blues fly by, bro. I'm gonna read the blues. Give me 1 second, man. Let me go this. Yeah, man. Look, dude. I agree, man. Like it. To me, it just like, look, let me tell you something, man. Like, Errol put something up today. Errol Spence just put something up today on his Instagram. It was like this motivational speech. And it says something about like young people believing that they're the gift to the game instead of the game being a gift to them. And it just seems to me like there's just a sense of entitlement. You know what I mean? Like a real sense of entitlement about it. And I think like when Ali said, like people, when Ali became a champion, like before he was a champion, he was talking a lot and he was calling people out and talking about what he's doing and calling rounds and all that. And then when he became champion, they were like, man, why aren't you doing that anymore? He said, look, I was doing that when I was a challenger and I was trying to prove myself and I was trying to get to where I am. But where I am right now, you know, I don't need that anymore. I'm the champion. They all have to do that with me, you know? So I think that like some of the chip that Devin has on his shoulder as a challenger and coming up in a challenger, I mean, it's very, very justified. I can understand why he's feeling like he's not getting his shot. He's not getting his shot. But now he's the undisputed lightweight champion of the world. And I just don't think that it really matters what Ring Magazine has to say about him. Because like Ali, for example, and that's where I said like Ali probably wouldn't, like he's Ali. So what Ring Magazine says about him ain't gonna make or break, is not gonna make or break that champion. Like I think Devin just needs to really truly understand that he has everything. I mean, he literally has everything that matters. He's got money. Like if he's handling his money right, he never has to work again. He has that. He has every belt that there is in the lightweight division. He has that. All of the tangible things that he has that. So to be upset enough to snap off about not being on a pound for pound list, to me is a little bit of a bell. Like,
yeah,
who cares?
My dad said something that really stuck with me. He said Devin kind of called Ring Magazine out, how he calls other fighters out and just said their name without a plan. And then when Ring Magazine snapped back at him, they weren't prepared with the proper response, because I don't think A, they didn't expect him to respond, and B, he does that with a lot of other, not even to get into who's scared and ducking all that mess. I'm just showing the comparison of how he'll call a fighter out knowing there's no way you could possibly fight them and things of that sort for publicity. And now you did that with Ring Magazine, and Ring Magazine called your bluff, and it's making you look bad. Like, to the people that are really paying attention to that and really can comprehend what just happened, that made you look bad because you made it seem like you didn't care about how they represent you and how they feel about you and all that. Like, okay, I don't care about that list. Here, take it back. Well, they say, hell, give it back. You know, that's like telling somebody, I don't need your money. And they're like, well, shit, give me my money back. And you don't give them the money back. And now you look bad. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Or a good analogy is this, man. Like you have, hold on, let me actually put this up. This is from man Jeff Campbell. He said, why didn't Errol take the franchise belt? They never offered it to him. They didn't offer it to him. So I don't know. That's what my understanding is that that they never offered it to him.
Because you got to win the franchise belt. Black fighters don't get offered the franchise belt. They got to take it from somebody white that already got it. I'm just being honest.
Yes, sir. Lonzo Turner said, Ring Magazine looking bad. I mean, Ring Magazine been looking bad. That ain't nothing new about that. Ring Magazine's been looking bad. Been looking bad. Dude, they not selling, they're not pushing no numbers. Dude, we have more influence in boxing as a collective. YouTube channels, I promise you, I can name 5 YouTube channels, maybe without a doubt, 5 YouTube channels. 5. You combine 5 YouTube channels, and I'm not including myself in this. You link 5 YouTube channels, they have a louder voice than Ring Magazine does. So Ring Magazine's been losing, which is why I don't understand why anybody continues to keep their asses afloat. If you don't care about their belts, like for example, when the WBO, now when the PBC started saying we're not going to react in Showtime, when they said, look, man, we're not going to recognize, the mere rumor that they were not going to recognize the WBO championship anymore got the WBO to start ranking PBC fighters. Because guess who, or Showtime fighters, because guess who's highly ranked in the WBO? Jaron Ennis. And who got a mandatory shot with the WBO after that? Sean Porter. And who got a shot for the WBO, who got a mandated shot for the WBO belt at 154? Brian Castano, a PBC fighter. As soon as they threatened them, the WBO was like, shit, we can't do this. Sorry, Bob. Look, man, we're starting to get real sweat from the other side about cow-tighting to you way, way, way too much. So if Devin Haney drops the Ring Magazine belt, Jermell Charlo drops the Ring Magazine belt, Tyson Fury dropped the Ring Magazine belt, and you don't take pictures with them, because Devin got that part right, which is why I'm telling you, that was very strategic, what he said. Like, he was being strategic with it. When he said, you won't see me with it before or after this fight. Now, did he say that? You need me to show pictures of your ring belt. He was being strategic with this. He says Ring Magazine could, and I'm telling, some people may think that I overread, but no, bro, I read what somebody writes. Ring Magazine could keep their belt, not will, could. Non-committal, could. You won't see me with it or before or after this fight in a handshake, like that's a contract. Right? So you stand on that. Why? Because you know what's in it for them. What's in it for them is for you to be seen with their belt. So that why? People read Ring Magazine, and say Ring is a real belt. Look at a boxer in the ring with it. You're carrying a magazine into the ring with you. Right? That is publicity for them. And he says, all right, man, screw yours. Trust me. We'll put it in the ring with somebody else. Now I'm going to tell you this. If they gave Gervonta Davis that belt, and Gervonta Davis said, nah, brother. That's why Gervonta's saying you can keep them belts. It's the same concept. What does the belt do for people? The belt, when you carry that belt in there, you are in front of whoever is watching that saying W in the new WBC, WBA, IBF, unified. That's what they need right there. That's what they need right there. So Devin knew what he was threatening. But the problem is, Dougie Fisher's like, look, bro, we about to ruin you, homie. Because they'll do that shit too. They will flop you. They will put negativity out about you. That's why with the PBC, that's why all these, you're going broke, man. Those dudes will go both ways with that stuff, man. I say send them the belt back and then deal with what you got to deal with. Anyway, go ahead. Were you looking to say something, Moneybags?
Yeah, I felt like maybe over the last maybe like five years, the only person that gave any legitimacy to the Ring Magazine belt was Tyson Fury, but people wasn't smart enough to know why. It was because he didn't have any other belts. So when he was coming back and trying to get back in the spotlight, when he came back off his, when he was out and gained all that weight and was coming back to boxing, he was calling himself the lineal champion, which I don't even think he was, in my opinion. But he called himself the lineal champion because that was all he had left. And they didn't pass the lineal belt to anybody, well, the Ring Magazine belt to anybody, so he could still act like that was him. So he was championing them for a minute. But other than that, nobody really was giving any legitimacy to that magazine or that belt for a while. And now it seemed like off of Tyson, they kind of got a little bit of juice back, and now they feel like they can play the games that they was playing in the past, because I feel like right before Tyson was doing that, they were kind of like dying a little bit, like that magazine and just that belt in general was kind of like dying, in my opinion. And then when Tyson came back, when he didn't have any belts and he was trying to get back on the scene, he was like, I'm the lineal champion, nobody beat me, da-da-da-da-da. And people was like, well, damn, he did beat Klitschko, nobody did beat him, so it kind of gave the legitimacy back to the belt or the magazine or whatever. And then it kind of seemed like Ring Magazine got back to playing their games.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not big on the whole thing, man. Like, and it started with me was why I was irritated. That to me is like, man, do it, man. Send the belt back, man. Because now, like, and another thing is, and just being like just honest about it. I mean, as honest as I can be, bro. Cat's got to stop encouraging it. Like, got to stop encouraging it, man. That's not doing Devin Haney any favors. Like, this idea that like, sometimes you got to support people by telling them the truth, man. Being like some of these boxers got a lot, like they say they got yes men all around you,
right?
Like some of this yes manism, like, dude, it will have you thinking that the world is different than the world really is. And this young man, and Devin's a young man, right? What is he, 23, 24 years old? How old is Devin? I always forget.
24.
They say, see, as a kid, man. He's a kid. And I mean kid, 24 years old, you're a kid. Still a kid. Your brain is not even fully developed, bro. So it's like, dude, it's looking at this young man, dude, you got a lot of yesing going on around him. Yes, these dudes are all ducking you. Are they really? Yes, yes, this. You deserve, like, everything that he says is yes, 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 yes. Even this particular circumstance, even this particular circumstance, where I'm telling you, man, I am very, relatively speaking, bro, I'm a decent at business politics. This is business politics. You have a young fighter who is looking to generate a lot of money, and reputation is very important. Is very conscious about the impression that he makes socially. And that's true. It's very important. Ring Magazine is a marketing mechanism. They have a voice. They have a big voice. That's what they have. They have a big voice, right? Devin also has a promoter, right? Who's going to put him in fights and schedule fights for him. And that's pretty much where he's going to be. Devin is already politically in a very funny situation. He's in a funny situation because Showtime is probably not going to want him back. Or there's a very big chance. Let me put it this way. There is a significant chance that Showtime does not want Devin back because they left him. Right? They were developing him. He had him on Showtime, Showbox, and all of that stuff. They were promoting him. That's how I heard about him. That's how a lot of people ever heard about him.
Right.
Was Showtime. Very few people got introduced to him on DAZN. So he left them for the money, right? But that was cool because it got you the money, right? So now you got your money. But DAZN was not going to re-sign him because he's not a big draw. And I think that that's a fact. They were going to move away. They were going to move away from American boxing because they believe American boxing is too competitive. So he comes over to ESPN. Now, ESPN, Ring is important to ESPN for sure. Ring is important, to Top Rank. Ring is important to Top Rank. Ring definitely has a good relationship with Top Rank because Bob Arum and Oscar De La Hoya still have a good reputation. They still have a good relationship. They were both fighting on ESPN at the same time, right? They still have that good relationship. So now Devin has isolated himself from Ring Magazine, right? Which could very well isolate himself from Bob Arum. And DAZN is more than likely not going to take him back. So it's like all of these things that are taking place look to me as if he's aiming himself towards really having hard times getting fights, really having hard times accomplishing these things because of the political moves that he's making. Now, if you're going to be the type of dude that's going to stand on your square and be like, yeah, I'm for the people, right? And this, that, and the other thing. If you're going to do that, then yeah, cool. And you can get so big that none of it matters, like Floyd, right? Like Floyd could sell himself out of that situation, bro. He could sell himself out of that situation. None of those guys supported Floyd, but Floyd managed to sell himself out of that situation. So it's just looking at Devin, I just like, man, he got to keep winning, and he's got to start getting knocked out. He's got to start getting knockouts. Just getting in a lot of fights, man. Subjugate True said Ring Magazine is trying to live beyond its heyday. Have to go back at least 50 years for Ring to have any legitimacy. Yeah, pretty much, bro. And said Zenith 360 said they are not aligned. No, there's a good relationship. No, Zenith 360. There is definitely a good relationship between Ring Magazine and Top Rank, because that is how Vasily Lomachenko stays on that damn list. And I'm going to tell you what the link is, Zenith 360. The link is not Ring Magazine itself, but the Boxing Writers Association of America. Ring Magazine, I guarantee you, many of their writers are on the board for the Boxing Writers Association of America. That is the union of boxing writers, Boxing Writers Association of America. And ESPN and Top Rank is very close with the Boxing Writers Association of America, so much so that they plan fights around taking place whenever the Boxing Writers Association of America has their conventions. Dougie Fisher will be employed by Ring Magazine, but what happens if Dougie Fisher is no longer with Ring Magazine? Where does he go? He can go to ESPN, or he can go to Sports Illustrated, or he can go to anywhere else that the Boxing Writers Association of America as a union are employing boxing writers. That's a union.
Correct me
right,
if I'm
Zenith?
wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Ring Magazine the first one to champion that Loma was still undefeated after he took the first loss?
No, it's ESPN that kept posting it. They didn't champion it. But I will tell you what they do champion. They champion the fact that he didn't have 6 more fights on his record than he actually had.
No.
Because Fight Facts, he fought in this thing called the World Series of Boxing. Rigondeaux did it too. It's not just him. It's Rigondeaux. It's a lot of people that fought over there in that series that happens over there in Europe, and they fight under professional rules. They don't have any headgear, and they get paid, which by any other measurement is a professional fighter other than BoxRec, right? Who also is getting sued for violations of the Ali Act because of what they do around people's rankings and things like that. So, but no, but to answer Zenith 360, no, dude, they are aligned via the Boxing Writers Association of America. And the Boxing Writers, ain't no YouTube channel in the Boxing Writers Association of America. If I ask to be a member of the Boxing Writers Association of America and I get over 2 million views a month, right? You think they're going to put me in the Boxing Writers Association of America? No, because I'm not working for a major media outlet. So, but the connection between those guys, they're all friends. They party together. They hang out together. all of that, dude. And I've talked to different writers on the low, and they've told me, they've been like, because I've used to like write to dudes like, man, what do you like? I used to do what a lot of people would do to me, which is write them notes and say, hold on, man, why are you telling me that Gennady Golovkin has 22 title defenses? When he was the WBA regular champion, he's not the, when he was he's the WBA regular champion. He's not the WBA super champion. That's Felix Sturm. So why are you guys telling me that this guy has 22 title defenses? Right? And you know what this guy said? He's like, look, man, I get hired to write these articles. I've got an editor. If you write it, Dougie Fisher has to edit it. In the process of editing it, he's going to look at your facts. And he's going to say, oh, that's a fact, that's not a fact. They will fact check you, right? But he will also message check you, I believe. Message check you. And they want to be consistent with the message that they deliver. That's why that's why you have a bunch of writers voting on pound for pound, because that is the meaning. Now, who supports the Boxing Writers Association of America? How do they pay for who sponsors their events? Right? Who guys like Bob Arum, guys like Don King, guys like Eddie Hearn, right? Like when Eddie Hearn put Dan Rayfield, pretty much put Dan Rayfield out of a job. It was like, yeah, I like Dan Rayfield because all I got to do is buy him a hotel room and fly him to a fight, and I'm going to get great coverage for my fight. And he said that on the internet. Dude, 6 months later, Dan Rayfield was up out of ESPN. Telling you, man, those cats are definitely aligned, Zenith 360. Aligned in that way. Avery 81st, much love in that super chat, brother. Really appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much, bro. And Fanon say, Mr. Member Soda Black. Hey, thank you so much for joining Soda Black. And I'll back up on the super chats again. Let me catch two more real quick. And Zenith 360 said, oh, I was not talking about top rank. I was explaining to casuals the difference on how lineal, thank you, is a status decided by what's in the boxing ring, and the ring belt is based off an editorial board votes in the office. Yes, sir, absolutely. They're not connected, but they conflate them. They conflate them and make it sound like they're connected. When they're, much love in that super chat, bro, when they're absolutely positively not connected. Let me do this real quick. E-Money Bags, hold on one second. Avery 81st, got that. Soda Black said you missed. Okay, I did get everything. You guys might just be a little bit behind on the chat. But yeah, were you saying something? Do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, just real quick. Like for example, I was bored one day and I was just going on like how I was looking at some of the things of how like the lineal championship was passed and that this thing and that. So basically, like for example, like in your opinion, if Spence and Crawford fight, they're basically going to pass that fighter, the Ring Magazine, or call it the lineal champion from that point on, correct?
Hold on one sec. Can you repeat that?
I said hypothetically speaking, if the Spence Crawford fight actually happens, the winner of that fight would get the Ring Magazine belt, and they would call that man the lineal champion, correct?
Only if Ring Magazine says that that's the case. You can't do it. You're not able to do that without Ring Magazine deciding that you are the number one, number two, number three guy. If Dougie Fisher and his group decided that Terrence Crawford is now the number three behind Josh Taylor, because Josh Taylor moved up. Let me tell you something very realistic. Dougie Fisher, say Josh Taylor moves up, right? By the way, have you noticed that after Daniel Kinahan you can't do any business with him, how all of a sudden he gave Josh Taylor gave up 3 belts?
I was suspicious about that, but I didn't understand why he did it.
3 belts. Gave up 3 belts. 3 belts. But anyway, The way that it works is this. Let me read this real quick. I don't want to miss any super chats. I'm killing. Say they need to give you a belt for this. The best boxing show. I love this channel. I get it real here. Salute to you, King. Hey, no problems. Thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Thank you so much for that support, bro. It means a lot, bro. And also to my man in the Cash App, my man Adrian Molina said, get the lights up. Stop freeloading. Yes, sir. Stop being a freeloader. Hit them like buttons. And Mr. Pearson said, "Are niggas dick riding Ring magazine really?" Yeah. Well, you know what it is. Look, man. People are going to support Mr. Pearson. People are going to support Devin Haney. Going to support Devin Haney, and Devin Haney needs the support. So I applaud that, right? And Devin Haney, I don't know if he was mistreated, really. I mean, in my honest opinion, not for the rationale that because you are the Ring Magazine champion, that makes you pound for pound. Those are two different scenarios completely. There can be a guy that's fighting in a division that is not a champion at all and can still be pound for pound if he didn't fight for a belt yet, right? Pound for pound and a champion in a division are two different things. You can be a completely trash-ass division where nobody's fighting each other, so everybody's level of competition, nobody's proving it, right? So if Dougie Fisher, like if I was Dougie Fisher could say, well, look, here's the reason he's not pound for pound. You beat George Kambosos, and that's it. We didn't have George Kambosos had 3 of the belts. George Kambosos, I do believe, beat the ring champion. Was George Kambosos the ring champion? Somebody can tell me if George Kambosos
because Loma was, and then Teofimo got it from Loma, so yeah.
If he would, maybe that doesn't necessarily do it. You can beat that guy. That doesn't make you ring champion sometimes, I don't think. But they didn't have, I don't know if Teofimo Lopez was the ring champion and then it passed to George Kambosos or not. But
I know in that picture when he posted, when he had all the belts, he had the Ring Magazine belt with him.
So he had the Ring Magazine belt. So George Kambosos was the Ring Magazine champ?
Yeah.
So if George Kambosos was the Ring Magazine champ and he wasn't on pound for pound, then why would it automatically mean that Devin Haney would be pound for pound? Because he had the belt from George Kambosos, who was not pound for pound. If George was the ring champion, was he? Like, somebody in the chat, let me know. Because I'm thinking, like, this is what I think people should do. Even though you don't like somebody, you put yourselves in their shoe. If George Kambosos was the Ring Magazine champion and he was not pound for pound, and then Devin Haney beat him, why would Devin Haney be pound for pound for beating somebody that was not pound for pound? And why would he think that it was unfair when it's happened to the same guy before him? Am I missing? Is my logic off on that one? But I don't know. Again, like I said, I don't know if he was undisputed, if he was or not. So okay, yeah. So there you go. If George Kambosos was Ring Magazine champion and not on pound for pound, then the same thing happened to George Kambosos, and they're not being inconsistent.
Yeah, because I know when Teofimo jumped in the top 10 because he beat Loma, so you know they were gonna bump him in on that list. But yeah, when George beat Teofimo, he didn't jump into that top 10 at all.
Yeah, so why would Devin do it for beating him?
Do you think Devin realizes how like dangerous of a situation he's in with only having like this fight and the next fight with Top Rank, knowing he's not a knockout fighter, and how? I mean, I'm not saying nothing is fixed, but in a close fight, I don't see a lot of things going his way, and then this don't help his situation at all either. Like, I'm not saying like they're fixing fights. I'm just saying like we know he's not gonna win by knockout most likely, and you know, him having one fight left with Top Rank, like Top Rank is gonna do everything in their power to not let him leave with all those belts, because Top Rank has a lot of lightweights. You think like he realizes what like situation he's in?
I hope he does.
It seems like the way he oh, go ahead.
Like, I mean, I think he probably believes in his skills and he thinks he can beat everybody. So if I'm him, I'm not worried about that, because I think, you know, that he should be able to beat these guys. So he should be able to beat Loma. His problem is if he can't beat Lomachenko, his problem is, especially if he can't beat Lomachenko, then his problem is that he just ain't better than Lomachenko. because he is going to have to beat Lomachenko by a grip, probably to get that decision.
Exactly.
Yes,
Because it
but
seemed
I
like
don't.
he was.
But, yeah,
It
go
seemed
ahead.
like he was well. It seemed like he was well aware of that scenario because, like, when they went to Australia, his team was really firm about what judges, like about Australian judges and things of that nature. Like, I think somebody like Tank in his camp wouldn't have said that because they would assume they're gonna go down to Australia and knock Kambosos out. So I feel like Devin and them, they was really aware of that situation, and I wonder if they're still aware. Like, you're still in the same boat basically because, like, if you're not showing the ability that you're gonna re-up with Top Rank. Top Rank has Shakur moving up. They got Keyshawn. They got Loma. Like, they're not. They got a lot of money invested in lightweight fighters. They're not. They're not trying to let you leave with 4 belts and the lineal belt as well. So I just feel like, and then him doing this with Ring Magazine. Like, I applaud the initial stance, but then you lost me when you didn't stand on your 10 and send the belt back. Like, if he'd have sent the belt back, I would have applauded him. Like, yeah, you know what? Like, that's what you were supposed to do in that situation. And you show them, like, yo, like, we got the power. Like, we know who's nice and who's not. But when you didn't want to give it back, you kind of, like, basically, like, almost solidified them 10 times more. Like, I'm not giving this up.
We don't know
I
that the
just think
belt's not on its
that was
way.
just give it back. But is that going to cause will that cause a problem with, like, Top Rank and those guys, dude? He's not alone. Look, I agree 100%, man. First of all, you got to get to Devin's got, dude. I'm glad Devin got his money. Devin's making millions of dollars, bro. This dude has been very, very blessed in his career, like really, really blessed in his career, without a doubt. And
the Zone did him right.
Yeah, the Zone paid him big money. He got big money from the Zone. He's getting big money. He's getting big money from ESPN. He's the undisputed champion of the world. He got a shot at that. I mean, he's very, very blessed. He's very, very blessed. But AK Guns, dude, first of all, Ring Magazine does not care about Undisputed. They care about the Ring Magazine title. And the question is, how can you be, he said, how can somebody not be on the pound for pound when somebody else in the same weight class division is, and they're not the ring champ? Well, if that was the case with George Kambosos, then beating George Kambosos is not going to catapult you up there. George Kambosos, and let's just, like, the 800-pound gorilla in the room, George Kambosos sucks. George Kambosos sucks. He's not a good fighter. He's not a top-level fighter, bro. He's not.
He is the Buster Douglas of the lightweight division.
I mean, it's
nobody
just,
has
dude,
to say that. It's true.
He's a B-plus fighter for him.
Devin is an excellent fighter, bro, but he is not beating the top. He ain't beating no killers yet, man. It's just for real. Now, has Lomachenko done it? You know, Lomachenko don't. If I put Lomachenko off that list, I'm putting it. I can understand why people are saying, well, why is Lomachenko there? Why is Lomachenko there? Well, if they take Lomachenko off that list, that doesn't mean they're going to put Devin on it. Taking him off the list.
Loma beat Gary Russell, so that's when I got
he beat Gary
Russell.
Look, he's an excellent fighter, but I'm still going to say, even if you take him off of there, that does not necessarily put Devin on there. Those are two different subject matters. Does Lomachenko belong on a top 10 pound for pound list? That's a yes or no, right?
Not right now, no. In my opinion, he doesn't.
Yeah, so you say no on that. But then if I'm Dougie Fisher, who I'm telling you I ain't no fan of, but he ain't stupid, he'd be like, look, man, well, that doesn't mean Devin's on there. Okay, take him off there. Give me Juan Carlos Estrada. You know what I'm saying? I'll put Joe. Okay, you're right. Oh, you're right, 100%. Put Juan Carlos Estrada on there. Oh, no. Not Juan Carlos Estrada. Oh, okay, well, great. No Juan Carlos Estrada, no problems. Give me Jamal Charlo. Give me David Benavidez. Give me, you know what I'm saying? Give me any of those guys. Give me a bunch of guys. Because it's a different thing to say that Lomachenko is on there. Why isn't Devin on there? Versus take Lomachenko. Yeah, get rid of Lomachenko. Get him off that list. Still does not mean Devin Haney goes on that list. That's a logical flaw in that. The question is, why isn't Devin on it? Right? The answer to that is whatever answer Dougie Fisher and those guys give for that. But it can't be, well, obviously he deserves to be on there because he's the Ring Magazine champ. Well, why weren't you saying anything about George Kambosos being on there? Where was the outrage about George Kambosos not being on the list? Oh, you didn't care about George Kambosos because you're not a fan of George Kambosos, right? That's why you didn't say anything about George Kambosos. So maybe the reason you're saying something about Devin is because you're a fan of Devin. Well, yeah, I'm a fan of Devin. Well, okay, well, you're a fan of Devin, so maybe your logic is a little skewed. That's where I'm on it. Dude, I'm the undisputed champion of the world, period. I'm the Ring Magazine champion. I'm not paying for it. Good. If you believe that they're racist and they're not treating black people fairly and all that, give them their belt back, say it, and keep it pushing. What's up with you, my savior, Devin Haney?
Not much, just over here chilling. I'm over here listening to you guys go in a little bit on Devin Haney, so it's almost like
going in on him. Oh Jesus! Why is it always got to be going in on him?
Why you think we going in on him?
I know what the most popular thing is on YouTube is to hate on Devin. Hate on the young black god. Hate on the king. So I know you guys are just doing what you guys are. What's popular on YouTube, just hating on the god, hating on the face of boxing. But he's still around, he's still training, doing everything, getting ready for his rematch. So,
do you agree with what he did?
Well,
that's like you telling your girl, if you cheat on me, I'm gonna leave you, and then she cheats on you and you stay. If that's your buddy, are you gonna respect that in the morning? You're gonna be like, come on, bro. That was a come on, bro moment. Like. He literally, he said, "Give me my belt back," like you did, because I was with him. Like up to that point, I was with him.
Well, we don't know. Like we the tracking number might already.
Know.
The belt might be on its way there. He might have sent it back already.
Bro, Devin's
he said,
bro.
"Come
he was
get it."
That belt, yeah. Devin wasn't giving it. Devin ain't sending.
See, what happens is when he means "come get it," that means that you need to send me a pre-packaged postage box. And then, once it comes to me, I just throw the belt in there, and then I just reseal it with that postage stamp, and I just send it out. There you go.
See, that right there is why people don't like Devin Haney, because of the stuff that comes out of his mouth like you. It's that right there, bro. It's that.
This is your belt. This is your belt.
That right there is why people do not like it. Ain't even sometimes what Devin does. It's the fact that his fans say stuff like that, man. And you smiling, so you know what I'm talking about. It's that stuff right there, man. It's that stuff right there, man. Come on.
Hey, real quick. Mike Kirkland said, how many fights did Lomachenko have before he showed up on the pound-for-pound list? Like 3, probably.
Yeah, 3 or 4, less than 5.
Nah, 3 tops. He was in there 3 tops, bro. It was in his contract. He put it in his contract. I will be on the pound-for-pound list within 3 fights, Bob, or I'm not going to fight. Okay, or I'm not signing with you. Okay, yeah, no worries, bro. Okay, no, we'll get you there.
And they left him on pound for pound after he lost to Salido.
Speaking of that,
nah. He didn't get on there till after that.
I thought you had to be in like the top 10 to get a title shot. I granted, honestly, he won 2 gold medals, but how did he finagle that title shot? Like, and nobody spoke up about that.
Bob Arum promised it to him in a contract.
He
said, "I'm going to sign for you, but you have to agree. You have to agree to get me a championship title. You have to agree to get me a championship title shot within my." He wanted it in his first fight.
Right.
And
second fight.
Said, I can't get it to you in your first fight. How about your second? Like, he's like, the best I can do is your second. Okay, we can get you rated really highly very quickly, and after that, we can get. How about that? And it just
no fighter spoke up.
Huh?
I said it. What was crazy to me is no fighter spoke up. I'd have been snapping if I'm.
Showtime. No, dude, Showtime. You should have listened to Steve Farhood. Steve Farhood lit him up about it, bro. They were pissed about that. Hold on one second. Steve Hart, man, shout out to Steve Farhood. Steve Farhood said, let me get this first. Mike Kirkland said, how many fights did? Okay, I answered that. Thank you, brother. Oh yeah, Bob Arum paid for it. Duh, no doubt. But Steve Farhood was pissed because they were saying it was the fastest ever, right? Mm-hmm. And Steve Farhood was like, no, it is not. Because first of all, he does not have only 2 fights. What he has is this is his 8th fight because he has 6 fights. He has 6 fights on in the World Series of Boxing, which he got paid for, and are officially professional fights that BoxRec, which is a private organization that contracts with the American Commission of Boxing or whatever, ABC, American Boxing Commissions, Association of Boxing Commissions, to keep records. They said, "Oh, we're not going to count these," right? But they are really, truly professional fights. So he was like, he had a problem with the fact about that, but also that's why at the same time they allowed them to rank him, because his fights are official, but they're not official on BoxRec. So they could use his official number of fights to get him the championship fights, but at the same time not recognize 6 of his official fights for the sake of his record. So yeah, it was straight up and down skullduggery. So do not get me wrong, bro. These dudes are, especially the Ukraine, these cats are definitely, talk about sports washing, keeping their Ukraine fighters, their Eastern Europeans, at the top of the pound for pound list, because they're trying to sell the idea that Eastern Europeans are the best fighters. You remember what Paulie Malignaggi said?
Yeah.
Paulie Malignaggi said they're taking over. They're the new species. So Lomachenko,
he said that they're running boxing.
Yeah, the only one that has any belts is Usyk.
Right.
And Lomachenko doesn't have any belts, but where is he? He's on that belt. Oh, he's on there. But then I guess you also have Beterbiev, right? And I think Beterbiev's on there. They got Josh Taylor on there. They trying to sell that European boxing, which is the same thing they did when they broke up all of the sanctioning bodies to begin with, right? Because if you recall, or if you don't know your boxing history as well, the reason that the WBC split from the WBA is because they believed the WBA was too American-centric, and they wanted to have better representation of boxers from outside of America in the rankings. They wanted more foreign champions. There's been a push to globalize boxing for a long time. And so their pound-for-pound list, their Ring Magazine list, are going to look like a global list. They're not going to have 5 dudes from the south side of Chicago on their pound-for-pound list.
Even though they're champions, even though they're respected champions in their division.
Yeah, even though they're never going to do it because they're trying to sell. Like, for example, Monster Inoue. Dude, Monster Inoue been on the pound for pound list. Man, ain't nobody, the first time anybody ever heard of him when he was the number 2 guy on the pound for pound list.
Right.
Steve Kim, before, I think Steve Kim voted for him as the number one guy on the pound for pound list before the dude had 10 fights. I mean, it was like real early in his career. Oh, Monster Inoue. They've been selling Monster Inoue for years on the Ring pound for pound list. You think they're going to get rid of Monster Inoue, Lomachenko, Usyk, all of that stuff so that you can sell Jermell Charlo? So you sell Jermell Charlo,
Aren't those pay-per-view, and don't they bring in the pay-per-view and the money, and aren't those also champions as well?
Yeah.
I said, aren't those individuals who are on pay-per-view, and aren't they also champions in their respective divisions as well, and reigning champions?
On what pound for pound list?
No, how you were saying, like, when you were making the reference of, like, this is why they got to keep, like, a global sense of, they keep the Josh Taylors in a way, they wouldn't put, like, in a sense, more American fighters, but I'm like, why not? If American fighters are actually running their division, they're respected, they're unified, everything else like that, I feel like they should supersede them because, I mean, the resume-wise, statistic-wise, belt-wise, they're like, I understand you're trying to do it in a global sense, but at the end of the day, we know the talent, and a majority of the champions are here in America. So I understand you want a global sense, but honestly, like, to me personally, I believe that American fighters were better than everybody else. Like, we got to be reflective of that.
Hey man,
but why would it matter if we have more champs, but you see 5 of those guys on the top 10 list? It's not going to look like that. The optics that changes the optics.
What's going on, Lone Star Steph?
I'm good, gentlemen. I'm good. I'm just listening, heading to the barbershop. I kind of feel bad, man. I'm going through like stomach bug and food poisoning issues. It's taken all week to get over it. So I'll be in and out.
Feel better.
The technical difficulty. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
but
definitely feel better soon.
Dev, can you guys hear me well? I'm driving.
Yeah, you sound good.
I mean, it is what it is amongst the Devin situation right now. I agree with everyone on the panel. But what's that? I'll take a little more personal view. Man, I said this when I first came on, and man, Fanon, professionalism is respect. So perhaps he does give the belt back, but just move, pushing, and don't tip for tack type of what's that, evil fight and evil war. You don't have any time for that, man. And then as far as the ring goes, I agree with everything everyone against, and starting with you, Fanon, just because it wasn't until about 2 years ago that I realized, I was like, man, you know what, like, not going to the races stuff, but just like, you know what, man, these guys aren't going to put the best boxers up there. They're simply just not respecting that. So when I saw that head on, I could live again. I could breathe again. I could box again. I could go watch boxing again rather than try to keep fighting that stuff. So, but there is a time to, yes, there is a time to fight, and there is a time to get the word out. However, I'm not trying to debate those guys. I'm not trying to talk to those guys. I'm not trying to figure anything out with those guys. Why? Because we're doing it right here. We're doing it right here. This is a good panel. This is a good show. This is a good community where we can come and talk boxing and quote unquote keep it real and just keep it moving, man. That's kind of generally my take on it. And then the current pound for pound list that they just, the update, it still sucks. It still sucks. Yeah. There's only probably, I don't know, man. Like, yeah, how do they not have Gervonta on there yet? That's an insult, and I think that's because of his recent comments of just saying, like, you know what, man, like, the belts don't matter, But he's almost an anomaly there, and he's got a big point to represent himself. So it's give and take with this type of stuff. And I always say this too with boxing in general, man. It's such a Wild West game that anything goes, and we allow so much in this sport, good, bad, and ugly. And I'm just taking it as and go, and I'm just, frankly, just glad to be a part of it. But yeah, that's all I kind of got on it. And I wish Devin Haney well. You said something else too earlier, man. Yeah, man. Look at his blessings, man. This guy is well taken care of. I always say this. Him and his father have built him into what they imagined, what they were dreaming, and they made their dream. They made their dreams. Those opportunities. They capitalized on those opportunities. So it's no secret, man. And that whether he wanted to take a shot at them or not, hey, all good. I'm all good with it. I'm all good. Meaning it's none of my business. I'll just keep it going because he's a boxer. So I just want to keep it boxing, and I want to see him in the ring and do his thing.
Yeah, Dev, no doubt about it, man. Mr. Misogynistic said, what is it? The belts or the ability to put people in the seats? Look, the way that I look at it, Mr. Misogynist, is this. What like one of the most secret talents that there is out there, underestimated talents that there are, is empathy. Being able to put yourself in the shoes of somebody else and look at it from their point of view will give you a lot of insight as to why they do what they do. I am not going to do a bunch of Monster Inoue videos on my channel because the people that I want to talk boxing to and talk boxing with me on a regular basis don't give a rat's ass about Monster Inoue. To be deadly honest, they don't care about him. There's about 6 or 7 fighters out there that they care about, really care about. They'll care about Gervonta, they care about Errol, they care about Terrence, they care about Devin, they care about Jermell, they care about, right? Just say Deontay. They may care about what's going on with Canelo every now and then. They may care about Gary Russell Jr. every now and then, and they got young fighters that they are keeping their eyes on. They keep their eyes on Jaron Ennis. They keep their eyes on Gary Antoine Russell. They keep their eyes on David Benavidez. They keep their eyes on some other guys like Demetrius Andrade. They keep their eyes on that, right? So if there's something coming up about them or something interesting about it, If I want to talk to the most of the people that I talk box to and I rely on for my support on a regular basis, then I have to talk to those people about the things that they find interesting and the things that they care about, whether I want to talk about them or don't want to talk about it. Because I promise you, I don't ever want to talk about Devin Haney. I mean it. I never do not think I go around. No, I do not. I don't want, because I know my opinion is unpopular amongst a group of people that I like and I respect very much. Right? I want to be able to say, yeah, Devin, yeah, yay, Devin, yay, Devin, yay, Devin. But my viewpoint on it is not, it doesn't work with that all the time outside of the boxing ring. I don't want to talk about that stuff. So go, and people are like, why don't you? Oh, you're so biased. Why don't you ever talk about Larry Cheeseman? Why don't I talk about Larry Cheeseman?
Because Ted Cheeseman.
Huh?
It's Ted Cheeseman.
Nah, Larry, I'm talking about his cousin Larry. Larry Cheeseman.
Oh, who the hell is that?
Exactly, bro. Larry Cheeseman. Who the hell is that? I just don't care, right? But watch, Bring Magazine, bro. I'm telling the people that buy, the people that support the Boxing Writers Association of America are going to be the people who get the best treatment from the Boxing Writers Association of America. That's the common link between all of these guys. Ask them, who are you a member of the Boxing Writers Association of America? Dougie Fisher. Yes, I am. Steve Kim, are you a member of the Boxing Writers Association of America? Yes, I am. Keep going through all of them. And guys you ain't never even heard of, get into the Boxing Writers Association of America. Those guys talk to each other. They have job opportunities with each other. Who do you think you're going to hire? Somebody that is going to put out there something that you don't want to hear, or somebody that you think is like-minded? You're going to hire people that are like-minded, right? And what makes you like people? What makes you like people is them supporting you. Same thing with Devin Haney, and Devin Haney is keenly aware of that, or at least Bill Haney is keenly aware of that. Now, I think Devin Haney also became keenly aware of the downside of that when he said, ain't no white boy going to beat me, and he got a whole lot of slack off that, and I ain't seen him running around.
Did Bernard Hopkins receive the same flack?
Yes.
Okay,
but here's the thing. What is this if some shit? Well, I don't even understand what that shit does, my savior. Like, I logically, I don't get that. What difference does it make if somebody else got the sweat? Like he got the sweat. What difference does that make? But yes, Bernard Hopkins got a lot of sweat about that. Anybody that says that is going to get a lot of sweat from them dudes every time. But anyway, after that, I have not seen Devin on a lot of small black channels. Maybe y'all have. I haven't seen it. So yeah. I'm suspecting that he may not put himself in that situation again because he doesn't want to get that blowback again, right? And which is a reasonable thing. Doing things and getting blowback, when you get blowback, do you shift? But he's going to get blowback from those guys because those guys don't like the people that support Devin. And you better believe that shit. Like Dougie Fisher don't like anything. Dougie Fisher can't stand the LDBC. Guarantee you, can't stand the LDBC. And shout out to everybody who's in the LDBC, all kind of respect to them. Love them to death. Wonderful organization. But being associated with that, Dougie Fisher is going to tank you if he can get away with it, for sure. So is Steve Kim. So more likely is a whole lot of those people in the Boxing Writers Association of America who are media, who are not new media. All of those political connections and all that stuff, really come into play, in my opinion. Anyway, go ahead. So if somebody wanted to fill in on that, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. I feel like when I was talking to my savior Devin Haney, what I was basically saying is like Devin let me down in the sense of, as a black man, you always know that there's two sides of a coin. And like I give you a prime example, after Jamel Charlo had the biggest win of his career, he went in that post conference and was snapping because even though you're not supposed to 100% care about these dudes, especially when you know they're janky, you want your just due. But we all know that when people hear Jamel snapping, it's going to look like the angry black man, like, he just had the biggest one of his career. Why is he yelling like that? Why is he cussing? Da-da-da-da-da. And then you go to Devin. Devin's the more mild-mannered. Everybody that understands a guy like Jamel knows why he's snapping. and what he's trying to say. But there's going to be an even bigger demographic that's going to be turned off by that. And then a soft-spoken guy like Devin can reach out to those type of people because he's the other side of the coin. So when Devin got to talking, I'm like, okay, he's getting the other point across and not yelling like Mel. But then he backed up off his 10. He backed up off his stance. You know, when you go that far, if you're willing to go that far with it to get into a back and forth, and then at the last thing that comes out your mouth is saying, you know what, I don't care about this. Take the damn belt, and the guy calls your bluff in front of the world. This ain't a private conversation that got out. This is a conversation in front of the whole world. Everybody's watching. Everybody's listening. All right, prove to the world, Devin, that this belt that this belt in this organization don't mean shit, and toss it back. And he called your bluff by proving your point. Yeah, I don't care about you guys. I don't care what you represent because it doesn't affect you. Devin Haney is not going to affect my company's bottom dollar. Give me my belt back. And what did Devin do? He bluffed. That man called his bluff in front of everybody. I guarantee the way Mel snapped, if that would have been him and Jermell Charlo, and he said, well, I don't need your damn belt. We'll give it back. Jermell Charlo would have shipped that. Jermell Charlo would have burnt that belt in his backyard. You know what I mean? Like, and I just felt like Devin made himself look bad by them calling his bluff and him not following through. Because now what does he say? When somebody, I guarantee when they have another Kambosos Haney conference, pre-fight conference, they're going to ask him about that. And what does he say? Well, you said that this company does this. They don't support that. They're not fair to your people. But you didn't. But when he said give the belt back, you didn't give the belt back. What is it? How does he respond? How does he respond to that?
This is how he responds. This is how he responds. He says that, but according to what is written in the contract, I still have to defend this belt because I have to defend all the belts against Campbell. I got to do it because it's in the contract. It's in the contract.
Are you about the Ring magazine?
That's not how to do with them.
That's in the contract.
Put the Ring magazine in the contract.
I got to defend all the. I got to defend all the belts I won.
He pulled it out. I am not obligated. I'm telling you, man. This was calculated on. This is calculated, bro. This is.
I got to see this. I'm gonna have to go to that
bro.
Twitter thread.
In his tweet, he said, "I am not obligated." Let me read the tweet. He said,
"Let me see this tweet."
I could put Haney's ring. Oh, what the fuck is this? I could put Haney's ring belt up for auction. I'm sure John Scully would find fans who would pay top dollar for it, and money good fighters in need to get a shit. This nigga bugging, bro.
Hey, my savior, Devin Haney. Let me ask you something. Who's the #1 contender to the Ring magazine belt right now?
I'm not sure. I don't know if they have rankings.
Man, ain't a fucking belt. Go ahead, man.
Rankings like that.
I'm saying that to make a point because you're saying he's contractually obligated. I was saying that nobody's ever contractually obligated to defend that belt. That's not a thing. So you can't say that, oh, I have to defend this against Kambosos or whatever. And him sending the belt back doesn't mean they would have stripped him anyway. You know what I mean? If it's an actual belt, if it's a real thing, but it's not really a real thing. He just had he had a chance to, if he was going to go that far, he didn't, because you got to remember the key thing, he didn't have to say anything. That's the most important part that people aren't realizing. He didn't have to address this. Do you hear Javante? Do you see Bud Crawford? Do you hear anybody else contesting this? They're not speaking on it. Once Devin chose to step out there and speak on it and go as far as he did with it, you got to play it out or you just look bad. You just show like, okay, we do got these guys by their ankles and we could do whatever we want. He just told the world that now he's okay with getting screwed. That's basically what you're saying. Because if you're getting screwed and you say, well, I'm not going to keep letting you screw me. I'm not going to keep letting you not give us our just due. Take your damn belt. And then he says, well, let's send me my belt.
Hey, I got to be right back. Y'all handle it for a second. Hey, and much love to everybody that supports in the Super Chat and the Cash App. Thank y'all so much. I don't think I missed anybody, but I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back, all right? Lord and Savior Devin Haney, the #1 lightweight in the world, the undisputed lightweight champion of the world, who does not need Ring magazine whatsoever. I'll be right back. Can you moderate for a second?
Yes, sir. I got you for now. Yes, sir. But I sort of kind of feel you. I'm just thinking that, well, we do know the history behind the belt, the ring belt, how I wasn't really privy to a lot of our people. And, seeing how they do block us out of the rankings. But I just feel like because of what's possibly in the contract, things of that nature, because of this fight and seeing how Kambosos had it, seeing how he does have to put back up all the belts back out there and resell out Australia again, you know, as the money man, selling out countries and everything. I feel like he has to go put the belts back up.
Yeah, I mean that's how you feel, but contractually, that particular belt has nothing
But
to do with.
we got to see what's in the contract, because if the contract says
The
all the
reason
belts,
that's why I asked you the question. I said, "Who's the number one contender to the Ring Magazine belt?" It's not a thing.
I said I don't know. I don't know. I was like, I don't think they're like a sanctioning body or anything
That's the
else like
point
that
I'm
that has
making. I'm like being facetious when I say that. That's the point I'm making. It's not a real thing to the point where it's like, hey, you gave up one of those belts and now I don't get my shot at it because I'm contractually obligated to defend it against you. It's not a real thing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my point of saying. That's my point. Like prime example, how Josh Taylor's dropping belts. He's not gonna. It's like it's no thing to drop the Ring Magazine belt. You know what I mean? It's not like a real thing. So, like I said, Devin, and here's the key thing, and my dad told me this a long time ago. You didn't have to speak on it. You know what I'm saying? This isn't a situation where somebody asked him a question and he went in on it. He decided to go out there and speak on this. When you decide to ingratiate yourself in those type of conversations and then go that far with it, you kind of got a just due to play it all the way out. Because nobody asked. It's not like us as a people said, hey, Devin, you know what? Screw Ring Magazine, drop the belt. And he kind of just shied away. He said this himself. And that man showed the world that he doesn't, because I guarantee you, if that would have been Canelo, and Canelo said, you know what, if you guys keep treating my people bad, I'll just drop the damn belt. I'll throw the belt away. I guarantee you he would have not told Canelo Alvarez, well, send me my belt then. He wouldn't have said that to Canelo, because in his mind, Canelo means too much to that magazine, means too much to boxing, and it just shows right there he doesn't value Devin Haney. That's why he would tell a person like Devin Haney to send my belt back, because he knows Devin Haney doesn't move the needle like Devin Haney thinks he does, and that's one of Devin's biggest problems. He thinks he's a needle mover, and he's not. You know what I mean? Because anybody that truly moves the needle, Ring Magazine wouldn't even have said, give me my belt back. I don't think they asked Javante. They wouldn't have asked Tyson Fury. They wouldn't have asked Errol to send me my belt back. They know Devin doesn't. Devin might, as far as us, he's a great talking point, but as far as money and moving the needle in boxing, he just doesn't do it. I think you know like that deep down.
Nah, hey man, we need a wholehearted Devin Haney supporter, because Lord Savior is trolling and don't believe it. Don't believe the funk. So he don't believe it, dog. He don't believe it, man.
When you speak on Devin Haney, that's that Trump fake news. Everything we say
I'll
is
make
fake
a better.
news.
There's no said Trump fake.
I'll make a better Devin Haney supporter than my man Terry Schmoop, man.
You see me in the chat. You were almost about to get me like Quincy. That's what I backed up. I was like, I don't want to.
Man, look, dude. I just wish people would stop enabling this dumb shit. Like, seriously, man, that's what I really believe. I believe it's all this enablement, and like you have a whole lot of people that support whatever he says, no matter what he says. And when that happens to anybody, you eventually go over the line. You eventually just think, okay, let me do this one, and then you do something that is like, dude, like it's very similar to that situation with that Faheem Zator always says I base my entire life off, which is the Gary Russell situation. Dude, when he got away with that with Gary Russell Jr. with a lot of people, basically calling out somebody when you already had a fight scheduled, and you're calling a guy out when you already know you have a fight scheduled, right? To generate a lot of draw for yourself. And then you do it again, and then you do it again, and then you do it again. People start picking up on the patterns, man. This particular thing, I would say, man, look, do not overly support this, bro. Leave this thing by itself, because if he says, give me the belt, you can have your belts back, you could keep your belts, and then I don't care who the dude is on the other side of it is and what their standpoint is, and they say, okay, you can have it. Then you can't turn around and say, okay, well, I knew you never wanted me to have it. Like, dude, first of all, I never cared that you had it. That may be the case. But if Dougie Fisher and them didn't want you to have it, you wouldn't have had it. They actually didn't want it. But anyway, you asked for it back. The reason that we have a reason to take it back. You said give it back. And I can auction it off to John Scully. Dude, Dougie Fisher out there shitting all on him with that stuff, bro. Like that's my thing. Hold on 1 second, man. TNT with Mike and Jazz. Much love in the super chat. So it's like, man, just don't enable it, man. Don't enable it. Be like, if you said you're going to drop the belts, son, you got to drop the belts, bro. You know what I mean? And I know I'm sounding like a son. Like, I don't want to son him. But at the same time, bro, I got to son you. Son. You said take that they could have their belts back. They say, give me the belt back. Give them the belt back. You can't blame them for you saying that you don't want their belt and claim that they never wanted you to have it. There's nothing to support that, because if they didn't want you to have it, you wouldn't have it. Everybody knew you were going to beat George Kambosos. Everybody. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no question that you were going to beat George Kambosos. Trust me, these dudes are bullshit enough to come up with a reason not to give it to you. But you gave them a reason to take it back. And then they show, give me, oh yeah, hell yeah, give me that shit back so I can give it to Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Dave, the real one, know what's going on. And my man ATX Realist in the building. What's happening with y'all, man? And again, thank you for the support in the super chat. And the Cash App, this place does operate very much like public broadcasting. So thank you for the support through the public, from the public, for this broadcast. Public broadcasting. That's what YouTube channels are. Public broadcasting. We do not have subsidies from Ring Magazine. We don't have Ring Magazine with their whack-ass Twitter channels republishing our, man, dude, somebody said that earlier. My man Zenith 360 said that they put these racist channels. I don't know if I'm not call whole channel racist, but I will tell you that there is one particular black dude. You call yourself Dominican, I call you a black dude from an island, sitting here screaming about you're a nigger, you're a nigger, you're a nigger. Like, dog, you sound like an idiot, bro. You sound like that. What you literally said, like that Dave Chappelle skit with the blind dude, with the black dude who divorced when he found out he's black, divorced his wife for being
Clayton Bigsby. That's the Clayton Bigsby.
The Clay Beasley Dominican over there. Now the Dougie Fisher literally retweets this dude, man. Like, man, you gotta be kidding me, man. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Anyway,
hey, man.
So what's going on, ATX Realist? How you feeling? What's going on with you, bro?
I wake up to some Devin Haney growing pains, man.
Some what?
Some Devin Haney growing pains, man.
Why you say that, man?
Come on, kid. If you got to stand on what you say, man.
Oh my God!
If you gonna send it back, send it. You know, you got all the belts, man. You just got to carry yourself like that. But I mean, we already know the Ring Magazine, they full of it. You know, I don't even know why they're expecting different. It's already been shown. But that's just me. And then plus, I heard you need a real Devin Haney fan on here. So, you know, I'm with the smoke all the time.
So, but you ain't defending them, though.
Man, you don't got to defend the man every time. You know, sometimes you could be wrong. It's okay to say he's wrong on that one.
Devin ain't wrong in this situation. He has to go put that belt up against Kambosos.
No, that is an honorary belt, man. That ain't no.
Hold on, man. Why do you keep making that up? That's literally fake news. You keep saying that with this goofy smile.
We got to see the
thing. Ain't no contract. That's not a real thing. You know that's not a real thing.
Did Kambosos have the ring belt before, or did he put it up against Devin?
That's irrelevant, man. You know it's irrelevant.
What? Now it's wow. Okay.
It's irrelevant as far as the contract, because at the end of the day, let me ask you something. Who's the Ring Magazine champ at 147 right now?
It might be Errol. We don't know. It might be Errol.
There is no Ring Magazine champion.
Nobody.
There isn't one.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's nobody. There is no one. So that shows you right there, it's not a real thing. There's no belt. Because there's no point where we can say there's no, for a 3 to 4 year period, we can't say there's no. Now, there might be a little time where a belt might be vacant. but there's never going to be a 5-year period where there's no WBC champion in a division. There hasn't been a Ring Magazine champion at one of the most important divisions at 147 in the last half a decade. So it's not a real thing. Devin just got. Listen, this is why you don't want to answer it, because you know this is the truth. This is the game, and this is why Fanon always says this. When Devin calls out other fighters that he knows the fight either can't happen or one of them's contractually about to go fight. This is the same game he played, just with a more smart opponent. Boxers can't always call Devin out the way that and put his feet to the fire, because they know, like, if I know my promoter's not going to deal with the zone or whatever, we can't make the fight, so there's no point in me even going back and forth with Devin. But he played that same game with Ring Magazine, and finally somebody got to call Devin's bluff, and now he looks stupid. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, bro. He looks dumb. Now, this is something that people aren't going to remember. So 6 months from now, nobody's going to really – it's not going to be a big mark against his resume.
Yeah,
but for right now –
shit, somebody going to remember this shit.
And look, it's always somebody out there that's going to remember everything that you do. It's always that one person that's going to bring it up.
Yeah. But I'm talking about, but the game he plays with other fighters calling him out, I think Devin, honestly, this is what is starting, the more and more I think about it, this is what's starting to piss me off, and I want to see if y'all agree. Do y'all think Devin did this for publicity, or did he really feel away? Because when you see Jamel's Charlo talking at the end of his Castano fight, the man just became under the 7th or 8th man to become undisputed. And he was snapping because you could tell he passionately, even though they called Jamel emotional dude, but you could tell he cared about that. Like like when Ali's calling himself the greatest and saying, you didn't pick me, you didn't pick me. That's what Jamel was doing. He's like, yo, I want my respect. I'm tired of not getting my respect from y'all. That meant something to him. To me, this kind of seemed like another Devin Haney promotional stunt. Like, I'm going to keep my name out there. I'm going to go back and forth. And Devin got to realize he don't got to do that no more. And if you are going to play those games, you got to play it in the proper context. When that man called your bluff, you should have shipped that damn belt. Should have shipped it. It's not like somebody asked you to ship the WBO and this is the guy that championed the so-called email champion for years. He didn't ship that belt. He didn't threaten to ship that belt because obviously he cares about the straps. So for you to hold that belt near and dear to your heart, but then when somebody calls you out on the Ring Magazine belt and you don't do what you're supposed to do, you just look bad, bro. Even his own fans know he looks bad right now.
Hey, man, I gotta say this: pugilism, Nino Brown. Ring Magazine is bullshit, but Haney didn't bring that shit to the light. Haney threatened them if he did not get put on it. That's what he did. He threatened them. He's like, I will not put this. You will not see me, dude. And they basically was like, look, dude. Well, no, he didn't threaten him. He basically flossed, and then they checked him, and then he won't give the belt back. That's kind of honestly, man, dude, like for real. You look like a. Can I say it? Can I? Dog, I don't want to be. I'm serious, man. I hate being a bad guy. He sounded a little bit just kind of like. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago when he said that Lomachenko was going to come back and fight and he's going to take a tune-up, and he said, tune up my dick. I'm the undisputed champion. I don't have to wait, right? Remember that tweet? And I was kind of like, that sounds a little bit kind of bratty to me, a little spoiled, a little prima donna-ish.
How is it bratty?
Dog, don't troll me. See, you're trolling me. So I have to make like a worse. You have to make me look like I'm more of a worse fan, like I'm a worse guy. See, I actually said I was a Devin Haney fan. I have to be a worse fan than I already am. So I'm not biting on that. All I'm going to say is that, look, man, you double that up with now he's mad because he's not on a pound-for-pound list. You can keep your belt. I'm not wearing it before or after. They sound like little bits of hissy fits, bro. They sound like hypocrites. Sounds a little bit entitled. Kind of sounds, like he should, like he needs to hurry up and get his pajamas and he needs to get his silk pajamas and his private jets ready, like Canelo with the I'm busy. It's like he's got like a Canelo attitude. but without like all of the Canelo shit that goes with it. You know what I mean? That's what it kind of sounds like to me. Like he's got a Canelo Alvarez sense of importance without the Canelo Alvarez revenue connected to it. Like E Moneybag said, like if this was Canelo, they would trust me. If Canelo was shitting on Ring Magazine, you ain't hearing Dougie Fisher say a goddamn thing. He ain't gonna be like, get a belt back, Canelo. Man, but what? Man, please. He would be like, well, we got to fix this shit quick. Like, because they would have never done it. Canelo Alvarez just lost a guy to Dimitri Bivol. He'll lose again. He'll still be on that pound for pound list. He tests positive for performance enhancing drugs and lost and still on that list. Because Dougie Fisher ain't got enough nuts to say anything sideways to Canelo Alvarez. But that's because when Canelo Alvarez can tell cats, look, I'm busy. I'm the fucking man. That's because that shit is actually true. Devin can't say that shit to Gervonta. This brings us back to that original conversation about Gervonta. Why Gervonta tells, look, Dougie, fuck you, Dougie. I don't want your list. I don't care about your list. Put me on that shit. Don't put me on that list. I don't care. Okay. I'm sure if you don't, it's not gonna make me no difference whatsoever. That's why you don't hear him say nothing about it. Sounds just, I mean, see, look at the like ATX.
I was just saying we going real hard on Devin, man. Like
he did it to himself.
Yes. Don't get me wrong. He did do it to himself, but Jesus,
am I wrong, bro? Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. Like, but he gotta wear this. This gonna make him better.
No,
gotta move correctly, man. I think he gotta, he thought about a chess move, but it was the wrong move.
No, actually, that's the wrong analogy.
I think it was the right move.
No, we can't. Look how it looks now.
Hey,
I'm joking.
Stone Alone 5 said, I think every fighter that had that Ring Magazine belt should return it. Yeah, absolutely. Every black fighter should turn that shit in.
Return it. But see,
get that shit in, man. For what?
But see,
if every black fighter returned it, Devin be the only one with the damn belt still. Talking about he the
ring. Where's the solidarity?
Oh, hell.
Supposed to be behind that man. That man actually stood up and said something. And everybody just looking at him like, "Are you tripping again?"
Oh yeah, you're right. He stood
up.
I
was. Who are you talking about? Devin?
Stood up and said,
"Yeah."
He's talking about Devin.
No.
Look, ATX Reels on God. I swear, I was so fucking amped when Devin sent
when he
that.
Did it, we was winning.
Oh, let me do this. Dude, I promise you, I was fucking amped. I was like, way to go! This dude dropped the ring belt. I was like, this dude dropped the ring belt over a pound for pound listing. Dude, I loved it. It's no joke, bro. I loved it. I was like, yes, I'm going to be able to do this Saturday. And I was thinking about this chat. I was like, yes, on Saturday, I'm going to be able to. And then that tweet from Dougie Fisher came out. I was like, damn, Dougie being a bitch again. Dope. Dougie being a bitch again. Dope. And then when he turned around and said, see, the fact that you want this belt back from me tells me you never wanted me to have it. I was like, I was like, no.
I didn't know that.
Like, dude, you know what it was like? To me, it was like Deontay Wilder is pummeling Tyson Fury. It's the round 12, and then he's won every round, and then all of a sudden Tyson Fury comes with an uppercut, boom, or better yet. Deontay Wilder slips, busts his head on the turnbuckle, gets punched in the same time, gets waved off.
I ain't know.
I was like, you didn't know he said that?
No, I didn't know he said that.
Oh, let me tell you what he did. Let me tell you what he did, bro. Let me tell you, on God and God's my wit, I am not lying. This
Phenom's about to add some extras onto this.
I'm going to tell you the rest of this. Listen. He said, this is how the conversation went, ATX Realist. That's why I was like, no. He started off and he said, go through the Twitter feed. He said this. If I don't, basically said, I moved it forward. He said, the Ring Magazine could keep their belt. You will not see it with me before. You will not see I'm gonna go the best I can through it. I don't want to go back over there and go through it. It's too nauseating. Seriously, it hurts me. They can keep their belts. You will not see me with those belts before or after a fight. And he had a handshake. You know that handshake emoji?
Mm-hmm.
Then Dougie Fisher said, "Okay, send them back to me, champ." Then he turns around and says, "See, you asking me for my belts back tells me you never wanted them from me." Then Dougie Fisher comes back and says, "Dude, you just said I could have them back. I'll send them back. I'll pay the postage." Then Devin says, "Come get them."
No, you send that back.
No, but look, he said, "Come get them." Exactly. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh,
That's what I'm telling you.
See, that's what makes it hard for me to be a Haney fan, man. Sometimes Jesus be growing pains, but he a young man. Dang, I wish I could fast forward like 2 or 3 years. I promise you he wouldn't be this person, man. Jesus. God.
No. And you
I
got
see nothing wrong.
What you mean you don't see nothing wrong? That is wrong.
Hey,
Oh.
we all got a friend. We all got a friend that's a little, you know what I mean, little whip. That's hey pup, stop pup. That's like your man telling his girl, "Hey man, if you go out or you do this to me, I'm going." And when she get back, you still there. You know what I mean? Like he just looks bad all the way around, man. Like, and the sad thing about it is this is low key a serious issue because this happens a lot. That's like when musicians say, you know, I'm tired of the Grammys not supporting us, and you know we gonna not show up to the Grammys. But then Devin in the front row. Come on, man. You can't say you're gonna boycott the Grammys and your ass in the front row. He done presented an award. Probably presented an award he was supposed to win. He in the front row,
let's
man.
do
He
this.
just look bad, man.
Do this. So who should we nominate to help Devin out? Because obviously he needed.
We should nominate Lomachenko to give him an ass whooping and lose them damn belts, and we ain't got the
Oh man, come on now.
Boy, you know that ain't
Wow, now that's hate. That is hate right there.
Look.
Now you go.
And guess what?
Now you're just doing some hate.
Hey, and guess what?
And I hope Bud Crawford accepts that fight and get his brains beat in.
And guess what? When Lomachenko whoop his ass, Ring Magazine gonna have Lomachenko right behind Bud Crawford, second on the list.
And I hope Errol Spence fights Bud, and I hope Bud gets his brains beat in.
You know what Devin should have told him? You know what Devin should have told him? What Devin should have told him when he said mail the email, like when Dougie Fisher said I'll pay the postage. You should have been like, nah, dog, I'll send it back, bro. You don't make enough money. You know what I mean? Say some classic shit like that and keep it pushing, bro. And Zeta360 said, where's the solidarity when Tank said F the belts? Let me tell you something, bro. Like I said, man, there ain't that much solidarity around this Devin shit, bro. No joke, bro. I'm telling you, there really ain't, man. That's just, man, dog. Come on, bro. So just so you know, that's what I was. It broke my heart because I was so excited because I was like, I'm gonna do a positive Devin Haney video. Like every time I have a chance to do a really positive Terrence Crawford video or a really positive Devin Haney video, dude, I do it. And I'm amped because I don't like feeling like I'm the bad guy all the time.
I'm going to be honest. If I would have known that, I probably wouldn't have jumped on. I probably would have just faded to the back. You know, they can have this one. You know, but look,
that's why Starborn 007 ain't out here. Starborn, we know you're listening, bro. Starborn 007 didn't show up today, bro. That's why Starborn is sitting there quietly, dog. And Cats tried to come out, dude. Cats tried to, for now, keep the same energy. Keep the same energy for what? I keep the same energy with everybody.
Y'all see me out here drowning. Hop on.
You got Lord Haney. You got Lord Haney still talking about the contract. He talking about the contract.
Dog, look. Keep the same energy. I'll get on the energy ahead of time. If Gervonta Davis says, I don't care about the belts because I don't want to pay the sanction fees, And then Devin Haney goes up to 140, right? And Lomachenko gets the belt. Gervonta Davis, man, first of all, I can't make the video. And get you clown. Get on the chat. Get on the chat or shut up, clown. Because if I make the video, I'm gonna dog Devin. Duh. The reason the video's not out is because I don't want to dog Devin. Believe it. If I wanted to dog Devin, I would make him look so bad your head would fucking spin.
Let us make it for now.
Dog, I'm not making nothing. Because I don't mean to yell at you. If I wanted to make Devin look bad, bro, I would make Devin look real bad. This shit is the stupidest shit. Dude, it is nothing but flossing and egomaniacal bullshit. Dude, first of all, if they don't want you on your pound for pound list, they don't want you on the pound for pound list. That's it. So what? Why do you deserve to be treated any better than Gervonta? Any different than Jermell was for a long time? Any different than anybody else is? Any different than Terrence Crawford is being below Usyk? Everybody got a damn problem. They all think that they should be the number one guy on the pound for pound list. And if you're number 10, what, are you going to get mad about you not being number 8? It doesn't even mean anything. However, if you are going to say to somebody, you can have your belt back, they say, give it to me back. And you say, see, I told you didn't want me to have it. You are either full of shit or you're stupid. How about that one? You either are full of shit or you're stupid. Which one is it?
For now,
why you gotta be all that?
Dude, because
why you
people
gotta
want
be
me,
all that?
hey, because dude wanted me to make the video. You want me to make the video? I'll make the video
right
now.
And put me on the remix.
I'm gonna keep it real.
Hey, look, he said, get the smoke, who is another Devin Haney fan. This is just petty. If I did that, I would be being petty, but I didn't do that. However, if you really want me to be funky, like you all are about Gervonta Davis, like you are about Vasily Lomachenko, let Vasily Lomachenko do something like that. Let Vasily Lomachenko be off. Let Vasily Lomachenko be off. Let Vasily Lomachenko be off of the pound for pound list and say, off the pound for pound list, but Ring Magazine champ, and say, I'm going to drop the belt if you don't put me on the pound. And then turn around. Man, stop it. Stop it, bro. Just stop it. I don't want to be like that. That's why I said I didn't make the video. But if you want to jump out there and say, oh, make the video, you want me to praise him for what? I can't make the video anymore. In all honesty, I can't even make the video. Because the video I was going to make was, Devin Haney checks Ring Magazine and says, look, man, you are disrespecting me or treating me unfairly. You can keep your belt. And then I would have said thank you, because now he helps us out, because Ring Magazine can no longer say their magazine is the lineal championship, because Devin Haney is the lineal champion and he dropped your belt. I would have been extremely happy to do that. But then Devin Haney said something and he didn't drop he doesn't want to drop the belt. He's not sending the belt back. He said he earned it. I get to keep it. He said, I earned it. I get to keep it. So he doesn't want it. He just was out there flexing. Am I missing something, bro? I don't think I am. No. Mr. Tucker said black champions continue to be downplayed. Loma overrated. Ryan's a joke. Canelo handpicks fights and losses. No rematches. But black fighters get criticism all day. Yeah, exactly. They do. Black fighters do get criticism all day, like Gervonta Davis, like Gary Russell Jr., like Terrence Crawford, like Deontay Wilder, like everybody else. From you all.
Devin Haney about to go make a Ring Magazine chain.
Anyway, I didn't mean anything that I said about Devin Haney a second ago, just to let you know. I don't think he's stupid. I know he's not stupid, and I don't think he's full of it. What I think is that he's a kid, and he should back up his word, bro. Like, I'm with ATX, really, honestly. Just like you're 24 years old, you don't have to talk that much. Like, just don't talk that much. If you don't talk that much, then you can't have people trap you and stuff, because you're just not talking that much. You're the champion now. So just be silent and keep it pushing.
Look at Davis. Davis don't talk too much. Hey, he's straight. Take a page from the man book.
You talking about Gervonta Davis?
Because Gervonta the people's champ.
E-Bags, chill.
He's the people's champ.
E-Bags, I'm gonna tell you
He's the
something,
people's
man.
champ.
When we eventually get that fight,
Never gonna.
Get
You're not
this
getting
smoke.
past
come out
Palmer.
closer
Hey,
than
watch
what
this.
everybody thinks.
Get this smoke. Says, and I'm gonna get off. I'm not gonna do this anymore. But I know this is a Devin Haney fans. Praise and criticism in the same video can happen, bro. It happens every video, and you still call me a hater. So fuck what you talking about. I literally will praise Devin Haney all day long. Say he's the number one. I've done this entire video. Said that the man is an undisputed champion. I've never said that. I've never predicted him to lose a fight. I've never said that there's anybody else out there. I see Outlaw. There's nobody out there I've said they could beat him, that I know for sure can beat him. I praise him all day, bro. Nah, man. You get called a hater by Devin Haney fans if you do not agree with, if you do not praise him. You are a hater. That's my experience, bro. And to be fair, that's the experience with Terrence Crawford fans. That's the experience with Canelo Alvarez fans. That's not the experience with Errol Spence Jr. fans, really. I haven't got that, but it is what it is.
And definitely not Bud fans.
Please.
At all.
You
at
Bud
all.
Y'all worse than Bud fans are worse than Manny Pacquiao and Canelo fans.
Hey, let me say this, man, because I'm finna jump off. I got some things to do, but
Hey, I got some things to do again and rub your head.
No. I gotta go be dad. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
I got things to do, but just want to hop on and say, man, y'all guys keep doing your thing. It's lovely every Saturday for everybody to get on, even E-Bags. Yeah, you gotta stop hating a little bit. But
Can't boast about split decision, man.
Oh, you hate him, dog. Hey, I ain't with him, bro. I ain't with him, bro.
They're gonna get a better ref. They're gonna get a better referee.
It's great to hop on every Saturday with you guys, man. I am cooking something myself, but I'm taking my time though. Like Fanon said, you gotta pick one thing to talk about. And I promise myself I'm not gonna step on his toes talking about boxing because this channel's too live for me, man. I
I appreciate you, brother. Nah, you ain't stepping on my toes, bro. There's all kind of dudes, all kind of good stuff out there, man.
Y'all have a blessed Saturday, man, and remember, Haney, even after everything.
Haney. Yeah.
And let
all right, bro.
And let the church say amen.
Amen to Lord Haney, bro.
All right, man.
Best young fighter out of Oakland. Yes, sir.
Now he can't even get a fight in Oakland.
He's fought in Oakland or San Fran.
No, he has not. He has not fought in Oakland. Pull it up. He has not fought in Oakland. He can't even get a fight in Oakland. He's from Oakland. No, he can't.
Dude, he's too rich, man.
Bro, you know what's in Oakland? It's hard when you got the Warriors and everything. It's hard, to fight in Oakland. You gotta. That's Chase Arena that you gotta sell out. You got the Warriors, you got Steph Curry and everything.
He can't even fight in a ballroom in Oakland. He won't even fill that up.
No, I mean Devin Haney's too big for that. That's why he's trying to go every time like Chase Center and everything. But you got Steph Curry, Klay Thompson every time.
You do know Cambosa's the one filling that arena in Australia, right?
Yeah, man. Devin Haney sold that thing out,
bro. That shit was not full. It wasn't full. You know why it ain't full? Because they fighting on a tennis court next. It was not full. If it was full, they'd be back there. They're not back there. They fighting in a 15,000 seat arena because they didn't sell them damn tickets, bro. They were letting people in free from the outside.
They ain't even fighting in the same city. They ain't even fighting in the same city, Fanon. They changed the city because he couldn't sell it out.
Man, they did that one to a tennis court, bro.
They did that one angle. They showed the whole crowd, and they never showed it again because it showed that people wasn't in there.
Hey, Zenith 360 said, this is why the belts are not everything, but y'all said it's all that mattered. This is why when you wrap your relevance around belts, better to be a man independent of them. Floyd was right. Oh, no doubt. Pugilism, Nino Brown. All you got to do is bring up the topic, bro, and we can change the topic, man. I'm sorry.
Hey, Fernand, you might. I was gonna ask you, can you drop the link? Because I think this dude Get the Smoke in the chat. He might it'd be better if he might want to address you all.
Outlaw was though. Outlaw.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't feel like talking about Terrence Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. Necessarily today. And but if y'all want to bring up something else, dude, like I said, man, y'all can jump on the channel, bring up the topic. And it is what it is, man. But the hottest conversation in boxing was Devin Haney in Ring Magazine's little whatever you call that, bro. And you got a whole lot of people out here, getting on Ring Magazine, rightfully so. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Ring Magazine is, like I said, they got good pictures, bro. Is Janabek an email champion? Yes, he's an email champion, bro. But no, he's the champion. I never said Devin Haney was an email champion. Pugilism, Nina Brown. So I don't have to defend that. I never have ever said anything bad about Devin Haney in the ring. Devin Haney was the WBC champion. I recognize him as being the WBC champion.
But you recognize him as a secondary champion too. Remember?
I recognize the WBC's decision. It's not my sanctioning body. It's not my sanctioning body.
He went from interim to regular. That's what it should have been.
He went from the interim. He went from the interim to the dub. He can't call it the regular champion because they would have to call everybody else regular champions. So yeah, the WBC did some crap for sure. I'm not a fan of the franchise belt. I think it's garbage. However, at the same point in time, I'm not a fan of the WBA super belt, which is the same thing. And nobody's complaining about Devin not having the WBA regular belt, not having any mandatories, because Devin doesn't have a mandatory. Is that a duck belt? There's no mandatories for Devin with the WBA. The only person
I think supers don't have mandatories.
Yeah, it's the same situation that Devin has with the WB and the WBA super. The WBA super champion and the WBA and the WBC franchise champion, for the sake of the mandatory conversation, is the same. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. Get this smoke. What's going on, man?
What's up, good brothers? How y'all feeling?
Chilling. What's going on, Outlaw? How you feeling? What's going on? Get this smoke.
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me on. I hope everyone's feeling good today. Yeah.
Hey, man, anybody that is a fan of Devin Haney, I need you on my channel.
Yeah. No, I'm not only a fan of Devin Haney, but I'm transmitting live from Oakland. I'll let you know. Here we go. Let's get
Oakland, baby.
You from Oakland?
Born in San Francisco, raised in Oakland right now, looking at the Coliseum.
When the last time Devin fought in your town?
Devin lives in Las Vegas.
No, he ain't even claiming him. But I'm saying, when's the last time Devin fought in Oakland?
I'm not sure, but he lives in Las Vegas, so I'm not quite sure. I think the last really big fights we had in Oakland were Andre Ward.
Wow.
Why doesn't he try to
I'm going to tell you right now.
Capitalize on that.
Get this smoke is he going to be a very analytical dude, bro. He's cutting all the fat off all kind of shit. I like you. Get the smoke.
Yeah. I like you too, man. Just so you know, that, I used to be wrenched up under my other profile, Organics Herbal Supplements, back in the day.
You? Oh yeah,
that's me. Yeah.
I got you right now, brother. Oh my bad.
Yeah,
I got you right now, bro.
So, way back in the day, I told you about Teofimo Lopez. I was like, "What you think of this guy?" I'm like, "I never heard of this dude. Thanks a lot. I'll check him out." That was 2017, back when we were doing the whole Rigo's too small for fucking Loma, and I was right there with you. Anyway, let's get it.
All right. So, what's your take on the there you go, man. I got you. You're moderated. Get the smoke.
Yes, that's right.
So what's your take on the Devin situation, bro?
What is the situation? With the ring? Oh, what you were just talking about? So I was I'm with you with the. I was also, doing my Oakland Black Panther, my Black Panther fist when he gave it up, and I also was critical about his response to I'll send it back, but I thought he could have done a better response. But I didn't have such a negative response, reaction to his response as you did. So it's kind of I'm not quite sure where all of that, where that heat is coming from. Just because the dude said I'll send it back to you, and then said to him, your response showed it is illustrative of the fucking disrespect that I'm talking about.
Okay, so let me make sure. Okay, so you're saying that you agreed with my take that he shouldn't have said
I'm saying he could have said it. He could have had a better response, right? I don't really like his response. Like for me, I would have told the guy, "Come get that shit." It would have been Riddick Bowe Part 2. Like, get it out of recycling bin, and trash is on Tuesdays. You better send it. You better send somebody fast, something like that, right? You would have said like, "Yeah, I'll send it because you can't afford it." Something like how I posted to do. Whatever it is, I feel like you could have had a better response than what he had. But your response to your reaction to the response he gave, I felt like was like kind of over the top. But it's not like, just saying I'll send it back to you. It was like kind of but him saying, I never see that's your response shows.
No, watch. So watch.
Yeah, whatever.
So
The paraphrase. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what he said was, he says, you guys can have his belt back. Dougie Fisher turns around and says, okay, give me it back. And then Devin turns around and says, see, you asking for it back tells me that you never wanted me to have it. So my reaction, the severity of my reaction, I can't really speak on because I just am an excitable person. However, I will say the reason that it bothers me is because you're setting up Dougie, because the two things cannot be true at the same time. You cannot tell somebody to take the belt back. They say okay because you offered it, and then turn around and accuse them of something. So it's disingenuous.
That is a reading of it. Another reading of it they could have said no. They could, because Dougie Fisher didn't have to say what he said. Dougie Fisher could have said, "Oh yeah, you know what, champ? There's a methodology to the whole thing," and they could have placated him. They could have done something to reconcile the difference between having Lomachenko on their pound for pound list, weighing the ring belt, which is supposed to be a lineal title, and Devin Haney being the guy that beat the guy, being left off their pound for pound list. He could have said something that everybody could understand why Devin Haney is left off that list, because that's the thrust of what Devin Haney's talking about. Instead, what Dougie Fisher said was, I don't give a damn about what you're actually talking about. We just going to get to the nitty gritty. We don't want you to have the belt anyway. Thanks a lot.
That's not what he said. What Dougie Fisher said was, Devin said, you guys can keep your belt. I am not going to use it before or you won't see me with it before or after fights. And Dougie Fisher said, send the belt back, champ. That's all he said.
Okay,
no, stop. I'll let you finish. He didn't say any of the stuff that you just said. Now he could have ignored it. Watch, he could have ignored it. He could have said, "Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. Let's have a phone call." He could have done any of that. But the person that initiated the conversation was Devin telling him, you can have your belt. I don't want it. So he says, okay, champ, send it back.
No, I mean, I get that part, but what about all the pound for pound stuff?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Then Devin says, see, I knew that you never wanted me to have it because you're asking for it back. Number one, Dougie Fisher did not ask for it back. Devin told him he was giving it back. That's not true. Two of them cannot be true at the same time. You cannot tell somebody, I'm giving you this back, and you say, okay, thank you. And then you say, I knew you wanted it back. Dude, I'm taking it because you said that you wanted to give it to me. I didn't ask you for it back. That's not true. That is a factually untrue statement that Devin used because Dougie Fisher never asked for it back. Devin gave it back, and he said, okay, send it back, champ. He's talking about put it in the mail, send it to my address. For Devin to turn around on him and then accuse him of asking for it back is absolutely positively disingenuous.
Okay, so is that so I got it, and I heard you, and I got you hammered the point home. But I have a question: where did the whole pound for pound list thing come up? Because you didn't say that in your.
It came up from Devin.
So Devin did say why he wasn't going to wear it. because of the pound for pound, right?
My
So
whole problem.
Right, so he
with
did give
Devin-
it. Hold on a second. I just want to make
Go
sure
ahead.
that also was part of it, because you didn't say that
What
was just part of it
what
just
was
now.
part of it? Let me make sure I
That
understand.
him saying the reason why he wasn't going to wear it was because of his exclusion from the pound for pound list, and Loma's inclusion. Was that part of his
That's
rationale?
the
Right. That
reason
is why
behind.
he said
Yeah, that's
he
the
wasn't
reason
going to wear it.
behind.
Right.
That's the reason behind Devin
Correct.
telling
Yeah,
Dougie
correct.
Fisher.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
Fisher, yeah.
saying. Right.
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 That's
Right.
the reason for Devin saying what Devin said. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, correct. So that's all I'm saying to you. Dougie Fisher could have said, all he said is you can keep it because of this situation. Dougie Fisher could have actually, instead of just saying send it back, could have tried to placate him, at least addressed what his concern was. Dougie Fisher didn't do any of that. All Dougie Fisher did was jump right to the fucking point of give it back.
Right. Fuck Dougie Fisher. I'm 100%. No,
I got it.
Excuse me.
I got it. So now we get to what?
Pause.
Now we get back to what Devin Haney. Now we get back to what Devin Haney said. What he said.
Hold on, bro. Get this one point in time, because I don't want to go too far off on this. I don't want to go too far on it.
Okay.
You asked me about my reaction to what Devin said. I don't care anything about Dougie Fisher or Ring Magazine. I was happy that he was given the belt back for the reason that he gave it. I believe I was 100% with Devin when Devin said you can have your belt back. I agree with that. I don't think that Ring Magazine treats black fighters in general fairly. That's why I was saying I was very, very happy with what Devin said. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say to somebody, take this back. Then they say, okay, give it back. And then you say, see, use your invitation as a proof against them. That's not fair. That's you're setting up Dougie Fisher and then trying to take advantage of something that you said. If I tell you, hey, here's this $5, I want to buy your dinner. Here's $5 for your dinner. And then you say, okay, thank you. Here's the $5. Thank you for the $5 for my dinner. And then I said, I knew you were begging. I always knew you were a beggar and couldn't afford your meal. What? You offered to pay for my meal. I say, okay, you can pay for my meal. And then you turn around on it and act like I was begging for your money? No, dude. That's the same thing Devin did, but he did it with a belt. He said, here, take it. And the guy says, okay, I'll take it. And you say, see? I knew you never wanted me to have it. There's no causal connection between the accusation and the original statement. He didn't in any way, shape, or form prove that Dougie Fisher never wanted to have it. We already know why Dougie Fisher said, give me it back, because Devin said, take it back. That's not fair. You're setting him up.
Right. So again, the reason why he said take it back was not because he just didn't like the Ring Magazine. It was because of the way that if I can just finish, if I can just
care if he took it back because it gave him a rash.
I understand that. I understand that you don't. Right. So what he was saying, what he was saying, if I can just get my point,
we're gonna bring it back. You're talking about my reaction.
I understand. I understand. I understand about it.
JT, you said your reaction was to my reaction.
Right. So what I said I was confused. I know. I understand that you explained your reaction, and what I'm trying to do now, because it seems like there's a disconnect from your interpretation and my interpretation of his word.
No, you don't.
Okay,
you agree.
No, I haven't even got to speak yet. I don't agree. You're telling me I agree without letting me actually speak. We don't agree, actually. And if you allow me to speak, I'll tell you why we don't agree.
Stop for a second. JT, stop. I'm going to let you go talk about Ring Magazine and Dougie Fisher for as long as you want to hear it.
That's where I'm going with it, though.
When I get done, which is going to be in less than 10 seconds.
Okay, it's all good.
With less than 10 seconds,
go ahead.
You're going to go off and talk about Dougie Fisher. And when you get done talking to me and explaining to me how Dougie Fisher's a bad guy,
I'm not doing that.
I'm going to come back. Listen, I'm going to come back and say, or Ring Magazine, I'm going to come back to you and get right back to what I said before. That Devin Haney said one thing, and then he said something opposite after that. So go ahead.
Right. So in his explanation of why he was giving it away, the heart of it was he felt like he was being disrespected. And then he felt like Dougie Fisher's response was also disrespectful, which prompted him to say, see, that's what I was saying in my original conversation about being that I am being disrespected at Ring Magazine.
He felt disrespected. Clarification question.
Right. Devin
You're
Haney.
telling me-
Devin Haney. The reason why Devin Haney said he's giving it up is because he felt disrespected.
Oh, no, go ahead. Just keep going.
Right.
Go ahead.
So the reason why Devin Haney said he was giving up the belt was because he felt disrespected. And then Dougie Fisher's response, he felt was disrespectful. So then he said, see, that is what I was talking about in my original complaint. The
That's
disrespect
not what
that you
he didn't say that at all. He didn't say that at all. He did not say that. No, he did not.
He said, see, this is what. Okay.
No, he said, see, you never wanted me to have a belt.
Correct, because you could tell, but from the disrespect in Dougie Fisher's response was illustrative of the disrespect that he was talking about, that why he was giving the belts up in the first place.
Dude, you are putting extra meaning on that shit.
I'm not. I'm just telling you, this is how I'm interpreting the whole thing. Like, that's why. Why else would he say that? If not, okay, why else would he say that? I'm just saying, like, why else would he say? Why else would Devin Haney say what he said?
I'm not going to get into mind reading Devin Haney.
I'm just saying, like, to me, that is the most reasonable fucking thing. I'm not even talking about. I'm just talking about interpreting language.
The most reasonable thing is to me.
Yes,
the most reasonable thing is this is the most reasonable thing. What he actually said, which was, you can have your belt back. Dougie Fisher saying, give me it back. And then him turn around and saying, essentially, oh, now because you asked for me to send the belt back, that proves that you never wanted me to have the belt. And what you're saying, you're not addressing the fact that he's literally talking and accused Ring Magazine of never wanting him to have the belt. He did not accuse them of disrespect. He accused them of not wanting to have the belt back based on the fact that they said send the belt back, even though they said send the belt back because Devin said he was going to give them the belt back, which is the same scenario as me saying to you, again, very simply, hey, would you like for me to pay for your dinner? And you say, sure, pay for my dinner. I pay for your dinner. I say, I knew you were broke. I knew you didn't have money to pay for your dinner. Why would you say that I didn't have money to pay for your dinner? Because I paid for your dinner. Obviously, because I paid for your dinner, you didn't have money. You didn't have money for the dinner. Similarly, Devin is saying, see, you said send it back. You didn't want me to have it. No, you asked for me to pay for dinner. You volunteered to pay for dinner. I say, okay, I accept your invitation. And then you blame me for your invitation. Devin invited them to take the belt back and turned around and blamed them for his invitation. That's what made me upset. It has nothing to do with disrespect or not disrespect. It has everything to do with Devin saying, you can have your belt back. Them saying, okay, give it to me back. And then him turning around and blaming them.
Right. So
it back.
So I understand that. But in order for you to get there, you would have to parse his statement. Right. And that's what I'm keep saying. You would have to parse his statement. Because all you're looking at, you're only looking at the part. Okay, all you're looking at is him saying you can keep the belt. You're disregarding everything he said around why he's saying you can keep the belt. Like you're just taking one part of the soundbite. You can take your belt and focusing on Dougie Fisher's response to that part of his statement. Meanwhile, it's only part of his statement. So you would have to parse his statement to get to where you're going reasonably. That's all I'm saying.
I cannot parse shit. I can take a direct quote from the man. I'm not parsing it.
No, I'm talking about his entire statement. I'm talking about his entire statement.
I'm not going to read. Dude, okay. I'm not going to sit there. First of all, his entire statement is not a statement. It's 5 and 6, 7 and 8 tweets going back, which all started from Devin. The first thing the man said is, take your belt back. I'm never going to use it again. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not parsing. I'm paraphrasing. And it is an accurate paraphrase. The man said, take your belt. You're not going to see it in my hands before or after fights. That's what he said.
All right.
And then Dougie didn't say anything other than, okay, send it back, champ.
So then where did the whole being part of the pound for pound list thing come in? If that's the only two, if that's the first thing he said, Dougie just sent it back.
Devin wrote a text and said, look, what sense does it make for a guy that is not on the pound for pound list, that's undisputed, the youngest undisputed champion in the 4-belt era, to be not to be on a pound for pound list when a guy in his own weight class is not? That is a justification. Listen, that is.
No, I'm just asking if that was first. Was that was after he already said
first?
No, I'm asking you just the sequence.
Dude, look, man,
because I wasn't. Hey, Fanon, I'm trying to tell you, bro. I was in the chat. I was in the chat and listening.
All of that is explaining to you why Devin Haney gave the belt back. I am not saying Devin does not have a reason to give the belt back. Devin can be very justified in giving the belt back. He could be disrespected for not being on the undisputed, not being on that pound for pound list. Granted, I understand why he says that. Solid point. I do not have any problem with him saying that. I don't have any problem with him feeling disrespected. All of that can be true. All of that very well may be true. So I don't want to debate that. But when you tell somebody that you can have your belt back, they say nothing but, okay, give it back to me. And then you turn around and say, see, you never wanted me to have it in the first place. First of all, there's nothing to support that they didn't want you to be a ring champion because they didn't put you on a pound for pound list, or because they asked for you to give the belt back. He said, you can have your belt back. They said, okay, give me the belt back. Why should I understand where you're coming from?
I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you. Until you clown out there, Ellie Peters, talking about I met my match on something. Bro, you know what you can do. I ain't lost shit.
No, this is about a clarification about a reaction like that. There's nothing to lose or win in this.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Ryder, whatever you out there doing. However, I'm being very clear, and I'm going to repeat it. If I don't care who it is, if my mother did that, said, I am going to quit my job. I quit, I'm leaving. And then they say, okay, I accept your resignation. She can't then turn around and say, oh, I always knew you wanted to fire me. What? I didn't fire you. You quit. All I did is accept your resignation. I didn't ask you to resign. I didn't say I didn't want you as my employee. You came to me, said that you're unhappy about a decision I made, and said you want to quit. Here's my key. And I say, okay, great. Sorry to see you leave. Give me your key. I'll see you later. You can't then go around, then go file a wrongful termination suit when you quit. That's just logical, man. And I don't mean to browbeat it or beat anybody up over that, or beat up anybody over that point. But
I mean, not to belabor the whole thing, because I think I understand exactly where you're coming from. I don't know, like, without knowing the sequence, because trust me, if I read the tweets, I'd be more familiar. But I just heard the way that you were describing it, and I was reacting to the way that you described it without reading the tweets myself and knowing what came first and what the conversation was. I was just listening to your characterization.
Oh, yeah, bro. Don't feel like there's, we'll get a little bit heated on it, but no, man, it's really my only thing, the only thing that I have any issue with whatsoever. I promise you.
So here's the thing. I would just say that. I would just say that sometimes, though, you'll have a person who that you can't get rid of because their performance is too good, but you actually want them gone, right? That can also happen, and it does look a lot like as soon as you say fuck you, they go, yeah, well, fuck you too, right? And they escort you out the door, right? Yeah. And he could very well be talking about that, and you may very well be. To me, I think it could be a reasonable response to why did you open yourself up to that kind of treatment. But the treatment was there, whether he opened himself up to it or not is the other part of it. It's kind of
let me be really clear on this. I can't stand Ring Magazine. Can't stand them. Don't think shit about them at all. The last thing, if you people think that you're a Devin Haney hater, bro, I'm a Ring Magazine, stone cold Ring Magazine hater. Stone cold. I don't like Ring Magazine at all. I throw a party if they went out of business. That's how much I dislike Ring Magazine.
No, I was in the chat when you talked to Dougie Fisher back in the day, like 2018, something like that.
I hate Ring Magazine because Ring Magazine, first of all, I remember Dougie Fisher and Steve Kim at Max Boxing and all of the stuff that they did there. But Ring Magazine claiming that they're the lineal title when they're not the lineal title, I was excited that he dropped the belt because Devin is the lineal title. He's the lineal lightweight champion. And if he gives that belt back, that means he gave back the Ring Magazine, but he can't give back lineal. Tyson Fury gave the belt back because he was like, look, you can have his belt back. Tyson Fury's supposed to be the lineal champion. They keep claiming that Ring Magazine is the lineal champion. So when Devin gave it back, dude, trust me, I was damn near backflipping when he's like, take this shit back. But the last thing that he said was, and this is the thing that where it got from, it went from, and admittedly, dude, I read all the tweets, but you got to just understand like how my mindset is. I'm looking for relevant conversations. I'm not listening to what Dougie Fisher has to say about yip yap. Dude, 90% of what these dudes say, I'll listen to, and that shit will leave my ears because I'm looking for the very key. I'm looking for what they call the gravamen. I'm looking for the gravamen. I'm looking for the most relevant statements that you make. Dougie Fisher said, give it back. When they said, I'm done with it, and he said, send that to me. Devin Haney says, see, I never knew you never wanted it. But then do you know what Devin Haney said after that, GT? He told Dougie Fisher to come and get it. Come and get it. So now he's not even giving it back. He's saying you have to come get it or strip me because I'm not going to give it back to you. The whole conversation to me was like,
well, I mean, first he said you can keep it. Dougie Fisher then told him to do something about them keeping it. And he says, fuck what you're talking about. I'm just not representing it. Right? You can get it however you get it. Get your shit off the glass, out the trash, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, all that's fair. So all that stuff to me is whatever. That's them getting frustrated and arguing with each other and saying what they're saying. When Devin said he was going to get that belt back and he's no longer the Ring Magazine champion, if stick with it, I'm not the Ring Magazine champion. If he does that, I'm gold. But if he doesn't do that, then it's like, okay, what's the rest of this? What's going on, Avery 81st? Oh, sorry about that. Hey, what's going on, Avery 81st?
Yo, what's going on, OG?
I'm chilling, brother.
Yes, sir. Now, I want to come on here and say, man, about Devin Haney. I'm a Devin Haney fan personally of his skill set, right? But them boys be trolling, man. They always got something going on. 50% of his tweets is about the pound for pound list half of the time, right? So, like, even with this tweet right here, it's like he's just going out of his way to say, look at me, I'm the youngest undisputed champ. You know what I'm saying? He's just keeping it going. And it's kind of crazy, man, because you would think that he would just continue to prove himself, keep working. There's no need to address magazines. There's no need to address pound for pound list. But it seems like he wants his just due. But the way that he's going about it is just the wrong way, in my opinion. So I like going back and forth with Dougie and all that on Twitter. It's just irrelevant. Just handle what you got in front of you. Get the fights that you say you want. You know what I'm saying? Stop trolling, tanking, all that. Handle the fights that you got in front of you and just make it happen instead of complaining and crying wolf all the time.
I'll let you and Get Smoke get that, bro, because I'm telling you, man, I don't want to talk about this.
Yeah. So for me, his lobbying effort, I don't know if I think that it's a wise move on their part because they're not giving him anything. Like, how much of that press conference that he just had with George Kambosos was dedicated to Loma's return? Like, how else is he going to get it? Like, there's the squeaky wheel doesn't get the oil. You know, squeaky wheel gets the oil. The closed mouth don't get fed, right? It's just kind of like you do what you can, how you can, when you can. Like, I think that sometimes I don't know that it is a one-way troll thing with Devin Haney. I think that he and Tank have been doing this trolling thing back and forth for some time now. Maybe it's generational. I think it's part of both of their marketing, right? They've been connected to the Mayweather gym since both the beginning of both of their careers. So just kind of like I just expect that to be like kind of par for the course, them going back and forth in social media. But yeah, I don't know. Some things about the way they go about their PR,
I mean, but he already has contractual obligations anytime he's saying something. So
yeah,
I mean, what's the point? What's the point of even addressing another fighter if you already got somebody lined up? They did all that talking, and then we already knew who he's going to be fighting in October.
Right. So here's the thing, right? And I feel like that's a fair statement. I feel like they could be using other people's names to market fights. That's I feel like that's a reasonable reading of what's going on. But there's also they seem to be just trying to make fights. They don't just say stuff in social media and let it go. So like if there was a fight to be made, a way to go out, like maybe they would have found a loophole to just have everybody waste their time at the end of the day and still fight George Kambosos. But I do think there's a way, if Tank wanted these fights, that Tank could be more proactive on his end to get these fights. Like right now, if let's say Tank a month ago did petition to be the WBA mandatory, make his WBA world become a WBA super. Wouldn't that be a scheduled fight? Probably. Like, if both parties would probably want that fight, it'd be a huge money fight, right? And then it doesn't really matter that he has contractual obligations or if he's with Top Rank or whatever the hell, because then it'd be a sanctioning body issue, not a promotional issue.
Well, let me answer the question about the mandatory portion of it. That's not going to work because Tank Davis is not going to take a mandatory cut against Devin. Because Gervonta Davis is the guy that sells all the tickets. So for him to go the mandatory route, that means that you're going to have a purse split that's in favor of Devin, or 50-50 at the very least, because Devin is the main champion. Where if they were going to negotiate a fight straight out, more than likely it's going to be at the very least it's going to be a 70-30 split for Gervonta. At the very least, it's going to be 70-30 based off of the amount of money that Gervonta makes. Right now, they may say, "Well, what's your purse? What's your purse?" But Gervonta is not getting just the purse. Devin's getting paid just the purse. Devin's getting the pay-per-view. And he's getting the gate. So the conversation of those two things, Gervonta's never going to go a mandatory route for Devin, and also. Even if Gervonta petitioned the WBA, that does not mean that George Kambosos is not going to sue Devin Haney to enforce his rematch clause. Because even in that case, they're going to have to go to court over that, and then the court's going to say, "Well, okay, well you have to have that WBA thing approved." But here's the other thing: the WBA approved the contract. The WBA approved the fight with George Kambosos and Teofimo Lopez, fully aware that there was a rematch clause in it. So I'm not sure that the WBA is going to then say, okay, even though we allowed you guys to have this fight knowing full well that in that contract you had a rematch clause, now we're not going to let you honor that clause for a contract that we allowed to go. So I just don't think that is really going to make it. I think the thing that is going to allow I don't think there is any realistic way for Gervonta to do anything that is going to get Devin Haney that fight, other than Gervonta convincing Al Heyman and those guys to pay step-aside money to George Kambosos in order to get Devin out of that contract, and then come up with some type of arrangement with Top Rank to allow Devin Haney not to fight a Top Rank fighter next, because Devin Haney has a contract, not only a rematch clause with George Kambosos, he also has a contract with Top Rank that he would have to be able to get out of. So
I wasn't really talking about instead of George Kambosos. Like for him to fight Devin Haney instead of George Kambosos, he would have to give up the belts, right? Because the rematch clause is for the belts, right? So I was just talking about after the Kambosos fight. I was talking about. I was just talking about
be able to do that though. But go ahead, yeah.
I was talking about assuming he fought George Kambosos and won. That we wouldn't get the Loma. We wouldn't get the Loma fight instead of getting the Loma fight. We'd be getting the Tank fight.
Then you're running up against Bob Arum.
Right, because that's what I'm saying.
Arum, because even then you have to deal with Bob Arum.
Exactly. What's your co-promotional deal, right? Exactly.
Yeah, and also to boot, Bob Arum had said before that the WBO will mandate the fight. So honestly, if Devin, I wouldn't be surprised if I was Bob Arum, and I'm sure Bob Arum has the ability to do this. If as soon as Devin Haney beats George Kambosos, the WBO is probably going to drop the mandatory on Devin.
Which is why I preface this whole thing is if he had done this thing a month ago, we wouldn't be here. Because this would already probably be cleared up about the WBA ordering the fight after the Kambosos fight. Right? Ordering the winner of Kambosos versus Devin Haney.
Yeah, if you're really, really, really lucky. Like if you're really, really, really lucky.
I mean, do you have to be lucky or do you just have to be influential? I feel like Tank Davis has enough and Floyd Mayweather have enough political clout with the WBA. And I think that the winner of Kambosos and Haney want the fight enough that they could, I feel like the WBA would be like, what's the issue?
Well,
he's still tied in with Top Rank though.
Yeah, well, let me put it this way.
I mean, that's the WBO. We're talking about the WBA.
Gervonta Davis could also do this. Maybe. Right? He could say, I'm a free agent. Al Heyman, I'm done with Floyd Mayweather Jr. I'm going to go sign with Bob Arum over there at Top Rank so that I can get the fight with Devin Haney next. He could also do that. Right?
Well, I think he's signing to Showtime, though. I think that I think Tank. I mean, that's what Steven Espinoza said.
According to Gervonta Davis and Calvin Ford, he is an independent contractor as long as he's still got an advisory contract with Al Heyman. But the simple way for him to do it is to say, okay, I'm going to go sign with Bob Arum so that I can get a fight with George Kambosos. Bob Arum said in a minute he would sign him. Would love to sign Gervonta Davis. Said it right out.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that. Let me say that Steven Espinoza.
Watch this. So, what you're asking for Gervonta, and this is the thing with pretty consistent, putting any onus on Gervonta Davis to overcome the problems that Devin Haney has, because Devin Haney signed an agreement. Gervonta Davis can fight whoever Gervonta Davis wants to sign. Devin Haney is the one that's tied down, and he's the one that has all the stuff tying him down, preventing him from making the fight. So to ask Gervonta to do something exceptional to get Devin out of contractual obligations that Devin has is putting all the onus on Gervonta and none of it on Devin.
Right. So I'm working from an interview that Steven Espinoza gave like around the Ugas fight, or right after the Ugas fight, maybe it was during, saying that Tank was not with Floyd but with Showtime and Al. Like that's who he was signed to. He had a TV contract with Showtime and he had a managerial contract with Al Heyman. So that's what I was going off of, was that the fight would probably have to be on Showtime. But the other part of it is just that Bob Arum is a co-promoter, right? So the idea, if they were going to fight next, it would probably be a co-promotion and it would probably be on Showtime, because I think Tank is exclusive to there.
I
get your point. I get your point that the Haneys have to deal with Bob Arum. They have to get Bob Arum on board.
That's the co-promotional thing. The co-promotional thing is never going to work. There's not going to be a co-promotional thing with, and I can do this super chat right if I say this. There's never going to be a co-promotional thing with Devin Haney and Gervonta Davis, because there's no reason to do it from Gervonta Davis's point of view. Gervonta Davis is the pay-per-view fighter. Gervonta Davis is the guy that's selling out arenas. He's the guy that sells the tickets. He's the guy that sells the pay-per-views. Devin is not. So they're not going to do a co-promotional deal with him because there's no code to it. It's a lopsided in favor of Gervonta Davis.
Right. So I think we have it.
Tell them Showtime turned down. Just so you know, Showtime turned down the idea of doing any type of co-promotional thing with Ryan Garcia. and was like, look, man, we're not going to do no co-promotional thing with Gervonta and Ryan Garcia because, you know, if we want to do anything, if Ryan wins, you guys take the next fight. But we're just not interested in doing that. Let me read this real quick.
Yeah,
Tank is not the mandatory. He's the regular champion who fights all the mandatories. Haney has none. Second, explain why Lee Wood, WBA regular, and Leo Santa Cruz are not fighting after it was ordered. Promoters, right? But what they're saying is, and this is coming from Bill Haney, which honestly, man, you know, to me sounded more like I don't know, man, like you know that's never going to happen. Why even say it, right? But even if he said, oh, that's a way to get around it. You can get us out of our obligation by you petitioning the WBA to be our mandatory. So you put yourself in a weaker position in order to get us out of our problem. And I think Bill Haney is smart enough of an individual to know that he would never say yes to that. And there's no obligation of any fighter to take a bad deal. Similar to like what Terrence Crawford is going through. I never said, will never say that Terrence Crawford needs to take a bad deal that he feels he's taken advantage of in order to make a fight. I would love to see the fight. I do believe that the money for him is probably what's holding it up, but there's no fighter should be put into an obligation in order to take a bad deal for them. And Gervonta Davis asking to take the second, voluntarily becoming the B-side to a fight with Devin Haney to get Devin Haney out of his obligations is just, it's absurd to say the least.
I think it's a different reading. The reading what the petitioning was after the George Kambosos fight, not necessarily to get him out of the George Kambosos fight. The only way he could got out of the George Kambosos fight was to give up the belts, right?
It doesn't
that's
matter.
The only way
At any point, first of all, watch this, if you get outside of that's, first of all, that's not true, because if the issue was to get him out of a fight after that, that's a voluntary. So there is no issue with having to take it as a mandatory to get a voluntary. The situation with Lomachenko would not be handled that way. If he was going to do anything, they would say, okay, ask Bob Arum how much it costs to buy you out of your contract. Because then you can fight whatever voluntary you want to fight, as long as you don't have a contract with Bob Arum where Bob Arum has to approve the fight.
Most definitely. Like, that would be the easiest way to go about it if they want to get rid of George Kambosos, was to pay off George Kambosos.
Right. So the only scenario in which him becoming the mandatory for Devin would help is getting him out of the rematch clause with George Kambosos.
No, it would also help because Bob Arum still wants Loma, who is in position to become a mandatory for the WBO and all this other stuff. So the question is, before these mandatories pile up, become first in line. I get your point, though. If you're saying it's a 70-30, I didn't really like, since Devin is his own promoter, he's getting parts of the gate. I'm not sure what the hell Tank is getting, from Showtime, but I'm assuming he's getting something from Showtime, since Steven Espinosa is saying he has a direct contract with them.
I'll tell you what they get. I'll tell you what they get. Devin Haney gets $3 million, and we'll just do the math very quickly. Devin Haney gets roughly $3 million in guaranteed money. I think he got $2.8 million in guaranteed money for George Kambosos in his last fight. I think the fights before that, he got $3 million guaranteed, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to get any pay-per-view because there is no pay-per-view. And he's not going to get any gate because they sold 2,600. They only did 190,000 at the gate. So there's really no gate to speak of. And by gate, I mean people buying tickets to the fight.
Yeah, no, I got you.
So what he's going to get is roughly the purse that he gets. Gervonta Davis gets a $1.5 million guarantee, and then he gets roughly 70% of the pay-per-view that he sells, right? If he does a 70-30 split. So I'm going to give you the numbers on it. At the end of the day, for the last fight Gervonta Davis made, without taking out how much he had to pay for Floyd or how much he had to pay in taxes or pay to his coach, he grossed somewhere around $14 million, somewhere around there, based on $19 million $19 million in pay-per-view and a $3 to $5 million gate. So he wound up somewhere around $14 million in gross revenues allotted to him. Then he had to pay stuff, but Devin has to pay stuff too. So Gervonta made, based on public numbers, about $9 million more, 3 times as much for his fight as Devin does.
Right, but that's if you were to go off their last fights, right? I'm not sure.
The last several
right,
fights.
So
Gervonta Davis,
right.
Yeah, Gervonta
so
Davis,
if I can just because
for 4 fights.
Because
4 or 5 fights.
I was under the impression that Tank got $5 million for his last fight. That's what he wound up walking away with.
His guarantee.
Yeah, I'm saying also. I'm saying also. Yeah,
his
I'm saying also. Yeah, I got the guarantee and the different splits. I'm just saying that the number at the end, I'm here. I got a different number.
Nobody really knows the number at the end,
right.
But his number, I don't know Devin's number at the end. Devin still got to pay trainers. Devin still got to pay taxes.
Yeah.
Devin still got to pay.
No, I'm not talking about the split. I'm not talking about after they do all that. I'm just saying the money that their gross before they have to do their thing, right? Not their net after they have to pay everything.
As far as the money available for the fight that is earned on the fight, the stuff that we know, Gervonta Davis did roughly 250,000 pay-per-views at $79 a pop. So if you multiply, and I'm gonna do it. I know some of y'all think this is nerdy because I don't want to just pull stuff out. We're doing reasonable estimates. If you do reasonable estimates, he did 250,000 pay-per-views, reasonable estimate, times $79 equals $19,750,000 in pay-per-view. Now, I'm going to multiply that by times 0.9 because Steven Espinoza said that roughly 90% of the pay-per-views on Showtimes go to the fighters. So multiply that times 0.9 equals $17,775,000 goes to the fighters. Let's assume that Gervonta Davis took an 80-20 split with Rolly. 80-20, because he don't deserve more than that. So you multiply that times, 7. So I lost that number. So, I got it actually. Let me do this. Let me see if I can get it back. So that's clear. Let me clear this. Hold on. So that's 17 million. 17,775. Let me go to 0. Oh, I put that behind the thing. Hold on 1 second. So 17,775,000, and say he gets 80%. So you're going to multiply that times 0.8 equals 14,220,000, roughly going to Gervonta Davis's camp. Then you add plus he has a $3 million gate, and just give him $2 million out the gate, or split it. Give him $1.5 million additionally out of the gate to be conservative. Say he gets 50% of the gate. And I don't know how much he's going to get, but just give him 50% of it. Times, clear, plus 1,500,000 equals $15,720,000. That goes to Floyd Mayweather Promotions, and Gervonta Davis gets paid out of that. So gets paid from them. But just say they take 30%, right? So out of that, say the promoter takes 30%. So you're going to multiply that times 0.7 equals Gervonta Davis getting $11 million at the end of the day. Okay, so he makes $11 million, and that's a fair estimate off the numbers. There may be other things, may this go this way or that way. And Devin Haney makes 3.
Hey, listen. So I've heard that from several promoters that from directly from their mouth, from Richard Schaefer to Bob, they all say that pay-per-view is 50% goes to the provider, but
Nah,
apparently Showtime is saying no. I mean, I get you. I understand.
Stop.
I
Steven
understand.
Espinoza was just on an interview with Tay Jones on Tay Jones' channel, talking about pay-per-view and what the pay-per-view model was. He said of our pay-per-views, not roughly 90%, 99 cents on 90 cents on the dollar, a little bit more for some, a little bit less for others, goes to the fighter. That's what Steven Espinoza, who is the vice president of Run Sports for the organization, that airs the fights, said. So I'm taking his number.
No, I understand. And I feel like there's some consequences if he lies about it. So I'm going to take his word at it too. Like, he's not just like some Joe Blow off the street on a privately owned company kind of thing. I get it.
Right. So the thing is that that's why when people say, do the belts matter, right? For Gervonta, you say Gervonta. Now, Gervonta doesn't want to pay for them belts. But whatever the case is, that's why Gervonta probably doesn't care a whole lot about the belts or Ring Magazine or anybody else. Because when you can sell 250,000 pay-per-views and get a big cut of that, and that's probably why he also wanted to say, look, no, man, Floyd, no. I don't need to give you that 30. I don't need to cut down from $15 million to $11 million. When you go through the public, and I'm saying the numbers that are out there, conservative numbers, 250,000 pay-per-view for him. He's selling out arenas. You know what the gate is. The gate is $3 to $5 million every time he fights. He doesn't need those belts, and he's never going to be the B-side to Devin.
Well, so I don't think that they necessarily have to be the B-side. You can negotiate whatever pay structure you want, right? Like these are guidelines when it comes down to mandatories. That's just, but they do take your previous fights receipts. But I have a question for you, because this thing about the onus and the back and forth in social media. Do you put any onus on Tank for saying that he wants to fight the winner of Kambosos versus Haney? Do you think that he should have to do anything in order for that to happen, or he just says stuff in social media and we just forget it? And he don't even say that dude just at the very least just caps and funds in social media for his followers or for notoriety.
He didn't say it on social media though. He said it in an interview with Brian Custer.
Yeah, that's fine. Brian Custer is a podcast, right? That's social media to me.
No, look, it's an interview. It doesn't matter. He said it. Gervonta Davis, in my opinion, Gervonta Davis owes this. He said, I will fight Devin Haney. I will fight Devin Haney. If Devin Haney is free to fight, and then they should enter into a negotiation. More than likely, the negotiation is going to go like this if they're serious about it. Al Heyman will call Bill Haney. Al Heyman will call Bill Haney, and he will say, look, we want to make the fight with Devin Haney. Here's our offer. And then
so there you go. So you feel like since he said that, there should be some onus placed on his team to tender an offer.
Yeah, when they're available. Why? Yeah, if he says he wants to make the fight.
Yeah, you can tender an offer at any point, right? You can You asked about. No. You asked me about. Hold up a second. Can I just go? Like when our guy Andre Ward, Oakland's own, fought Kovalev, they had that fight. That fight in place 2 or 3 fights before they actually did it. Right? It was contingent on them getting through some things, right? You can structure a contract. You don't have to wait to the moment the guy's free in order to tender an offer. You can say, hey, after you're done with this, I'll fight you.
No, I disagree with that. That's BS.
It's happened all the time. It's happened.
Not that what you said. I'm just saying on how that makes, because yesterday's prices aren't today's prices.
Yeah.
So
but as long as you agree to it, then you can agree to it, right?
Long and short to that question, what you just asked, is he under any onus to negotiate a fight with Devin Haney right now when Devin Haney has 2 more fights that he has to take before he's free? Absolutely not. No.
So you're saying wait till he's free. So you're saying wait till he's free of his contractual obligations with Top Rank. That's what you meant. Okay, I got you.
Why would you ever negotiate for a fight with somebody that's not available? Gervonta Davis may get, who knows what can it do. Devin Haney may lose.
No, I hear you. I understand. That's why you have, it's why it's contingent on getting through a thing. But I hear what you're saying. You're saying wait till he gets out of the top rank contract altogether. So that's not really fighting the winner of Kambosos versus Haney. That's at some point down the line. Okay. Anyway, I got you.
Fanon and panel, I just want to say this about the pay-per-view stuff. This pay-per-view stuff confuses a lot of people and gets on people's nerves. But when you really look at it, whether it's objectively or even subjectively, you have the A side and the B side, right? So what is that exactly? Money. It is always about the money and who is bringing in more money. So that's what it is. Simply off the top. And I'm not trying to be funny, GT, but like all the questions you're asking are trying to compare Devin to him and that and the other. He's not what Tank is. He's not even at this point. Tank is bringing in more than him. Simply put.
Right. So right, just straight off the bat, like what Fanon what he just provided was completely different information than what I had. Right. And I don't get my information from Devin Haney or anything like that. I was getting from like so when he was talking about 90% of pay-per-views go, that's cool. Like that's not the understanding I had. And I'm not even trying to argue whose numbers are correct. So I'm fine with that. I'm not like when he was saying it's a 70-30 split, I was thinking more if they want to make it a 70-30 split, I don't know why that would be a problem. If they would prove that you're worth 70-30, why would that be an impediment to the fight? Right? So like just because it's ordered doesn't mean that you have to take it 50-50. You can go, hey, you know what? I'm only worth 30%.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you why that is.
Guys don't do that though.
Because of this reason. Gervonta Davis can legitimately say this. I don't have to fight you at all. I only gonna fight you because I want to fight you. Other than that, who just left?
That was Outlaw.
Oh, Outlaw just left. My bad, Outlaw. If you didn't get your speaker piece. I don't need to fight you at all. I don't want your belts. If I wanted your belts, I'd already had a belts. I don't want your belts because I would have fought George Kambosos and beat the piss out of George Kambosos if I wanted your belts. I don't want those belts. You don't sell pay-per-views, and that's just on the real. You don't sell any pay-per-views. I know that because you don't have any history of selling pay-per-views. So how many pay-per-views do you sell? The answer is you've never sold a single solitary one of them. Then the second question will be, what is your gate receipts when you were headlining the fight? Well, I sold 2,600 tickets in Oakland. So you have a gate of 190,000 and you have no pay-per-view sales, but yet you earned $3 million. It seems to me like the people that were working with you lost $3 million minus 190,000. So round that up to 200. Basically, it seems like they lost $2.8 million on you. That's the numbers that I have for him. That they lost $2.8 million on him. Or they invested or let me say, don't lose it. Say they invested $2.8 million in him. Unless they're getting a lot of money from the zone subscriptions that would justify that. But I don't think that they did. So that's what I'm saying. Devin Haney is not in a position to really negotiate with Tank at all. If that makes sense to you.
And my point is I think that the sanctioning bodies take that into account. Like they don't just say, hey, you know what, here's a 70-30. And I'm not sure how that would work out. But we did just see, Tyson Fury, but it was kind of flipped because Tyson Fury was a champ. And White was a challenger, but they did take their previous receipts into account when they gave their ruling after the split. And I'm sure if one guy's making like 80% more than the other guy, I don't know if they just ended up at 50-50 because one guy's a super.
Like that, in scenarios like that, right? In that scenario, the fight will be done because first of all, Tyson Fury was the A side of that fight, and he was the champion. So in that scenario, they can say, okay, how much is Dillian White going to make? Because we know Tyson Fury is going to make more. The question is just how much more. In the scenario where Devin is the champion and Gervonta is the challenger, Gervonta is never going to go in as a mandatory. He's going to be like, dude, the only way I'm going to fight you is a voluntary, because I'm not going to allow the WBA or anybody else to even be talking about how much money I'm making. Canelo Alvarez will never move up a weight class and go in there as a voluntary, as a mandatory. Canelo Alvarez will go in as a voluntary, because that way you guys have your own negotiations. Or if they order it, right, and for some reason it is a mandatory, then the guy would say, look, man, I'm pulling out this fight because you're not going to decide at all. If they mandate it, then they've got to come to it. With Tank, if they mandated that fight, then Gervonta Davis, Devin Haney would have to fold in the negotiation before it ever got to the purse bid stage. Because at that purse bid stage, I'm saying goodbye, right? So Devin can't even take. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, because I'm pretty sure Devin Haney understands exactly what you're laying out. And I don't think that they would be asking for more than, like, you know, their market share. It doesn't seem to me they would, but maybe they would. I'm just saying, like, how do you get in front of I'm just saying, how do you get in front of all those other belts mandatories?
What I would do is, first of all, you don't even, dude, we're going to fight. If you got mandatories, fight your mandatory. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not in a rush, dude. He's not in a rush. Devin's just got to handle his business and go get the cash cow.
Right. So,
and I'll let Steph talk about it, because I know I've been dominating this conversation. The fact of the matter is that, dude, Devin's got to do what Devin's got to do to work whatever magic Devin got to do in order to get a fight with Gervonta, because the money is over there with Gervonta. Flat. And plus, if the fight is really a big fight, truly a big fight, Devin's going to make more money in that fight if they can justify the pay-per-views. Also, these dudes may look at him like, look, man, you making $3 million. I can't even give you $3 million because you're getting overpaid. I'm not going to overpay you for this fight. So it's just the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, that negotiation is the negotiation.
Yeah, Devin's just got to be Devin to force the fight. Got to get more people to watch him. That's the end of it. Devin's got to be able to get him a star.
This is more about the onus of Tank saying, I want to fight him next. Because, like, I get all that whole thing about what Devin needs to do in Devin's thing. I'm just wondering, like, what, if anything, can Tank do to get this fight next? And should he be doing anything to get the fight next? Can he just pop off the mouth and then, like, let it go?
I've asked about 15 questions, so let me roll back to you. What do you think that Gervonta Davis's duty is in this? What do you think he needs to do?
Right. So, well, if he wants to fight next, right? If he actually wants to fight next, and the guy was, and he said, and somebody said to me, I'll drop the belts to fight you next. I'd be like, okay, that's a good starting point. What's the split going to be? Where's it going to be? Before I put myself on the line for some damages, right? Once the guy drops the belts, make sure we have, like, basically the nuts and bolts of a deal worked out. And then I'll say, yeah, I'll fight you next, drop the belts.
So you think Gervonta Davis's duty is to negotiate a fight with Devin Haney right now?
If the guy, all right, if I say I will fight you next, I want to fight the winner of this fight next. The winner shows up and says, I will fight you right now next. Then, yeah, you should enter in negotiation with that guy to fight him next.
So you think it's Gervonta Davis's job right now, his onus right now?
Not anymore. Like, but at the time, like when he pulled up to say, "Hey, I'm here," but now it's fucking too late. Now it's too fucking late.
They did that. Just so you know, they did that.
I want to squeeze in there.
Right. He said, I'll drop him. And then it was just, and the response was, go fight your mandatory and then talk.
No. That's not what
originally.
Let's do it. I'm gonna let Cass talk. Go ahead, Steph, because Steph has been trying to do it. And then my man Trash Talk Game. Y'all two go.
Yeah, I'll be quick.
Y'all can do this.
And GT, this is for you, sir. Fine. I'll grant what you just said about Gervonta. Cool. If since you want him to do that, he needs to go talk to his handlers, Al Heyman And this is the cold hard truth of what I'm hearing in this conversation. This is the business of boxing and what we're talking about now. What is that? What does that look like? The network, sir. Now, given what we've all said about Gervonta and Devin, Gervonta has the blessings of being able to, he's put the work in to be called a pay-per-view star, right? So now, oh, it's about to get loud with this plane passing over outside. One sec here. So yeah, he's gonna go convince them to do so, right? They're gonna make an offer and put the money down. They are the ones, backing him and putting that hard-earned cash down, right? So it's really, this is gonna be hard to swallow. It's really a no-go. It's either Devin says yes or no to that. That's the cold, hard truth of it all. The networks put the money down for this stuff, man. They're telling you who is a star and who isn't.
Yeah,
That's
we don't
no
disagree.
disrespect.
We don't disagree.
Right. Okay. Well, there's no disrespect to any boxer or anyone who thinks outside of that. I'm just telling you that's what it is. So
yeah, I'm not saying that it shouldn't be 70-30 Tank's way. I'm not saying any of that shit. I'm just talking about hey, the dude said I'll fight you. Where's the negotiation? If it turns out to be 70-30 and if they can't move from there, cool.
And here's another call.
I'm not saying that Tank shouldn't get 70. It could be 80-20. I don't fucking know. Those are the fucking bean counters, right?
But here's another cold hard truth to that. That's fine, man. But you know what? Devin is very, very tied up at the moment. It would be for him, Devin. Now I'm talking about Devin. He would be practicing in bad faith. He wouldn't be doing good faith business right there. That stuff really matters and really counts.
So it seems like
not only that, he could be sued for that, man. I don't think anyone wants, in his case, would want to be dealing with anything of that type of nature. So that's what it is, man. Of course we want these guys to fight. We're the fanatics of them, of course. But
right. So do you think? What do you think the spirit of the Ali Act is? Right, when they talk about a fighter is not contractually obligated to take a lesser pay cut. What do you think they mean? What are they trying to get to at that? If you're saying that he's doing bad business,
go ahead, Trash Talk.
Can I cut in real quick?
Go ahead, Trash Talk.
So we talking in like ifs and like what should have happened or could have happened, but it already happened. Like what really happened is Tank said he wanted Devin next. Yes, he said that. Also, when Devin beat Kambosos, Tank said pay Kambosos step aside money and we can do the thing. The thing is, they never did that. They never even tried to do that. The whole smear campaign about Tank is ducking me was them just trying to build more generation on their side because they already had the fight booked for Kambosos in October from the start. That was already done. It was no negotiation because Devin can't negotiate. Everything we talking about, like these ifs and what it shoulda coulda, is fake. Devin cannot negotiate. Tank not gonna give him a contract because he can't sign the contract. He's already contractually obligated with George Kambosos. They already had to fight. Bill Haney already came on and said from the start that Devin didn't even know which route he wanted to go about it. They made no steps to fight Tank. If he said, "Oh, we can drop the belts," you can say that, but the belts ain't get dropped. George never got approached about step aside money. They never asked George how much he wanted to step aside. It was never none of that. None of that was never done. So at the end of the day, you say Tank could have did this, Tank should have did that. They never did anything other than say, we can fight Tank. They want Tank to jump through leaps and bounds to save them. Understand, after this George Kambosos fight, if they say they don't even know if he fighting Vasyl Lomachenko yet or if he's going to move up. Like, it's a lot of ifs about Devin Haney going on even after this fight. He don't know which route he's going to take yet. So at the end of the day, it's him. It's all on him. Everything that's going on with this is about him, is on him, and the onus is on him.
Right.
So, just to address a bunch of what you said, right? So one of the paths is paying George Kambosos step aside money. If George Kambosos was open to that and Bob Arum or maybe some other outside investor was willing to pay that, that would be the most expeditious route for this fight to happen. Granted, already said that. But that's not the route. Hold up a second. I didn't interrupt you at all. You went on and on. So I just want to get through this thing because I don't want to dominate either because I'm sure other people got some stuff to say. But the other path to this whole thing, you keep saying he's contractually obligated. What he's contractually obligated to do is defend the titles against George Kambosos. If he tries to defend the titles against anyone other than George Kambosos at 135 pounds, then he's in breach of contract. If he moves up, he's not in breach of contract. If he drops the titles and fights somebody at 135 pounds, he's no longer in breach of contract. Now, hold up. What Cleverly was talking about earlier about maybe people won't do business with him if he went that route because they felt like that they went into negotiations in bad faith. That maybe that would lose that.
No, sir.
But whether or not, let me get my entire statement. Hold up a second. I didn't interrupt anybody. I don't understand why you think it's all good to interrupt me.
This is great.
Awesome. As soon as I'm done, you can address what I'm saying. Let me finish. So, that's another route that he was suggesting that they take. Another route that they were saying is they could fight at 140 pounds. So there was 3 different ways that could happen. Another thing that they were saying you could do is because you are the WBA world, you can petition to become to force the fight with the WBA Super because that's in the guidelines of the WBA. Now, whether or not like the purse split might have been an obstacle for that fight, maybe not. Like maybe we don't know. It never got that far. All I'm saying about it when it comes to the onus is if a guy says, I want to fight you next, should he do anything to make that thing happen?
So that's what I'm saying. He did. He told him, pay George step aside money. Like you're making it as if all right, if that don't happen, now you go back to Tank and say, all right, Tank, what else you got for me? No, pay George step aside money. If once George is out of the picture,
so wait a minute.
Not going to drop. Hold
on. No. Sir,
I'm listening.
I'm about to get you.
I'm with you, Trash Talk.
Hang on, sir. Hang on, because you're saying stuff that's
I'm not saying anything. Trash Talk is talking. I don't understand why you can't wait your turn.
Sure. Okay.
Sorry, Trash Talk.
We're past that now. No, because you're saying things.
We're past it now. Okay, cool. We're past it. It's your turn now. Sure. Go ahead. Hey, Trash Talk, are you done?
No, go ahead. You can talk, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. I'm sorry, Trash Talk, but GT, you're saying things are going way over our head. And you know what? I will grant that. But the reason why Devin can't do anything, and this is why Trash is saying the onus is on him, because he is signed to Top Rank, the network, ESPN. They are backing him and putting the money on. So if he decides to go willy-nilly do anything, his butt is in trouble. This is why we're not disagreeing with you, but this is why we are disagreeing, because if he does that, again, he's in trouble. Things get messy. So this is why Trash Talk said all this is fake. It does not matter, sir. He is signed to them.
Right. So you realize you say that like it's a revelation. Tank knew that when he opened his big fat mouth.
Right. So that's why.
So like, what are you saying? Like, I don't understand. Like, why?
Hey, 1 second. Pause for a second. Pause for a second. To be very, very fair, get this GT smoke. Gervonta never opened his big fat mouth. It was Devin that opened his mouth about Gervonta. Gervonta was saying he don't call out anybody's name. It was Devin. And then when Gervonta said, and I got it on my channel, you can take the short. He said, you keep talking all this junk. Devin Haney, keep talking all this junk. Okay, fine. I'm out of my contract, is what he said, or I'm not in my contract, whatever he said, kind of muddled. And then he said, I want to fight you next, Devin. I want to fight you next. And he said it because Devin was saying stuff. Dude, Gervonta ain't call out Lomachenko. He ain't called out anybody.
I didn't say that. I'm just talking about what he said. I didn't say that it wasn't in response to what Devin Haney said. I didn't say he didn't start it. Devin Haney definitely started it, but he still opened his big fat mouth, and everything he said, what he said, he was already under contract with Top Rank.
Right.
Like the entire world.
Listen. You like you're skipping over the like this is not a what if. It already happened. Tank told him, pay George step aside money. He never interested that with George at all. He don't know what George wanted because he never talked about it with him. Because they already had the fight booked for October for him and George. So how
Okay,
could he ask George? George came out. Listen, George came out and put out the tweet. I never received an offer. Meaning that never happened. So you saying Tank never said anything. That's not true. When they talked to Coach Calvin, what did Coach Calvin say? Pay George that step aside money, and we're gonna get the fight going.
Well, hold up a second. How is George? Please tell me how it is reasonable that somebody else dictates your business to you.
What? You want
How
to
is
fight?
that? Okay, hold
You
up a
just
second.
now said
Hold
Tank
up a
never
second.
said
Hold up a
anything.
second. Is George Kambosos part of? Is George Kambosos part of Devin Haney's crew, or is he part of Coach Calvin's crew? How is Coach Calvin telling Devin Haney what to do
he's
about
part of
George
Top
Kambosos?
Rank's crew.
You're not
ESPN
making
crew.
sense,
That's
bro.
Okay. Here's what they should be. Here's
You're
in
not
my
making
mind.
sense.
Here's
Dude, they're
in
not
my
going
mind.
to do anything
Can
we
I
want them
fin-
to do.
if you're
That's
not
what they try to break to you.
okay. Again, how is Coach Calvin going to dictate what Bill Haney does with George Kambosos?
Because they want to fight. George Kambosos is the object that's standing in the way.
Right. So no, that's
their
George
business.
Kambosos
so
is
he's
not
telling them, no, listen. You said how he not dictating
correct. All they
anything.
got to do is get George
Listen, just
Kambosos.
listen.
And listen, and you're telling them how they have to get him out of the way. What I'm saying is they said that they can get him out of the way a multiple way, a multitude of ways.
But listen,
Not just the one way that
the way
That
the way
doesn't
you
happen,
get him
though,
out the way
DP.
has nothing to do with me. Handle your business, and then we're gonna fight. The way you
Hey,
get him out of the way
trash talk.
has nothing to do with me. If you say you're gonna either pay him, drop the belts, or move up to 140, none of that was discussed. None
Avery,
of that was discussed.
that literally was discussed.
Drop the belt.
All
Hey,
night,
real
it
quick,
literally
real
was
quick.
discussed. They
Hey, let
literally was
Avery go.
Real
discussed
quick.
with Coach Calvin.
GT, hang
Everybody
on.
said-
Tank opening his mouth in the first place.
And then you can ask.
Tank opening his mouth in the first place was literally just to call Devin Haney and Bill Haney's father. And his father's bluff. You know what I'm saying? Is he's proving the point that, look, y'all not trying to really fight me. Y'all not paying step aside money. So stop calling me out if you're not really going to set it up. That's literally all Tank was doing when he opened his mouth.
Thank you, Avery. Thank you.
Again, like I keep saying, there's multiple ways for them to get rid of George Kambosos. You guys are only focusing on one way. The only way.
He didn't do any way.
There's one way.
Hey,
There's
pause
one
for a
way.
second. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If I have a contract with somebody, and a piece of work that say I'm going to build a house, so we can get it off boxing. If I have a house that I say that I have to build, right? But you want to give me a contract to build a house for you. But I have a house that I have to build this weekend. Just say I can do that in a weekend, right? I've already contracted to build to buy a house, to build a house for somebody. They're going to pay me $100,000. You want to pay me $500,000 to build your house, but it has to be done the same weekend. Whose responsibility is it for me? Whose responsibility is it to get me out of the obligation that I have with the guy with the $100,000 house? Whose responsibility is it my responsibility or yours, GT?
It is my responsibility. It would be your responsibility to get out of your own contract.
There you go. Stop. There
Right.
you go. That is
Correct.
that's so in the case where Bill Haney and Devin Haney, or Devin Haney has a contract with George Kambosos and Top Rank, it is Devin Haney's job and their responsibility to get themselves out of that agreement.
Correct.
Otherwise, it is not Gervonta Davis's fault that he is not available. Also, it is not Gervonta Davis' responsibility to tell him how to get out of it, help him get out of it, suggest how to get out of it. None of that. Only thing Gervonta Davis has to say is this. In boxing, this is important too. I am not going to interfere with your contract because I don't want to get sued. Because there is such thing as called tortious interference with contractual relations. It's dead set. That is why you do not hear Bob Arum calling up Gervonta Davis and saying, "Hey, Gervonta, I got to fight for you." Because if Bob Arum calls up Gervonta Davis, the next call that they're going to get is Leonard Ellerby's lawyer calling him. So the only thing Gervonta Davis can do is say, "Hey, man, I got it." Maybe you could ask him to go step aside. You could ask him to do this, that, and the other. He doesn't have any responsibility to help him out of that contract at all. The only thing that he has a responsibility to do is to be available when Devin is free. So if there is any legitimate responsibility owned by Gervonta Davis, it will not arise until Devin Haney is free of his obligations. Also, it is Devin Haney's obligation to tell Tank of any obligations that he has, as to not endanger Tank or mislead Tank as to his availability. If Devin owes it to Tank to tell Tank that he is actually available to fight, if he misleads him in his availability to fight, right? He is not, that is being not only being deceptive, but it is purposely putting Gervonta Davis in harm's way.
Exactly, and also tortious. That's my point about this entire deal, right? Like it is not on coach. It's not on Coach Calvin. It's not on Coach Calvin to tell him to pay step aside money. That's not.
What is your point for bringing that up? What is your point for bringing that up?
We got to have very.
Did we read that super chat?
Hey, Steph, give me 1 second, and I promise I'll dip out again. What you were saying was, what you were saying about Coach Calvin is it's not Coach Calvin's business to tell him exactly how to do it. You didn't say they didn't have any responsibility in figuring out how the fight can be made. At this point in time, you asked me, because I was going to get, these guys wanted to talk real quick, but I was going to bring my question to you to a close. If the responsibility of Gervonta Davis was to initiate conversations with Bill Haney and Devin Haney as to making the fight and how they could go about making a fight, if that's his obligation, like Trash Talk Gaming said, they met their obligation. As soon as they got on that, as soon as they sat down with Bill, who's a representative of Devin, and Coach Calvin, who's a representative of Gervonta Davis, the second they sat down and had that conversation on Rise Podcast, Gervonta Davis did exactly what his responsibility was to do according to your standards, which was to let him know and have a conversation about making the fight.
Correct.
And to ask the reasonable questions. Are you available to fight first? Because in the negotiation, you have to ask somebody, are you available to perform under this agreement? If we agree to price, if we agree to location, if we agree to all these things, before I do any of that, I need to know, are you available? And
correct. And that's why we got into the three ways to be.
Listen, what Bill, because this whole argument is already over.
It's been over.
I know it has.
No, stop. The whole conversation's already over. Because what you said was his responsibility was to have a negotiation with him. That they did. On the Rise podcast, it's still up. They met their obligation. They called him, he opened his big fat mouth on camera, whether it was social media or not. He did that, like you said. Then you said what was necessary next for him to begin conversations about the fight, which he did on Rise podcast, where Calvin Ford asked him very directly, are you available to fight? What Bill Haney said was, maybe. We have options. I could fight him, or I could say that I'm unavailable at 135 and go to 140. I can do either one of those. Or Coach Calvin said, well, what about this one? How about you pay them step-aside money? Suggested it to him. You may consider paying him step-aside money so that we can just get to the fight. That was a legitimate conversation about what was necessary to make the fight to the extent that they could have it. So therefore, according to the standard that you laid out, Gervonta Davis already satisfied that. Conversation over. Gervonta Davis already did what you said he had to do. That's why I asked you the question. What do you think he should do? What do you think his responsibility is? And you said his responsibility is to start the negotiation and make sure that Devin Haney knows that he is willing to fight if Devin Haney is available, which is exactly what they did on the Rise podcast.
That's not what happened on the Rise podcast.
You're
mischaracterizing. No, like what they.
Okay, what happened? Stop. That is what exactly. Let me tell you how I can prove to you that is exactly what happened. Because I had a conversation with Bill Haney where I talked to Bill Haney and I already knew what his options were based off the conversation he had with Calvin Ford. They said the Rise podcast, Squeeze and Senior, and please forgive me for mentioning, and Calvin Ford said, we want the fight with Gervonta Davis. Devin Haney's father, who is his manager or promoter, head of his promotional company, got on there and they talked specifically about what needed to take place in order to make the fight. And Calvin Ford was very clear. He said, we need to know that you are free to fight. Are you free to fight? Do you have a rematch clause with him? Are you under contract with Bob Arum? That is without a doubt a conversation that is leading towards the main subject is them fighting. The topics discussed are directly related to their potential contractual relationships. It's 100% focused at making that fight. And that's why I asked you to give me your standard before we kept moving, because you kept putting Onus on me to tell you what he needed to do. And I switched it up and said, nah, you tell me what you think he needs to do. And you provided it. And now I have told you and Trash Talk Gaming said it. I'm not saying anything different than Trash Talk Gaming already said. That is what they already did. And it is already on tape. And if you like me, I won't do this to Rise Podcast. But if I would do this to podcast, I would just pull up that video that is still up.
Now, if I can, listen, and you can pull it up.
No, you
the
know
fact of the matter. So here's the thing. The fact of the matter is this: like the idea that the negotiations opened and closed. The negotiations were opened by Tank Davis, right? That to me is how is that true? And it's Bill Haney that showed up to their thing. But whatever. Let's just say
watch this. Easy. Don't go. You got yourself. You know how that started? Because they listen. No joke. In order to get on their channel, they had to push a link and let him on. He can't jump on their channel without them letting him in the room. He knocked on the door. They answered it.
All right. So that's them opening negotiations. Okay, by dropping the link. So great. So all right. If I can get my,
we gotta move on. We gotta move on. I can't.
Listen, I'm not gonna ever actually get to the facts of the matter.
Right instead of get it right.
The facts already
I just would like to get my point out.
Just
But it's not every 5 seconds.
No, sir.
This is just a weird thing. Like if you don't like Devin Haney, that's cool. But if you want to talk,
you don't like Devin.
You're
I
saying
paid
that.
the zone for Devin.
okay,
Haney.
cool, awesome. Can I talk? Can I speak then? If this ain't just a bunch of like guy because he's trying to argue for Devin Haney, can I get a point?
Hold on, I'm gonna moderate. I'll be out of it. Hold on. Get this smoke. Stop. I'm gonna do this because this is actually kind of fun. So watch this. I'm going to go, and this is going to be with Get the Smoke. Okay, and when you stop talking, I'm gonna go, and it can go right to Cleverly, so we don't have to talk over each other. So go ahead, Get the Smoke.
Excellent. Thank you. When you say that, right. So all that needed to happen was a negotiation. I was talking about a negotiation that would end in some kind of understanding about the fight happening next, because that's what the conversation was about. The fight happening next, right? So the idea that the reason why the fight happening next is only dependent on George Kambosos' step aside money, that has absolutely nothing to do with, like as you say, that is just a suggestion that they offered, but that shouldn't be a deal breaker on whether or not the offer comes. All they need to do is figure out how to get George Kambosos. So really the issue should be, are they fighting for belts? No, right? So are we fighting for Tank's belt, right? And then also, are we going to be fighting at our 140 pounds? That should be the thing that the negotiations break down on, not whether or not George Kambosos gets step aside money. If you're trying to negotiate to make the fight, and the fight is just getting rid of George Kambosos, it shouldn't. How George Kambosos I guess his portion is satisfied shouldn't be the issue, right? That shouldn't be even Calvin Ford's issue. He just should be, are you, like you said, are you free? Devin Haney says, yes, I am free to fight you next under these circumstances.
No, his answer was no.
So where's the offer? So
His
now
answer was
why
no.
aren't we moving forward?
Hold on. Okay, fact check. His answer to that question was no, I'm not available. Cleveland, cleverly.
That's not, oh my God, dude, come on, man.
That was his answer. His answer was no. I don't know. That's his answer. I don't know.
No, he literally said, we can fight you next. We can drop the belts or we can fight at 140 pounds. I am available under these two circumstances.
Miss Stephen Cleverly.
All right, GT, you're right. Let's move forward now. I heard what you want. I heard what you want for them and what you want them to do. I'm game for that. Let's move on. I'm ready to move on now. I'm looking at comments. There are people saying you do this on other panels. I don't like that. Let's move on. Let's please move on. I don't even want to talk about Devin in his way, man. We're talking about Devin's money. We don't know what money he's got going on. Let's move forward, man.
Yeah, I'm not the one who brought it up.
I just feel like
and I'm tired of being mean, man. Like I don't want to be mean on this shit.
Don't, let's not be mean. Let's just have a conversation. It's all good.
You niggas all mean. All right. Go ahead, Track Talk, Jamie. We're gonna wrap this up, bro. We've been on for 4.5 hours, bro.
Okay. No, I was just saying, like he gave his expectations, and you allow us to rebuttal. We rebuttal, and it's as if like you didn't hear it or something. Like I'm lost. But and you talk about a lot of stuff that don't matter. You talked about how Calvin Ford can't tell them how to go about their business. That was never my intentions, saying that he told them how to go about their business at all. You just said they never replied. And if you watched the Rise podcast, you would have knew from the start that they did reply. Like you said, the negotiations should go about this, but you can't get to that point because Devin isn't available. That's the whole point about paying George step aside money. That's not just a novelty. Like we're saying it because he's not available because he has to fight George. Meaning we can't do any type of negotiation. Like that's the end of it. Like and he's fighting George in October.
So I'm not going to rebut the entirety of your statement. I'm just saying that for the 50th time, he said how he is available on he can fight you next by dropping the belts or fighting at 147 pounds. So that is him saying how he is available to fight next. So the negotiations should not have broke down over that point.
He would have
that
to
is what I'm saying
before they negotiate.
Man, you're stubborn. You're just stubborn.
Nah. Seriously, bro. Dude, let me tell you something. That's just an L. I mean, it's just an overcooked L, bro. Like for real overcooked L. It's a real because look, man. If I would have done this, bro, like, and I did this. This is why I know it's just cooked before it started. Shout out to my man Xena360 said Dev's WBA Super could have requested a unification as well, but he didn't. And then my man Xena360 said once Cam triggered the rematch, there was no onus. Tank could only fight the winner if the rematch wasn't triggered. Now Tank has to have a crystal ball. And on top of that, brother, even then he's not available because he still got Bob Arum. And then on top of that, he still may not be available because, dude, they got to get to the money. And when they get to that money, that shit is going to, dude, for real. That money conversation ain't going to be pleasant at all with that dude, man. And then my man Xena360 again said Tank called out Devin before Cam triggered the rematch clause, which is true. Devin ran his mouth after Cam triggered the rematch clause and knew he had to fight. Absolutely true. And at that point, he cannot negotiate unless he got Cam to step aside. And then to boot, to just act like I'm speaking for Xena360. Then has the audacity to complain about Lomachenko fighting somebody 2 weeks after he's fighting somebody and acting as if he's ducking him by fighting somebody 2 weeks after a fight that Devin Haney already has scheduled. Devin has a fight on on October 16th, and this is nothing to rebut. Seriously. He hasn't, and this is what I'm saying. Like, you want to know why I have a reaction like this? It's because it's consistent. You have a fight on October 15th in Australia. I've known that he had that fight since Bob Arum announced that months ago. Bob is like, the fight is on this date. The only person saying that the fight was not on that date was Devin. That's it.
AK-47.
What do you say?
That's someone in the comments.
Yeah, like he's literally. We've known this fight was going to be on October 15th for months, because that's the date Bob Arum gave, and Bob Arum wasn't even acting like there was any, man, please, man, it's October 15th, whatever. Like, and Bob Arum literally announced the fight already, right?
Right.
So watch. Devin then, when after the fight for his fight has already been announced by Top Rank, and I have never known Bob Arum to announce a fight that wasn't already set. After they announced the date for the fight, I mean a month after that, Lomachenko says, I'm going to be fighting in October. Devin then says, no, you can't take a tune-up, fight me now. Dude, you already have a fight, and it's only 2 weeks before. For everybody else, you would know what that symbolizes for everybody else? Oh, those two guys are going to fight next, because they're fighting within 2 weeks of each other, which means they're going to have the same rest period, right? You're going to have the same rest period, and you're going to be available to fight at the same time. They synchronize their fight. It's very clear that, and Lomachenko said it. I want to fight Devin Haney next. He said it. He said it. Matter of fact, he said it on Devin Haney's chat. And he was like, look, I'm waiting for you cowards to fight. Like, as if Lomachenko saying, dude, only reason I'm fighting a tune-up is because you're already busy. Otherwise, Lomachenko might have went straight to the fight. But he can't go straight to the fight because Kambosos exercised the rematch clause. Lomachenko can't fight Devin, just like Gervonta can't fight Devin. Can't do it. So what are you jumping on this dude for not fighting you next when you know full well he can't fight you next? That's it. It's that stuff that is like, come on, man. It's like, what do you think? Like I say, bro, I really do not want to. I don't want to chastise people for no good reason, bro.
And I want to say,
I'm sorry. Let me get this, and I'm gonna go right to him. Thank God I overslept. This show's still good. Love. Hey, thank you, John Boy. Thank you, brother, for that support, man. Yeah, man, I missed a lot of super chats. Sorry about that. Thank you for that support. All right, trash talk, Tame and go, and then go straight to my man get the smoke.
Okay, so I just wanted to say, when he was saying, if y'all just don't like Devin Haney, that's not the case at all. Yeah. I actually like Devin Haney. I watched all Devin Haney fights. I brought the Zone. I was watching the Zone for Devin Haney. Even to boot, Lorenzo Truck Simpson is a good friend of mine. And Devin Haney did a stand-up job when he tried to had that fight about a week or two ago, and the money got messed up. Devin said he was going to come out his pocket just so Truck can fight. So it's never a situation where I don't like Devin Haney. Like, I don't want to even put that in the air. That's not even cool. I'm just speaking facts on what happened. That's it.
Right. If the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. I was speaking you in general, not you specifically, and whomever feels also individually that they have to carve out how they like Devin Haney. I wasn't speaking to you, as an individual. But I just want to ask a question, because I feel like it's a salient point, just of anyone.
Now ask a particular person, otherwise we're all going
to trash talk. All right, so then I'll ask the trash talk. Since he's the last one who spoke. Does it into your calculus the idea that Devin Haney could relinquish the titles and fight Tank next? If Tank said, yes, I want to fight you next, as long get free of your George Kambosos obligations, I'll fight you next. They decided that it was going to be an 80-20 split for Tank Davis.
They can't do that, though. This is what I'm saying.
In your mind, they can't do that. Why?
Because you can't negotiate with somebody. If he already dropped the belts, then they can negotiate. But he can't negotiate if he didn't drop the belts. They can't negotiate for him to drop the belts. You understand that? You saying it as if
so
him
in
and
your
Tate gonna
mind, you
negotiate
think that
and
they
then he
can't
drop
have
the
a
belt.
conversation about what it would take to make a fight next, unless he's already done the things that they're going to negotiate?
You're talking about a negotiation. You're talking about a negotiation for a fight. Yes, we can't have that until the belts are dropped.
Real fast, gentlemen. Let me sneak in there real fast. I just want to say my goodbyes to the regular people in the chat, John Boy and company. Much love, Fanon. Great panel, man. As usual,
it's been fun,
Saturdays,
man.
appreciate this. You enjoy your weekend, sir, and your family, man. I'm glad everyone's back in town. Stay cool in that heat. God be with you all. GT, it's nice meeting you.
Yeah, man. Have a great
I'm
weekend.
sorry for yelling and
Oh man,
saying
it's just
rude things.
That's just man. We're just passionate. It's all good.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
it's
understand.
boxing talk, bro. Ain't nothing killer out here.
Yeah, but
hey,
that's
what's going? Hey, by the way, Knockout TV. Hey man, yeah, man. I'll let you on here, brother. You a good dude, bro. Here's your link, man. I'll stretch for a second, bro. Go ahead and knock out. Yeah, I'll let you jump on, bro. Go ahead, man.
All right, y'all be cool. Y'all be
Hit that
cool.
link. I'll go on a little bit longer, man. Go ahead, man. I don't mind. Go ahead and jump on, bro. You're a good dude, bro. From I seen you a little bit. I saw you a little bit, man. I like your channel. So jump on. Well, I'll go a little bit longer, man. Do you mind Trash Talk Gaming?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Saturday morning, we good.
Yeah. Get the smoke. Yeah. So what were you saying? Get the smoke.
No, I think Trash Talk Gaming was just saying how you'd have to drop the belts first before you even spoke, but Knockout's here.
Yes, sir. What's going on, Knockout Boxing 86 TV? How you feeling, my man?
Man, chilling, bro. Shout out to you for knowing everybody in the chat. Smoke, what's up, brother? Trash Talk.
Hey, what's up, man? What's up, man?
What's good with you, brother?
Chilling, man. So, love the conversation, and it's pretty much my sentiments of what I think I've heard Fanon say, and Smoke, you've heard me say this, and kind of what Trash Talk Gaming was alluding to, man. Like the notion that a young man who was trying to run down on Lomachenko couldn't get that fight, was trying to run down on Teofimo Lopez, couldn't get that fight, was trying to fight George Kambosos. Real talk, couldn't even get that fight because Loma really got the fight. Loma really had the fight. If Russia didn't decide to invade Ukraine, Devin wouldn't even got the Kambosos fight because he was signed to fight Loma. So, as I've been saying, bro, this notion that a young man that, and then he got on Twitter, did Devin, complaining, hey, man, don't let them rob this opportunity of me. So he really, really wanted that fight bad, bro. He been wanting them belts so bad. The notion that Devin Haney is now going to be willing to drop all of his belts to fight Tank after working so hard and pleading so hard to get him, I never believed that shit, bro. Not for 1 second, right? And then if you fast forward it and you look at it from the business side, you look at Bob Arum, this Kambosos fight was always going to happen, in my opinion, for one reason and one reason only, because Kambosos had a rematch clause. And I take that back. I say two reasons. Because Kambosos had a rematch clause. And if you Bob Arum and you looking at what your fighter, Devin Haney, because Kambosos is a Lou DiBella fighter. Devin Haney is a top-ranked fighter right now. And so if you have your fighter, Devin Haney, who you just watched, 12-zip Kambosos, maybe you can argue Kambosos won the 12th round because Devin Haney let his foot off the gas, but just thoroughly outboxed and outclassed Kambosos. When you see that, if you Bob Arum, why in God's name would you be willing to pay Kambosos step-aside money when you just watched your fighter beat the shit out of him in the first fight? No good businessman is going to do that. What they're going to do is say, damn, this ain't really a fight the fans want to see. He got a rematch clause. I know my fighter can beat his ass. I'm going to go ahead and make the fight so I can at least try to get some money back. I'm not going to pay step-aside money to a fighter that I know can't hold my fighter's jockstrap. So that's why I always believed and I always knew the Kambosos fight would happen. Then you look at, okay, can you drop the belts after Kambosos to fight Tank Davis? Nah, bro, because Bob Arum wants those belts to stay at top rank so he can control the 135-pound division. And Devin Haney got one more fight with top rank. And when it comes to a top rank fighter like Devin Haney right now who signed that contract, all you got to do is listen to Bob. He telling you, look, bro, I'm making Loma versus the winner of this fight. Because he can't just think about Loma and getting those belts back. He got Keyshawn Davis coming up. He got Abdullah Mason coming up. And a slew of other 135-pound fighters. And he got to try to keep control of that lightweight division.
Shakur
coming up from 130. So I already know what the play is. This is what's going to happen, bro. Just so everybody knows, so we can all be clear, and then I'll be quiet. Once Devin Haney win/if, because I ain't going to completely disrespect Kambosos, win/if Devin Haney beats Kambosos, Bill Haney is going to go all over YouTube, acting like he's trying to make a Tank Davis fight, acting like he's trying to do this, acting like he's trying to do that. But Bob Arum is already telling us before this fight even happened, I'm making the Loma fight next. So what I would ask of Devin Haney fans, bro, please don't come over here or go anywhere talking about how now Tank is ducking Devin again. Let's not start those narratives back up, bro. Because Bob Arum is already telling y'all what he's doing next with Devin Haney and Lomachenko. He is not, if Devin Haney only has one more fight on Top Rank, Bob is going to try to make it to where if you win and you get to walk off with these belts, you're going to win fighting one of my best fighters that I feel like got the best chance to beat you because I really want them belts back under my control. He's not going to let Devin Haney last fight on his contract be against Tank Davis or somebody else from another promotional company to where either Devin leave with the belts because he win, or if he lose, now those are PBC belts. The shit just don't make no sense, bro. So that's always been my stance with this whole deal, and I'll be quiet, and if anybody want to respond, go right ahead, bro.
Whether you believe it or not, I think tangential. All right, like if he says if he's willing to give up the belt, if that's what he says he's willing to do, I'm not quite sure why that would be a deal breaker. Like whether or not I guess it is. I guess faith in the person you're negotiating with on the other side of the table, but I don't know. The guy says he's willing to do it. It's not like
he never actually said.
It's not like he's gonna sit there at 135 pounds forever. At some point, he's going to move up. He will be relinquishing the belts, right? It's just it could very well be the next fight. I'm not quite sure why you would want to go into a rematch with George Kambosos for X amount of money if you could go into a Tank fight for Y amount of money, right? He's shown his willingness to give up at least a ring belt.
The ring belt don't even matter.
I know that. I mean, I hear you. I hear you. I'm just saying the dude said he's willing to give up belts in order for a Tank fight.
He never
that makes sense to me. I mean, if it makes dollars, it makes sense. I feel like he'd probably get more out of a smaller cut of a Tank fight than he would get out of a smaller cut of a George Kambosos fight. Remember, he's got that shitty deal with George Kambosos, right?
The thing is, though, Smoke, when he says, I'm willing to drop these belts, I ain't no lawyer, but I'm smart enough to know that no good businessman is going to negotiate with you until you prove that you're out of your obligation. So until you drop them damn belts, or until you let me know, all right, yo, Kambosos done stepped aside, I'm not negotiating with you, because what you do is, bro, you open yourself up to liability. So let's say taking them like, all right, yeah, you said you're going to drop the belts. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and start talking. Let's go ahead and try to make this fight. Kambosos can be like, hold the hell up. Not only do I have resource for Devin Haney and his team, but Tank, you know I got a rematch clause. You know I got paperwork on this dude. So I'm suing your team too, shit. Because y'all trying to keep me from what I'm contractually obligated to. So no smart person is going to negotiate with you until you are contractually out of your contract. It's just like going to get a job, bro. When they make you sign an NDA or a non-compete or something, and another company want to hire you, you got to prove to them before they try to hire you, before they interview you, you got to prove to them that you can actually take the job. Because until you do, the company that you currently work for, they can be like, look, bro, we got this NDA over here. We got this non-compete over here. He still work for us. Why the hell are you trying to talk to him? So not only am I going to sue him for breaking his NDA or breaking his non-compete, I'm going to sue your ass because you knew he had it and you tried to talk to him anyway. So that's why I never thought that shit was realistic, bro, because good business people, which Tank Davis is managed by Al Heyman, one of the best business people in the game, good business people ain't about to negotiate with you until you actually prove that you have no other contractual obligations, bro.
What they let me tell you what
Right. So
just hold on a second, man. Like, cause I want to be like clear about what that is. What you're talking about is tortious interference with contractual relations. So when Demetrius Andrade had a managerial contract with whoever it was, and Rockefeller with Jay-Z came in and said, "Look, I want to sign with you a managerial contract with you, and if you pull out of the Jermell Charlo fight for me, I will give you the money that you would have made in the Jermell Charlo fight." When Jermell Charlo's manager, when Demetrius Andrade's manager got wind of what Rockefeller was trying to do, they sued them for tortious interference with contractual relations, because you are trying to keep them from keeping their obligation in a contract that you were aware of. What Rockefeller did was then turn around and say, "Man, I never made him any offer. No, it wasn't me." So if Gervonta Davis says to, and I don't believe it's just limited to promoters, it's literally a contract issue where that George Kambosos Devin Haney's already obligated to fight. Devin Haney's obligated to fight. Yeah, Rock Nation. Thank you very much. Devin Haney is obligated to fight George Kambosos, and you say, "Look, man, if you get out of that fight, I will pay you what that is worth," right? And then they say, "Okay, I pulled out of the fight." Now, what does that do for George Kambosos? He suffers damages, right? Because now he doesn't have the fight that he wanted, and you are what they call the but-for cause of it taking place. You interfered with my contractual relationship to my detriment, and you knew it. Now, that's different than somebody that's just looking for a job, because most non-competes are bullshit. Like, just to be honest with you, because you cannot prevent somebody from earning a living, right? So if somebody in many circumstances where an employer tries to sign you to a non-compete, you can almost ball that shit up and throw it in the trash, because they do not have the right to prevent you from earning a living. However, if it's not an employee-employer situation, the guy already has a contractual relationship, which means that they've already gotten something in exchange. Because look, what in the situation of, and I hope I'm not getting too over technical, but just to protect yourself in a general sense, when you know that Devin already got paid to sign that rematch clause, Devin Haney owes the rematch to George Kambosos, because he already got paid for it. And what I mean by that is, it was in the contract for the original fight, right? The contract for the original fight said, "You're going to fight me and you're going to agree to this rematch clause." The agreement for the rematch clause is in the contract. If you try to get him to break an agreement for which Devin Haney already got paid that he owes, that is tortious interference with contractual relations, and they cannot do it, and they will not do it. That's what you're talking. That's what knockout boxing 68 is talking about. It's not necessarily a conflict. No, look, I'm going to be clear. It's not a conflict of interest thing. It's telling me you are trying to relieve me of something I already paid for. I bought that fucking car, bro. I gave that dude $10,000 for that car. Now you're going to try to come in and offer him $11,000 for the car when I already paid for it? No, bro. I already paid for it. You got to give me that car. I already got the rematch. I already paid for my rematch. That's why to me, all that conversation around that rematch clause and all that stuff to me was like, dude, you blowing smoke. You just blowing smoke out there, because you already got paid for that rematch clause. You got paid for the rematch clause already because you took the fight. The second he took that fight with that rematch clause in it, George Kambosos is owed that rematch. That's why I told people ahead of time, Bob Arum is full of shit. No disrespect, but you're full of shit. Tyson Fury was full of shit when they said that thing had expired and they were out of that. They didn't have to do that rematch clause. I'm like, no.
Right. So in that example, right, the Deontay Wilder example, one of the things that Tyson Fury, they said two things, right? One of them was being elevated to the franchise. Another one was
what's
dropping
that
the belt.
related to the Tyson Fury thing?
Right, the Tyson Fury. That's what I'm saying. Tyson Fury said during this whole like contract thing, one of the things they said the contract had expired. Another thing that they said was if the rematch is still there, I can either get elevated to the to franchise status, or I can just drop the heavyweight title, and I'm not going to fight Deontay Wilder again. Like that's what one of his things was, right?
Mm-hmm.
That he wasn't. He said that Deontay Wilder offended him and his culture and all this stuff, and he was never going to fight him no matter what. He'd rather vacate the title. It was a bunch of BS. But wouldn't that? Wilder couldn't make him fight him if it wasn't for the title, correct?
Let me tell you what he can do. He can do is go to a court of law. He can go to a court of law and seek an injunction. If he gets an injunction and the court tells Tyson Fury that he cannot fight unless he fights Deontay Wilder or after he fights Deontay Wilder. If he fights anybody, then he is going to be subject to the penalty of law. And dude, who knows what can happen after you blow off a court order? I don't think I need to get into that.
No, great. Right? So is there any examples of that where somebody dropped a title and then they still were under some sort of injunction not fighting about?
Let me tell you what they did. Because the question is, number one is, do you have a valid contract? That's the first step. The second one, is it enforceable? So in the case of, I'm telling you, this is just stuff. I've read the cases. I'm not giving you guys legal advice. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just commenting like like anybody else is familiar with the situation. With Lennox Lewis and Hakeem Rahman. Hakeem Rahman had a rematch clause with Lennox Lewis, and Hakeem Rahman wanted to go fight somebody else. What Lennox Lewis had to prove is that if the court does not enforce this rematch clause, I will suffer irreparable harm. Right? It means irreparable harm. So what they said was, look, we are going to enforce this rematch clause on Hakeem Rahman because, number one, it's very, very valuable. The heavyweight championship of the world is very valuable. Number two, the age that he doesn't have a lot of fights left. So there's not much chance that he is going to be able to go out and do this again because he's already 36 years old. So if Hakeem Rahman does not honor this agreement, or if we don't enforce it, this man is going to suffer irreparable harm. In the case of, from what I can see on George Kambosos, the same thing applies. It's the undisputed championship of the world, which has a tremendous amount of value to it, right? He owns all 4 major championship belts. If Devin Haney were not to give him that rematch, he could easily argue, by the way, in Australia, you don't even know where it's going to be, whether it's going to be in the U.S. or whether it's going to be in Australia. Where's it going to be? New York? Where did they sign? Got to do all kind of stuff with that. But then he could say I'm going to suffer irreparable harm. There's no way I'll ever get another shot at the undisputed title if you let him go fight somebody else. And more than likely, there's going to be a court that enjoins him from doing it, and the WBC will not sanction it. The WBA will not sanction it. The IBF will not sanction it. The WBO will not sanction it. He's going to have to take that fight. So we're still talking about relinquishing the titles. Like in the case of Hakeem Rahman, if he dropped the belts and it was me, I'd still sue him. Because you are relinquishing. I want to fight for all of those belts. The fact that you dropped them, all that means is you breached the contract in a different way. We know it's on the line. You rematch me for the championships. If you drop the belts and say, I'm not going to rematch you because I don't have the championships, I'm still suffering the irreparable harm. No, I'll still sue your ass. Now, whether or not the court will agree or not, that may be something else. But you got to get on the focus on what kind of damage will you be doing to George Kambosos? If you drop the belts to try to get out of it, then he still suffered the same damages. He will not be able to fight for all of those belts because now those belts go all over the place. He's going to have to fight. He cannot fight every mandatory or every vacant belt title, and it would all be because Devin Haney pulled out of the fight. You cannot drop all those belts and get out of it that easy if I'm George Kambosos. Now, if you got some hellified lawyers, they know how to do whatever they need to do, you may get away with it. I can't speak on that, but he's still suffering the same damages. Now, watch this. When I know what Bill Haney said, because Bill Haney ain't out there lying. What Bill said was, I can get it out of it in two ways. One, he can let me out because I buy off it, whatever, or I am unable to make. Now, watch, he used the words, unable to make 135. Hey, man, I may not be able to rematch you if I can't make the weight. If I can't make the weight. He did not say if I don't want to make the weight. He said if I can't make the weight. So, and I was saying this when I was listening to Bill talk. I was like, if that's the case, you shouldn't be on YouTube talking about fighting Gervonta. Because clearly you're telling Gervonta you can fight at 135. You're in a negotiation with him. You don't think George Kambosos' camp heard that? Right? So not being able to make the weight for health reasons, sure. Okay, you get out of it. But guess what's going to happen in that case? What's going to happen in that case, all the belts are going to go all over the place. But George Kambosos agreed to that, knowing that there was a chance that he couldn't make weight. But he can't drop them and get out of it because they're going to enjoin you from dropping them. That's what they're going to try to. They're going to be like, look, man, and I'm going to sue the WBC, the WBA. I'm going to sue everybody and pull everybody in on this and keep you from doing that because that is harming me. And they all knew I negotiated for that. No, very, very hard situation, which is why I told you then. I mean, not you, but I told you before. He is going to fight on October 16th. Because you know how much money that shit costs to go through all of that? How much time it's going to take to go through all of that? Because you're going to go to court, you're going to pay for the lawyers, then you're going to sit in arbitration or what? Say they had an arbitration, and dude, and then you got Bob Arum saying Bob Arum's involved in it, so you know damn well that Bob Arum ain't down for you just dropping all the belts and going over there to Gervonta. He may sue you too. That shit was never going to happen. Get smoked. It was never going to happen any more than once Gervonta, let me be very clear about this. Once Deontay Wilder got his hands on $15 million, once he got that check, there was no way that Tyson Fury was going to get out of that rematch clause because they can't do a deep pockets with Deontay. Because Deontay, and I told people when that was happening, I was like, look, Deontay just got $16 million for that fight, bro. You're not gonna be able to just get a fancy lawyer, go to court and get over on that dude. Because he's got enough money to hire a team of lawyers. And that's exactly what happened. They got stuck in court for months and months and months. And then they actually, at the end of it, had to fight him. And I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't have to pay for his legal fees once they found in his favor. So not only could Devin get stuck with all of the legal fees in defending it, in order to try to get out, if he loses, then he's going to get stuck with George Kambosos' and Top-Ranked legal fees to boot. So no, he was not getting out of that. It was not serious talk at all. It wasn't serious talk at all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
See, I know you like a team, bro, but seriously, that is more than a nail, bro. That's like,
listen, I had a question.
Let me finish. Let me tell you why I had to do you like that. Because Knockout TV is pretty. Hey, I like Knockout Boxing TV. Very good stuff, man.
I mean, we both like Knockout TV, and really, it was just I'm laying out the case that I heard. I also talked to Bill. This is what he said. So I'm hearing what the response is, right? The same way you talked to him, I talked to him. He said this thing. Yeah, I'm asking why can't this be true? You're saying this is the difficulties he would have to face if he went this route. I got it.
No, Devin Haney's father, Bill Haney, is a promoter. So when you're talking, you listen to him talk on social media. He is promoting. I don't care what he says. He's promoting. If you hear Don King speak in a microphone, he is a promoter. He is promoting. If you hear Eddie Hearn speaking in public on a microphone, I don't care what he says, he's promoting. And that's the one thing that you know for sure Bill Haney is doing on a regular, consistent basis.
Definitely.
He is keeping the name of Gervonta Davis out front. And there is no bigger name in those divisions than Gervonta Davis. None. He's the biggest name in those divisions by far, and he's keeping his name connected to Deontay, to him for good reason, as are the people that are supporting Gervonta, that are supporting Devin Haney. They are promoting Devin Haney. And as long as you understand that they are promoting him, everything makes sense. But if
that's not really so much the issue about whether or not there's attaching his name to a thing. It could be clout sharking at its finest. That's not really the issue.
No, bro.
I mean, even if you call it
clout chasing,
I didn't say clout chasing.
No,
I want to very clearly say clout sharking. That's a different concept than clout chasing. All right, let me put it. Let me be more
promotion.
Fine, promotion. Fine, promotion. We understand that thing. We understand that part of it. That's not what I'm talking about. I got it. I understand the promotion part of it, but what you said was he's not out here lying, right? When he said the things that he talked about making the fight happen next, and that's all we were just talking about was what onus the Tank would have on having the fight happen next, given what he said about the fight happening next, right? That's the only conversation I was sort of having on that thing. So when I asked the question about dropping the belts, I didn't know what the repercussions were.
Stop. Let me be very, very clear what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Bill Haney is not out here telling any lies.
Yeah.
I did not say that he was not trying to manipulate your thought process. Those are two different things. To tell a bold-faced lie, no.
That's what I was trying to get to the facts of the matter. That's what I was trying to get to the facts of the matter of what are the challenges and the consequences of dropping the belts? How plausible is that? Because that's one of the paths that he said he was open to him. That's what the question was about.
So do you agree that Tank satisfied his part?
Did Tank satisfy his part?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's a moot point, right? It's just kind of like it had to be done in the moment.
5 hours in, brother. I got to get out of here, man.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
No joke. There's other dudes that do want to get on the mic, man, on other channels. And typically, I don't do this. I usually don't go 5 hours. That's a little bit long because I'm a decently sized channel, and I know everybody out here really does like to listen and support the other channels. So y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my man Knockout Boxing 86 TV. Thank you for coming on, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks for having me, Fanon. Real talk, man. And if I'm not gonna say,
you cut off.
Yeah, it's an honor and pleasure, bro. Take care of you. Have a great thing with your family. Thanks for having me.
You as well, G2. You get the smoke. What were you saying, Knockout TV? Knockout Boxing, you still there? I guess your mic cut out, brother. Hey, man, anyway, everybody subscribe to Knockout Boxing TV. Any final words, Trash Talk Gaming?
Nah, everybody be good, man. Have a good day.
Shout out to Baltimore, bro. I heard that accent. I was like, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, that's what's up, man.
All right,
we out, brother. Peace. Check you out, Knockout Boxing TV.